Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing Mtembei TV and Open Forum Political Discussion Show, your favorite program that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. And a lot in store tonight, even as we start out the discussion. Sakaja and his degree saga elicits a lot of reactions. Uda crying political witch hunt. Is that accurate? Is it the usual baby cry, or there is something with the outcry? Let us dive into this even as we start out the discussion. Azimionated Kisii confirms by Simba Arati himself, the incoming governor. He says this is locked already for Baba, and the crowds, the excitement in the air, the fire, and of course, all the principals were present. The the president designate, the deputy president designate, and Kalonzo Musyoka himself. Kisii was fire today. I don't know what you take about the whole thing. We'll want to know what you feel and think about the same. And another twist from IEBC. Now he says no physical register. Everything will be digital. What is cooking at IEBC? What if your biometric data doesn't show up on your voting day? What's going to happen to you? What happens to the black book that used to check if the biometric doesn't respond? They will check into the book, and if your name is in there, you will be able to be allowed to vote. Now that there is no physical register, what happens? I would want us to also look into that even as we get into the discussion. And the elephant in the room, it is over 60% for Baba. ICT MUCHERU CS says so. Well, I know this is going to be serious tonight. Please, let's get into the discussion. Well, the link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. Please click on it, allow your StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio. You will be in this space and we will get talking. I want to appreciate those of you that are joining fast and furious. And if you are able to get us, please invite 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people to join into the discourse. This is one special program that you can hook on from anywhere on the face of the earth. As long as you can connect on the internet, you will be able to get Mtembei TV from wherever you are, in whatever capacity you are in. So please call the diaspora, call the local, call the international, call the intercontinental. Let all of them join into the discourse tonight. We must get to the bottom of the direction the country is taking and whether it is safe or not. Thank you very much, GFGG. Asante sana, hi to you. Bakis Mohamed, karibu sana, asante. Sema good evening. Thank you so much. Kisii kumewaka moto. I agree with you. Thank you, Alum. We appreciate you so much. Kuna Favor Akita, karibu kwa show. Elijah Jepusoni Songok, asante sana. Kuna Edgar Handsome mwenye hururu, karibu kwa show. Kuna Sera Serange, karibu kwa show. Basil Odhiambo, hi to you. Oyo Silas, karibu kwa show. Asante sana. Sakaja should come out and drop his bid already. Oh. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, tuendelee hapo mbele. Kuna Adiki Soja, asante sana. Gloria, karibu kwa show. Nation Luke, asante sana. Cecilia Wiyanga, Mama Kelin, karibu kwa show. Patel Seboka, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Kuna Obiero Asena, Novestas Lemo, thank you so much. Kuna Michael kuna nani huyu Robert, kuna nani Salome Mbone, asante sana. Sami Adezi, thank you so much. We really appreciate all of you who are joining us. Please make sure that if you're able to connect, help 1, 2, 3, 4 people to connect. Don't watch alone. Share that link with everybody in your life, in WhatsApp groups, in all your Facebook groups. Let the whole world tune in, for tonight we must get to know the Kenyan politics and the direction the country is taking, because we are stakeholders in this country. We are no more going to watch things happen. We must be part of what makes things happen. Thank you so much, everyone. The link, once again, is here in the comment section. Click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio. Then you will find yourself in this space for us to get talking Kenyan politics and what is our take. We must be part of what provides direction to the country and shapes the opinion of the country by deconstructing the propaganda and ensuring that the whole country rallies on what is valid so that nobody gets misled. Thank you so much for all of you that are coming in. Please, I continue urging you, make sure that you share the link, and 2, make sure you subscribe to Mtembei TV on YouTube and follow us on Facebook page as well as the profile. Make sure that you don't miss out on anything that is happening. Well, we are here again. Romians, how are you today?
I'm very fine, Bernard. How are you?
I'm well. Namna gani huko? Namna gani huko?
Huko tuko sawa, tunashukuru Mungu. Acha nisalimie Guru. Naona Peter yuko pale pamoja na Marco na Ronald. Habari zenu?
Tuko poa.
Unajua hapa ndipo mali. Kwanza acha nishukuru Mtembei TV. Bernard, you are doing something good, and how I wish nation could be following this link and this TV, because it's very educative. Let me go direct to the point, or to the topic of discussion today. I can see there's a lot of it. I will start with Sakaja, Bernard. You know, for Sakaja, I can't blame Sakaja. For me, I'm blaming IEBC. IEBC has made us, particularly myself, I've lost confidence in IEBC, because whatever is happening with IEBC, you wonder what kind of a game are they playing. This is an independent body, and I believe it has all mechanism to find out the authenticity of document of these leaders. It become a question: how did Saja get cleared when he was vying for senatorial position in Nairobi? Then, how was he cleared recently to vie for this gubernatorial position in Nairobi? Why is IBC playing cards that they cannot come up, or they cannot answer? Yes.
One moment.
Sorry.
A degree is not a requirement for one to run for senatorial.
Okay.
It's only a requirement.
Thank you for the correction.
It's only a requirement for president
and the governor. Okay, I got you. Thank you. Now, okay, above all, Bernard, we still have to ask IBC several questions. How did they clear Sakaja? I think the answer is to IBC. We should not criminalize Sakaja, because maybe there are other criminals somewhere that need to carry this.
Sakaja is not yet cleared. Why is in trouble? The document is submitted are the ones mute first. The document is submitted to IEBC and the ones supposed to be ratified. And they have a question. They have a question mark.
They have a question mark. That is okay. Now I go to wacha nitoke hapo kwa Sakaja sababu hapo ni kama ni ngumu kidogo. Sasa tukuje Kisii. Bernard, bana ya Mungu when God chooses, wakati Mungu ameweka seal ni hivyo. And I wonder kwa nini sisi wa Kenya bado tunabaki nyuma. The only thing we need to do as Kenya is to come out in large numbers and confirm this God chosen one. I want to thank Kisii, people from Kisii. The welcome was so wonderful, and I think for a leader like Baba, the strategy are very great. Having people like Simba Arati and others in the group, it shows how little that group is in terms of campaign, and no any other group can bear them. For me, I want just to say bravo to the group in Kisii, being led by Baba and our beloved Deputy President, the only sign of wisdom in Baba. I want just to tell the other part, our competitors, that this thing is already gone. So the only thing they should be waiting is confirmation of defeat, and we shall welcome them. And they become part of the resident being led by Baba. I want also to talk about, let me go to issue to do with the 60% of what Joe MUCHERU said. Bernard, it is not easy for such a person who is holding an office like for Joe MUCHERU to come out clearly and claim that. Some people are taking it as they're taking it for granted. But the truth of matter is that is what is there. It is not a science rocket here. That is what is there. And if it were not there, I don't think there's any other person who could just come out and dare to speak that. So I'm wondering those people who are attacking Joe MUCHERU and telling him a lot of things that they cannot substantiate. So Joe MUCHERU is right. Where I am currently is Nandi Hills, but I've already seen waves are changing. Some people have changed. Today I had a discussion with some elite group of several people, different profession, doctors, and we had other people working different offices. And they were discussing issues and they were articulating issues. And these issues were full of wisdom about what Baba will bring to this country. And I realized that Baba is a wave and he has already changed people's mind. What people used to think about mtu wetu si mtu wetu saizi, watu wanaangalia chenye mtu atafanya sasa hivi. That is what is there. Lastly, Bernard, today I was also following. I was following what our Deputy President, Honorable William Ruto, was telling the lecturer, and I was wondering. He was telling the lecturer about we do not get a person who is satisfied to become a doctor will end up killing even our patient. Now I'm wondering, why is he allowing those people who have questionable document in his side and yet is coming to cheat us? Who is lying against each other here? So Deputy President should be very serious. And I wonder with those lecturers who are listening to him, if I could be there, then I could be asking him some question, because when you look at the group, there are a lot of people who don't have authentic documents and they are there fighting to get this position. In fact, it should also be questioned because we don't know whether he is right or true, but we are yet to know. But he should not speak like that while he knows his own house is burning. He should be very, very keen. He should not be keeping all. I said the other time, he forgets so easily. In a minute he speak this, in another minute he has forgotten, I speak another thing. So how can you convince a person like me who is following you closely to ensure that whatever you tell me are things that you are going to implement? For me, I don't have any faith with him, because what he says, the only truth that he can say are lies. Thank you so much.
Right, thank you, Romians, for that good start. We appreciate it. Let the conversation continue. Kenya must come to terms with the requirement of the kind of leadership that we need at this point in time. There has been an assumption that you can get away with anything in Kenya, but I think I'm liking the latest development that authenticity is important. We cannot prosecute what is wrong until we comply with what is right. Borrowing from the scripture, it says, you will have the readiness to punish every disobedience when your obedience is fulfilled. So we will not charge you with a public office when you have gotten into that public office wrongly. You will only perpetuate what is wrong. And so, if that is what it takes for Chebukati to carry out a free, fair, and credible elections, let it start right, let it be kept on the right path, and let it deliver us the required leaders at all levels. Thank you, all of you who are inviting many to join into the discourse. Please don't relent. Keep inviting. Let the whole world tune in and let us flow with the discussion tonight. Well, Mr. Guru, vipi?
Nzuri sana.
Karibu karibu.
Asante.
Naona msha friends Kisii. Sasa ni wapi mnaenda na barbed wire?
Na wasalimu nyote. You know, let me first start with Sakaja. Sakaja is a fraud. He has been on several TV shows where he has often bragged that he completed his actuarial science degree in the University of Nairobi. Now, it is coming clear that some of these people who call themselves leaders are not actually good examples. You can imagine now, we know that Sakaja never completed his degree course. We are now aware that he is running up and down looking for a place he can buy. And because it has become difficult to buy a certificate from the Kenyan universities, now he's gone to the neighboring country to try to buy one. There is a college, a university also in the same country called St. Lawrence or something, where he had also tried to see if he could get something there. I don't know what happened. But you know, with the new technology, it is easy to unmask these frauds. Right now, one of the things he was asked to produce are bank slips that payments to the university, because these guys are not philanthropists. He couldn't produce one, and you know the reason why. He was told to produce the booklet for graduation. He tried to go to the back street somewhere in Rudhuri Street, perhaps, to insert a name in between the names of other students. Unfortunately, he had not checked very well, so he put himself at the center of students who are doing accounting when he's telling us he's doing management. Then, unfortunately, also, the course that he says he did was scrapped from that university in 2015. Now, you can see all this kind of a situation. But anyway, I think it is because we've thrived on impunity for such a long time. Anything goes. Nobody and nothing can stand between some of the people to achieve what they want. It is fake it until you make it. After failing to achieve his degree in the University of Nairobi, the next easier thing for Sakaja was to come and pose as a big man in the city, as a big politician. And then, unfortunately, he was able to catch up with the big boys in politics. And there he is. He's been flouting himself around as a good example of somebody who is actually fighting for the youth. Now, I don't know from here whether it will not go downwards, because actually, if there is one person who has over time captured the imagination of the youth, Sakaja was one. And it is a big letdown that he is now being unmasked as a fraud. You are also aware we have somebody called Sundi. Sundi, you know, the case is in court, which we can't discuss much here. But of course, if you have been following, you know, and you can see, you don't need to be told what is happening. Why it is becoming difficult for frauds to sneak through the IEBC is because of the new body that was formed to certify certificates. And though they cannot be said to be foolproof, because right now I saw the head of that institution saying that they cannot dispute certificates coming from outside the country, and the university says that the certificate is genuine, or the student was there. Meaning it is very easy for somebody to leave Kenya, go with about 1 million or 2 million Kenyan shillings, bribe. Have you asked yourself why this man says he attended a private university? I believe it is much harder to get a certificate in a public university, not just here in Kenya for now, but also in our neighboring countries. So a private university is a business. If you go there and the owner of the institution feels that you have given him the good money, he will take the money. So it is now upon the bodies that certify our certificates to be more keen that if you come here with a Makerere University certificate, which I doubt, I have not heard anybody say that he went through Makerere and is a fraud. So you can imagine, me, I had the team university for the first time, which I see as a private university. I think once the system was tightened in Kenya, and actually threats were given of a possible deregistration, should you give fake degrees, I think they have become more conscious. And therefore, the IEBC should be aware that they'll get more and more of the Sakaja type of frauds. It is sad that somebody of Sakaja'S personality could have deceived the country for such a long time. Today, Sakaja has gone to the level of Sundi. And that's it. They are in the same category. There is no difference. The only difference is that he knows how to speak English. And that's it. So let's not beat about the bush here. These guys are of the same category. They are of the same category. Anyway, but going forward, I think these are lessons that the IEBC is painfully learning to cope with. You are aware that Nyambane also sneaked in with the transcripts through IEBC. And here I'm talking about that person who was saying he's lost faith in IEBC. I think there is also a problem with the IEBC, because if for sure Nyambane had not produced a university certificate, then they need to be investigated whether some money changed hands or somebody was negligent. Because were it not for Wajege who made noise that he cannot be discriminated against, it would have been possible to sneak through. We can't have a country where there are no rules. If they don't want to have such a, they should go back to parliament and change, but not try to circumvent the laws of Kenya. moving to the 60% thing, I think I heard MUCHERU what he said. He said now it is not just 60%, it is 64%. Now. For me, what I would say is this. While I may not agree on the percentage, I know Baba is ahead, but I am also aware that in a battle, you must try to wear down your opponent. And it is not, it's a tactic. It is a political tactic. It's a tactic in battle that you overwhelm. It's called you overwhelm your enemy. I believe these figures are around what we've been told by Tifa and Infotrack. The difference could be about 10%. Percentage difference, but Baba is on the upper edge. So, but it is good for MUCHERU because what he is saying is telling the people that the deep state is not stopping at anything to get their candidate through to victory. And therefore, even those who are having misplaced exuberance that UDA could end up victorious, I think it is time they started assessing themselves. Otherwise, we might have to increase the bed capacity for the mental health patients after August. Nadhani wale wametoka Sugoi ama ilia kama hizo wanjitayarishe. Hiyo miti hatungetaka kukata miti kwa sababu unajua bado mazingira lazima tuangalie, but what they should cut are the branches that can hold a human body. It's not the whole tree, it's just the branches. You trim them. They'll shoot after December. I think we'll be having other branches. so that's the way it is. That's the way it is. There are people who are going to be highly frustrated because the 4 years of campaign and then you lose miserably. Because I can't see Baba going below 55%. It will be a very humiliating defeat that you have never seen. Thank you very much. Bernard, wacha nisimamie hapo.
Sawa, asante sana Mr. Guru. Tunarudi kwa Moi philosophy, Nyayo philosophy, kata moja panda mbili. Branch peke yake haitoshi kwa sababu mtu anaweza kuamua kupanda aruke chini. Kwa hivyo miti ikatwe tafadhali. And from the look of things, the surprise is not just coming from the mountain. It could be next door in Sugoi itself. So that's what makes it more dangerous. That the backyard that is banked on, the one that is taken for granted, that no matter what happens, they will still vote in that direction, could be the ones that are going to pull the greatest surprise. Na hiyo itahitaji polisi, councillors, mapasta, mareverend, mabishop wote wamekula sadaka ya UDA. Kazi yenu iko karibu kwanza. Sio sasa. Hiyo maombi hapana, sasa ya counseling ndio iko karibu kwanza. Mjiandae mapema kupeana mabega ya wale wanalia, mwapembeleze. All the same, nashukuru wote ambao mnaendelea kukaribishana. Tafadhali hakikisha una invite wawili watatu wajiunge na kipindi hiki ili kila mmoja amakinike na siasa zetu. Kusikwe na yeyote ambaye atahadaliwa na wale ambao wanafanya propaganda. Naomba tusikilize video moja tu alafu Peter naye aje. Naomba tu pia tulinde muda dakika 2-3. Tusikae tuzizidi hapo ili line isikuwe mrefu sana. Haya, Sakaja huyu akaribishwa arudi shule amalize.
Student leaders, from various universities, private and public, and also we are joined with former student leaders. So the main agenda of today's presser as student leaders is about the contentious issue of university degrees. So we've had cases during this previous nomination process by the IEBC, the vetting process, whereby we have had candidates with questionable academic qualifications against the provisions of the law. So today we gather here as student leaders to address this issue and say that we require IEBC to do their due diligence, as we are taxpayers and we have a right to get adequate information and have them doing their responsibility. We need them to vet these candidates properly so that we can have our institutions of higher learning to be credible and to have the respect that they deserve.
My name is Vivian Kabiru, a student leader at the University of Nairobi, and behold is our press statement as leaders. Within the past 1 week, Kenyans have been treated to an endless charade, which eventually culminated into the clearance of Senator Johnson Sakaja to vie for the Nairobi County gubernatorial seat, despite the glaring inconsistencies that emerged regarding the validity of his academic qualifications. Furthermore, Chapter 6 of the Constitution of Kenya, roars on leadership and moral integrity, Article 73, that clearly indicates that public office is a public trust and that any power assigned to an individual must be exercised in a manner that promotes the dignity and integrity of that office. Likewise, Article 10 of the Constitution is big on national values of the rule of law, good governance, transparency, integrity, among others. While we understand that contacting every institution to verify academic credentials of all candidates is an audacious task and one which is clearly beyond the remit of IEBC, the Commission owes Kenyans due diligence. Comrades, power! Power! Comrades, power! Power!
My name is Rachel Tabitha, and it's so unfortunate that we are here today because of a degree, because of someone who doesn't want to go through the process of attaining a degree legally. It's so unfortunate. Being a leader is being someone who is called upon to represent the people of the Republic of Kenya. You cannot be a leader when you don't want to be to lead by an example. We call upon Johnson Sakaja. Please, sir, come back to school. We have space for you. We have hostel where you can sleep. We have classes where you can study with us and get a degree. Comrades, power. Power. Comrades, wisdom.
Wisdom. The best gift a parent can give to his child is education. It's a sad state where we see our parents and our politicians struggling to prove their degree. What a shame, Mr. Sakaja. We kindly ask the IEBC to do its due diligence and prove to us as comrades. It is sad that a country like this, we want to be led by academic dwarfs. We will not allow. Comrades, will we allow? No. We will not allow. Comrades, will we allow? No. So I want to urge IEBC, kindly take this matter serious, and then we'll see how it goes. And also, as comrades, we have said, if Sakaja cannot attain, we as comrades, we are capable. We have our degrees. Let him come back to class and allow us to lead. It is our time as youth. We want to lead this country. And as Baba promises, in his 10-point agenda, Baba has said he wants to waste no single child. So Sakaja, Baba will not waste you in the next government. So stay calm. Baba will make sure you go back to school and finish a degree. Comrades, power. Power. Comrades, Steve him. Comrades, Achoo. Achoo. Thank you.
Haya, mambo ni kama hayo yanakujia moja kwa moja kutoka Nairobi, Kenya. Nashukuru kila mmoja. Tafadhali tuendelee kukaribishana, tujumuike katika debate ya leo. Tunazungumza kuhusu Sakaja na saga yake ya degree. Hapa amekaribishwa arudi shule amalize ama angoje baba akishakuwa swoni. Amesema kuna free education kutoka class 1 mpaka university. So Peter Obwanda, karibu.
Asante sana Bernard. Salamu kwa kila mtu. Bernard, kuna kitu tunajaribu tuiangalie vizuri, kwa sababu hii mambo ya Sakaja ni kama inabomoa akili ya binadamu. Sababu tukiona ya kwamba Sakaja, kwanza mi nafikiria nikirudi nyuma, Sakaja alikuwa wale watu wakubwa kati ya TNA. Kumbe hii kati ya TNA kuna pesa alipata huko university ndio aliacha kusoma. So hii kitu lazima tujue vizuri. Mara ya pili lazima tujue, kwa sababu hii shule inaitwa team. Hii team hatukuwa tunajua mambo ya team. Mi kwanza nilikuwa nafikiria wanasema Kim. Nikafikiria hii team ni shule gani? So ile kitu muhimu lazima tuiangalie, kwa sababu masomo ni muhimu. Na yeye pia vile nilijaribu kuongea hapo nyuma Bwana Bernard, na ukarectify mambo ya vile watu walikuwa wanajaribu kusema ati alisimama kiti cha useneta na hakukuwa na degree. Na nimesikia umerectify vizuri, ukasema ya kwamba, na umeongea vizuri sana Bwana Bernard, ya kwamba hii mambo ya kukua senator hakuna mambo ya degree, kwa sababu unaona hata saa hii ndio sababu unajua mtu amesema ati wamejaribu kuongea kwamba ati kuna mambo ya Sudi hata saa hii, hata kama kuna certificate ya class 8 anasimama, watu wa IEBC hawataingilia. Lakini hii mambo ya Sakaja lazima tuiangalie vizuri, kwa sababu hao watu pande ya Uda wako na shida kila mahali. Juzi William Samoei Ruto alikuwa anajaribu kuongea, na ukaona akaweka verse nyingine ya Matthew chapter 17 verse 29. Ukiangalia hiyo Matthew chapter 17 verse 29 haiko kwa Biblia. Ukiangalia hata niko na Biblia hapa, imefika Matthew chapter 17 verse 26 ndio imefika mwisho. So unaona hii kitu iko mahali, au watu hatujui ni Mungu ndiye anafungua vizuri sisi watu wa Azimio tuone vizuri, ama ni shida gani? Mara ya pili unaangalia siku ile walikuwa wameenda wakakodeza bishop akuje mambo hapo Nyayo kuomba. Unaona mtu anaomba na anasahau, badala aseme Kenya kwanza anasahau mpaka anasema Kenya kwisha. So unajua hii mambo phase ya Uda ni kama kuna ukora mingi, na hii ukora naona ya kwamba mahali Martha Karua ako na president Raila Amolo Odinga mahali yupo, naona ni kama hiyo ukora itaisha yote. Kwa sababu hata leo ukiona kitu ya leo, nilitazama Kisii vile hata watu walikuwa wanajaribu kuongea mambo ya Kisii. Uliona Bwana Babu Owino alisema Raila akichukua uongozi na Martha Karua, kwanza kabisa kuna space ya Sudi na kuna space ya Sakaja kurudi shuleni. Hiyo ni ukweli kabisa, kwa sababu baba alisema ya kwamba shule ya university itakuwa bure. So kama hukuwa na pesa ya kuenda shuleni, hiyo bure kabisa, aende, baba akiingia atasoma bure. Na lazima tuiangalie vizuri, kwa sababu hii ni aibu, kwa sababu hii kitu imeenda nchi yote. Mara ya pili, nipongezi sana kwa mama deputy president wetu Martha Karua. Yeye akisimama, hakuna siku nimesawahi tazama Martha Karua amejaribu kuongea mambo ya matusi kwa kampeni yake. Hakuna saa yoyote tumesawahi sikia Martha Karua anajaribu kuongea mara ya kwamba lazima tulete watu pamoja, lazima tukienda kura tuchunge kura yetu. Hiyo ndio kitu huyu mama anajaribu kutuambia. So hata nazi pia kama tuko hapa tujaribu kutangaza na kuenua hiyo mambo ya peace, hata vile mama anajaribu kuongea. Na hii sekta ya Uda utaona huyu Gachagua akijaribu kufungua mdomo ameharibu kura karibu 50. So lazima tuiangalie vizuri na tuone vile hii kitu inayo. Alafu Bwana Bernard, kuna kitu tulisoma jana, na kuna kiongozi wa Wiper Bwana Kalonzo Musyoka jana walipokuwa Machakos. Kuna hao viongozi wawili, mama Mvinya Ndeti na huyo jamaa alikuwa anafanya katika State House. Kuna vita ilitokea kidogo kidogo. So tunaomba ya kwamba kama we ni leader, tusijaribu kufuruga, kwa sababu tukifuruga hii mambo, hao watu wa Uda wanapenda mafurutano mahali yupo. Hii ndio sababu tunasema ya kwamba tunataka siasa ya ukweli, siasa ya upendo, siasa, hata hii siasa hata ukijaribu kuongea inatuambia. Bernard, kuna shule ya Gumbaru. Hata kama Sakaja anaona wezi aende shule ya Gumbaru. Gumbaru unajua hiyo ni shule ya wazee. Ndiye aende apate ticket, apate degree, akuje naye asimame. kama wezi enda shule ya Gumbaru, na hii shule ya Gumbaru kuna hata wengine tunaweza ona ya kwamba hii shule ya Gumbaru ni bure. Aende shule ya Gumbaru asome, aache mambo ya kuharibia watu time, kwa sababu hii ni kuharibu time. Na hata tukiona ya kwamba yule mtu anasimama na yeye Igathe yako na masomo sana, na ukiona hatujui vile Sakaja alikuja mpaka akaingia mpaka akachenga huyu mama alikuwa anaitwa Margaret Wanjiru. Hatujui vile alikuja, na hatujui kama haikukuwa na mpango kwa hii chama ya Uda, ama chama ya Uda kuna kitu kuna vile wanachukua watu wao. Wakuwe kama Azimio, kabla hujakuwa kwa hiyo kiti lazima uangaliwe vizuri. Si uende tu alafu unajaribu kuongea, unajaribu kuona ni kama we si mtu. Mara ya pili na ya mwisho, chama ya Azimio tunaona ya kwamba imefika kiwango lazima tupendane, na Azimio sasa hii imesimama kidete. Na hii ukiona Kisii leo inaonyesha ya kwamba ni 90.9%, kwa sababu ukiona Kisii ndio dalili. Kuna ile kitu Omingo Magara alijaribu kuongea siku ya leo, ati watu walikuwa nafikiria yeye ameingia hapo ndani kabisa, na yeye ni namba 6. Kama kuna space ya namba 6 ni Omingo Magara. Kuna ile kitu tumejaribu, mambo ya Kisii wametuonyesha leo ukweli na upendo. Na kuna rafiki yangu alijaribu kuongea hapo ati God's time ni God's time. Wakati hii imefika wakati wa Raila Amolo Odinga na Martha Karua, na hakuna vile mtu atanyang'anya hao. Hii lazima Raila aingie kwa hii kiti ya kukuwa president ya nchi ya Kenya. Hiyo ndio niko nayo bwana Bernard. Asante sana.
Asante sana bwana Peter Bwanda, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Naomba umute mic yako, tukienda moja kwa moja kwa Steven. Tuokoe muda ili msafara usikuwe mrefu sana. Alafu Eliza, unakuja sheria. Eliza, you are not supposed to stick behind the curtain. Ni kinyume cha sheria. If you are coming to the studio, make sure that you remain on the camera so that the quality of the video remains clear. Somebody mute your mic, Peter. Thank you. You keep yourself on the camera so that the quality of the video remains clean for those who come to view the show after it is over. It is that important. And then let's also keep sane into our discussion so that we don't contribute to the folly of this country. Let's contribute to the progress of this country by ensuring that our discussion helps every Kenyan to understand what is happening and make informed decision come 9th August 2022. This is one historic elections that nobody should be left behind. Just make sure you're on the right side of history. Don't be part of the problem, be the solution to the problems that bedevil this country. Or at least assist somebody to get in office and solve those problems. Don't enhance the problem, help solve the problem. Asante sana kwa kila mmoja. Naomba tusonge mbele. Bwana Stephen, karibu. Namna gani leo?
Poa sana, vipi Ben?
Niko salama, nashukuru.
Habari ya ndugu zote katika studio usiku wa leo. Jambo. Okay, nataka nianze nikisema Bernard, okay, when I was in primary school, there was a certain Indian businessman who was invited for a fundraiser in our local school, and akaulizwa mtaka cha mvunguni. So because yeye alikuwa na overweight, hakusema sharti ya iname, alisema inua kitanda. So this is what is happening with UDA. Wanainua tu kitanda. Hawa hawataki kuzama. Hawa wanainua kitanda wachukue ile iko chini. They don't want to fight for it, they don't want to go for it. So it's so sad. Unajua, when you look at Sakaja, the way he is articulate, the way he dresses, the way he speaks, and now you come to learn that he's just a zombie. So it's so sad, you know. Inasikitisha sana.
Mind your language, mind your language.
Okay. My request to Babu Owino, because I'm privy to information that Babu Owino has more than 5 degrees. I would request him to donate one to Sakaja and Malala, so that two, so that we can beat these people hands down. Wasipate sababu, oh, it was political. No. Babu Owino should donate his 2 degrees to Malala and to Sakaja so that we can beat them fairly and squarely. That's my request to Babu Owino, if you can do that. The other thing is, you know, wanasema samaki anaoza kuanzia kwa kichwa, si kwa mkia. Na tukiangalia pale juu kwa kichwa ya hii timu, hiyo samaki imeoza, hata iangaliliki. The same things their leader is doing, amepeana paka hawa watu wake wengine, ndo tabia hiyo tu wameshika. So ukiona anaongea mambo ya Matthew 17:29, anakuja anaongea vitu zingine hazieleweki. The same things Sakaja is talking. He's clearly on camera saying that he has never left this country for any studies. Then you come and say, I did a degree in teams in Uganda. What's that? Double speak. They're just learning from their master. So let IBC do the right decision. I think it's time to be firm on this, so that he can be an example that even if you have money and influence, you should follow the procedure. You should get a valid degree so that you can be accredited and vie for office legally. Hii mambo ya shortcut na kuinua vitanda tukatae mwaka huu. Nikirudi upande wa nimeona Kisii haikuwa mbaya sana. I think it's high time baba azidi kama anaweza pata watu, the guys who are trying to spoil for Simba Arati, they can consolidate that. They come up with one strong candidate, which I think is Simba Arati, so that we can win this seat in the morning and also consolidate the majority votes for Azimio. Leo sina mambo mengi ya kusema, lakini UDA waache kuinua kitanda, wazame chini, tuendeleze hii nchi kwa amani na upendo.
Asante sana. Napenda hili wanasema mtaka cha mbinguni shariti ainue kitanda. That is very dangerous. Okay, naomba tumsikilize Walter tukisonga mbele. Hey, Bwana Walter, vipi? Oh, sorry, it is writer. Sorry.
It's okay, Ben. I was worried who is Walter. It's writer. It's writer from Gucha. So that speaks of my place of origin. So I want to start from Kisii today. I was watching the events of Etago and other places in Kisii, and it was so amazing today to watch how Simba Arati has turned around Kisii. But again, this is another character that I want to speak about. This is another Sakaja in Kisii. That young people have galvanized themselves around this young man, Simba Arati. And to be honest, his papers are very questionable. I could love the way he stands Kisii, and I come from Kisii, and this is a place that I know that you always vote for Baba. And the gist of it all is that after voting for Baba, we end up voting for small parties and independent candidates. And as Junet ever says, umepatia Baba koti na umemnyima longi, that's what happens in Kisii. But I love the way Simba's done it, and he's going to win governor early in the morning, and his team at the county level is going to win. But Baba has to do more work in Kisii. Kisii has a very dynamic voting system. That yes, they vote in Baba, the governor and the women rep and everyone else, but if you don't pick a right candidate for them right down at the MCA level, MP level, they're going to vote anyone right from Kenya Kwanza or the Kenya Kwisha, the way you call it, all the way to independent candidates. So aside from trying to make sure Baba's the national vote, we have a challenge back in Kisii, and that has to be addressed. The same challenge also in Western Kenya. I do understand that.
One moment.
Yeah. Yes.
There is a segment of our broadcast that we've been doing of late.
Yes.
Of crunching the numbers on how people got into parliament, especially 2017.
Yes.
And we discovered that in Kisii, there was a major problem. It wasn't the voters.
Yes.
It was IEBC and Vifaranga's computer. Because the total number for the president, the total number for the governor, for the women rep, and for the senator tallied. Okay.
Yes.
But
yes.
for the MCAs and the MP, they couldn't make it to half of that. So that means it's not a proper representation of what the people said. There was somebody screwing the numbers because he wanted Baba to get few members of parliament. So, and Kisii was a good breeding ground for shortchanging the process to make sure that all ODM members of parliament don't make it to parliament from Kisii.
So, Ben, just a minute.
It may not be as accurate as you are stating it.
Ben, just a minute. For the record, I come from the area, and I want to speak of it. If you don't pick the right candidate for a position, you suffer the consequence of losing it. At one point, ODM lost because of that situation where, like, people want someone and you give someone a ticket, which I know has been corrected through the current governor aspirant Simba. Things will be better in Kisii based on the kind of nominations that we had this time round. Then moving quickly to Sakaja. Oh my goodness. The man races very well. And I couldn't really want to compare Sakaja to Sudi or someone else. This is a class of act between Malala and Sakaja. Even if I was Ruto seated and these two boys come for a ticket, I will not doubt these two boys because they seem smart, right from Senate, right from Parliament. But then the papers are wanting. There are people we doubt, of course, Margaret Wanjiru, people we doubt, Aisha Jumwa. But these two boys are just a class of jokes that they can negotiate for tickets. You know, destiny has its way of, unfolding. That at one point, someone gets a seat because someone else did not go to school. You know, it's not a measure of how a leader should be. We've seen people without degrees performing, but you know, this is law, and it's a condition that we need to have a degree to be, we need someone to have a degree to be governor. So I must not lament so much about these two boys, but I'm happy that, the law is taking its course. But I want to remind our IBC that there's some elements still. If the condition is to be governor, you need a degree. I don't know how to deal with the courts. The courts are, yes, holding things back, but we need to be, the country has to move forward, right from, if you need a degree to be governor, let it be a degree. Because, what happened with the presidents, I love it, because you've been exposed to mediocre debates for the longest time, that having maybe 10 aspirants for president. But I love the movement that is coming, that we only have 4 presidential aspirants, and the debate is going to be very constructive. Just touching finally on Ruto and the presidents and the Baba, there's a new boy on the block. This boy known as Wajakoyo, and he's eating someone's votes in big time. Yes.
You are deviating from the debate.
Yes. Okay.
And that is not helping the debate. Although we are not saying that the information you're giving is not needed. We are simply saying that we should remain within the debate so that whoever comes on this platform looking for that particular information, he will find information, other than clicking on the link, looking at the title, only to find a different story. We don't advocate for that. So please restrict yourself within the debate and hurry up in concluding your submission so that we move to the next person. Thank you.
I was sticking to this one because there's a 60% mentioned of Baba. So sorry for that deviation. The 60% for Baba, it was mentioned even 64%. This good news for Baba. You know, if you've been campaigning for some times and someone comes, you know, it is this mention from our president that mzee anakuja pole pole, alafu anapita akienda. So Baba has been very consistent. And if we keep, you know, we go back to history and move all the way he's been getting votes, and he's made sure that he's kept his traditional base. And an addition from you know, Mother coming on board and Uhuru coming on board, you know, and Baba being in a position of keeping his traditional voting blocks. So he's able, you know, he has a following that will never waver away. And this 64%, you know, they say that opinion polls have never worked in Kenya. They have never worked in Kenya, mainly because of maybe the computer, you know, generated results and other things. But then I feel that, you know, come 2022 August, the opinion is going to work in Kenya for the first time. That the true reflection of what Kenyans perceive to be the leadership they want will be coming on board based on the true opinion poll. You know, it's consistent right from the opinion polls, then the government, you know, it now tells you that, you know, consistently Baba has to maintain the momentum to be president. You should not go back and sleep. So thank you so much. That's my contribution for today.
Okay, asante sana bwana Writer, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Naomba tusonge mbele, and for gender balance we must give our sister the first priority, alafu tutakuja kwa Innocent. Okay, Eliza, vipi leo?
Poa, mambo.
Tuko salama.
All panelists, habari zenu? Mr. Guru, habari? Okay, mimi niko salama. Nashukuru Mungu kwa kuingia Mtembei siku ya leo. Nafurahi kwa siku ya leo kabisa. Kwa mada ya leo nimekuwa nikiangalia mpaka nashangaa. Sometimes unashangaa na watu. Mtu kama Sakaja, hiyo muda yote amekuwa Senate, kwani alienda Senate na certificate gani? Kwani pena debut tuambie, wakati mtu aliingia Senate walikuwa naangalia which certificate yenye aliingia na
Senate unapaswa tu kuwa na fourth form, hauhitaji degree. Senate na member of parliament ukishakuwa na form 4 uko sawa. Degree is only required for governor and president.
So which means Sakata hajamaliza masomo yake, ni kukimbia Uganda akaenda kununua hiyo certificate, anasema ako naye but he is still on school. So it's true, kweli watu warudi kwa mashule. Unajua hata ya kutumia uongo sio mzuri, kwa sababu siku hizi watu vijana wako hapa chap siku hizi wanataka kufuatilia kabisa. So yeye anafikiria yeye ndio mchanja, lakini kuna wajanja kumshinda. So watu warudi shuleni. Mimi nasema Sakaja arudi shule. Malala pia ndio huyo na mdomo huko. Pia yeye maneno yake pia bado iko kwa jikoni, bado inakarangwa. Very soon ataonekana kwa pilot ama akosekane. So mambo yake bado iko inachunguzwa vizuri, kwa sababu Huwezi kuenda mahali unaanza kujaribu kudanganya. Unajua hii ulimi, mtu unapoongea hii ulimi, mtu anaangalia vile hii ulimi inaongea. So wewe ukiangalia mzungu, ukidanganya mzungu anakuangalianga direct kwa macho. So Malala alijikaranga mwenyewe na saizi ndiye anapiga mdomo. So wale watu warudi tu shule, waende wasome, wakuje na degree vizuri, watu waone graduation yao walifanya graduation kona gani. Because these people wanasema walifanya graduation, but walifanya degree. Where is the graduation picture yenye watu wanachukuanga to prove right walifanya? Because mtu anasema aligraduate. Mi naona watu huwa wanakuwa na gown na ile kofia, kila kitu anaonesha ndio hizi wakati fulani hapa. Why they are not proving those things? They are proving the fake certificate, but they don't prove the way they were graduation. That is not good, by the way. Bernard, jaribu kuongelesha hawa watu Kiluya vizuri, wawache maneno mengi ya kujaribu kukaranga watu. Wanaaibisha Waluya. Waluya ni watu wenye wanakuanga wamesoma, hao wametokesea wapi hao? Watu kama kina Sudi tunaweza kuunderstand because kina Sudi huku kwa Wakale watoto wakitairi wengi wamalizangi shule, hao tunaweza understand maneno yao. Lakini hao Waluya no, maneno yao imefika mbaya. Sasa kwa mambo ya baba Kisii ilikuwa mzuri, isipokuwa kuna mtu mmoja alisimama akaongea hapo hivi akisema there is no ODM. I don't know that guy is from which chama, I don't know. Because the guy watu wako wanakampenia baba huko, yeye anaamuka na maneno yake, anaanza kusema ODM hakuna hapa, hakuna ODM, kura tutapatia Raila lakini ODM hakuna. Huyo ni mtu wa kutoka wapi? Ni Kenya Kwanza ama alikuwa ametokea wapi? Mtu wa Kisii anafikiri anaweza tuambia, because niliona mkutano ya Kisii ilikuwa mzuri. Ilikuwa mzuri sana, na wakati ule mtu alianza kupiga makelele pale, mashabiki ya Simba Arati walianza kusifu kozi. Mswahili alisema naye macho anaangalia atasame, lakini sasa mtu unaona tu kitu. Watu ukiona kitu unga imesidi maji, tafadhali wacha tu. Arati yeye amekuja Kisii, yeye ndiye atakuwa gavana wa Kisii. Yeye amejua vile amechallenge huko, amejua vile ameshikilia vijana hapo hivyo ndani pale. So vijana wamefuata yeye mgongo yake sana. So on and all, Arati will be the governor of Kisii. Yangu imefikia hapo.
Okay, asante sana Eliza, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Hiyo story ya Kisii tunangoja Alex ndio atatupatia habari moto, lakini of course inasemekana kwa kila soko kuna huwezi kosa wasifu mmoja, kwa hivyo anything is expected, but based on the security situation in Kisii and the country as a whole, in a public place like that, I think also the what is it called, the management of the conversation on the podium needs to be more keen to know who is given the mic and who gets closest to Baba and the team, because we can't allow everybody around there. It is too risky, in my opinion. So the security details needs to be reprimanded if they allowed such a person closest to that degree, in my opinion. Bwana Innocent, namna gani?
Mr. Bernard, how is your evening?
Getting better, thank you.
Okay, I am saying hello to all the panelists. I'll have to pick it from Kisii because that is where I come from, and specifically talk about what you saw and why the divisions are emerging, because you see Kisii is an Azimio region, which is now a coalition and a party, but there's always what we call sibling rivalry. You see now Mr. Ongeri has gone to DAP Kenya, a very accomplished politician also in Kisii, Mr. Christopher Mogere, is also in Jubilee and other leaders. So that is why you could see the podium getting messy, because all these guys, as much as they are pitching campaign for Mr. Raila, they are also trying to build their case. And I think that in one way or the other can easily give a miscommunication to what you see. The ugly scenarios that we see, the type of politics that people are practicing, they're the ones that can easily lead to such events that you saw. And what has been impressing is that Mr. Arati has had the opportunity to marshal the numbers. He is already few meters from winning this seat, and that is why you could see that even these accomplished politicians have been rendered jobless since Arati got into Kisii and they started practicing his politics. And that is why you could see that one happening. Now, leaving that one, I have to come to Sakaja'S degree issue. He's a brilliant mind, but it didn't take time to wait the results. He was picked, he was taken and given some opportunities that were very fertile, and he forgot that he had an occasion to accomplish his educational journey, and that is why it is getting that bad. And when you look at the way he has been silent over a couple of days, that is quite telling that he knows what it means. Because if you realize that someone who has been loud is now not talking, Mr. Sakaja right now is nervous. I know he's making calls, trying to even talk to IEBC officials. Please, 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 if it happens, please clear me, because he's a man under siege. Boynet could say a man under siege. So I don't know what he's going to do. And they knew, because he had set his ambitions. He wanted to be a governor for Nairobi or wherever he wanted to be. The 4 years or 5 years he had, he could have gone back to class and completed his degree. Nobody could be coming and talking about this one. We could have gone to another another maybe topic. But you see, now he's creating headlines, and now all is lost. And I think with the type of intelligentsia that we have right now, you see, like, IEBC is getting a lot of evidence from even the public itself, from his talk shows that he attended, whatever he used to say. Now the clips have been taken, and now they are building his case. I think he should honorably come out and say, I thought this could be easy because I knew people, I had influence with some people, and I thought my transcripts could work. Let me go back to class and complete this journey. Instead of him treating us with some kind of drama right now, we are hearing some universities coming into picture. Team University from Uganda, private one, I think, that has actually accredited him overnight. And now that with the lab that the lab that now the government has launched today, I mean the president has launched today, I think we can have even the intelligentsia to know where that particular document came from. So that one we could not say it much because everybody has said about it. Now let's talk about MUCHERU. On a talk show yesterday, he said about the numbers, and now we have also seen the opinion pollsters coming up with numbers. And you know, like the president said at some time, that this is a marathon. And Mr. Ruto has been on the campaign trail. He was riding, he was high, he's getting lower and lower now. The numbers are not looking impressive. And Mr. MUCHERU confidently talking about the numbers. He's saying now it has grown to 64%. So that tells you, because the government has a database to find this information. What we can only tell the Azimio brothers and sisters is to wake up and beat this 64% and make it 70%. That could be very impressive, because already the deputy president does not have anything apart from blaming his opponents. He's not talking about his policies, he's blaming his opponents. On a live talk show yesterday, you saw what he said. Misplaced verses, does not want to be grilled on what he said, getting emotional. And someone said that if you see emotions are taking seat, then reasoning is flying away. That is not the right person to lead this nation. So I think we have an opportunity to elect an intellect leadership, and I think Mother Karua coming to Azimio, she has actually given Azimio the winning edge. How she articulates the agenda of the coalition, perfect. How she takes on opponents, on point. So what more can you ask? And like now, Mr. Odinga, if he can decide to sit down and never go out to campaign, Mother can do a very impressive job for the coalition. That is what I have to say, and I'll be able to come back later. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Innocent, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. We look forward to further interactions. Tuende moja kwa moja kwa Richard Omari. Tukisonga mbele dakika 2-3 ili tumalize mkururo.
Good evening, panelists. It's a long time.
Long time. Karibu
Never,
sana.
Tuko tu bwana. Now, me, I just a quick comment and observations. When I started with the Sakaja, Sakaja should just give up because now he doesn't have documents as by IEBC and as by the Ministry of Education. Nowadays, you have nemesis. The nemesis keeps the records of what your certificates, where the education center where you have gone, it displays your documents there. And I am proud the IBC this time they have done a very good job because they brought a group who certifies the certificates. Not like the other time they were just clearing people at elections there behind they were just they created candidates without even making sure that the documents they have were better. So this time I am proud what they are doing. They make sure that you have the right documents. So for Sakaja, let him just stay because already let him not fight for nothing. He has no papers. Nemesis has approved that he has only Form 4 certificate. For university, he doesn't have. He has gone outside where he bought it and they have refused. He has never attended the school. No, let not waste time for IBC. Let them do their job that they are doing. Concerning the Kisii, I have just checked today, and truly speaking, I was there just 2 weeks back. I did my own analysis on the ground. I come from there. I'm from Kisii County. I know. I just did some observation, and already the wave which was there, you go every town, Roka, Masimba, go Nyangusu, you go Kisii town, you go to Ogembo. The name is Simba. So he just covered over other candidates, and he has been a foot soldier of our presidential candidate for a long time. So everything there has been covered, and in fact, the one our brother said, the other election, like 2017, there was some sort of problem concerning nominations, and at that time, people who passed the nomination were not issued certificate; they were issued other people who have been appointed. But this time round, I have seen that those people who won the nomination were the actual candidate who got the certificate. And this time round, OTM on the ground would have many accountants assembly, MCS. So the issue is sorted out. And concerning there's a guy I saw who came up and say OTM is there. He's an affiliate. I think it's this King Gibati, I don't know, it's UBA. He's standing for governor. So he was trying to say that ODM's party is not the one to take, but it's a party to take. But he has no voice there. Uh, Concerning on national politics now, me, I am a voter. I come from Kisii, but I am a voter in future, this Mount Kenya. And on my observation on the ground, I've never seen the way things have changed. I just pray within Ruiru and Tika. I was very astonished that things for Baba have changed the way I did not expect. Because if you go to Ruiru, and there's a big billboard which has been put. There's some MCS who are standing on the ODM ticket. They have put the photo of Baba and their photo. If you go to Tika town, there's a big building, the tallest building within town. Just some of these offices there, Kenya Power and whatever, called the Tika Gate. There's a very big billboard there for Baba and Mother Karua. And I did some observation going around to the town and to the main stage. That's where politics being played mostly. In fact, what they are saying is that this time round is for Baba and Mother Karua. That's the story which is there. And that's one. Concerning what Mucheru said, that is the real scenario which is taking place in Mount Kenya. So the 64% is not a hearsay. It is real. That is what is there. So what I can say that the only thing which I can say, guys, is that we pray save politics. Politics come and go, and direction come and go. But for us, we be there as far as God allows us to stay. So this thing already we know Papa will go through. So the only thing that as we discuss about the politics, let's discuss politics in a friendly way as brothers and as sisters. We should not put an enmity inside. I saw Manda was saying that don't put politics on your heart. Politics is something which come and go. So that's what I can say.
Asante sana Bwana Omar, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Please mute your mic. Thank you. Okay, asante sana kwa mchango wako. We look forward to interacting further. Wale ambao mnatutazama, tafadhali endelea kukaribisha mtu ajiunge na kipindi cha leo. Kusiwe na yote anayeachwa nyuma, kwa sababu hapa ndipo masuala yote ya kisiasa ya Kenya yanaamuliwa, kwa sababu Wakenya wana nafasi ya kusema yaliyoko moyoni mwao na wanavyoona siasa inapoenda. Kwa hivyo jiunge nasi, utajifunza mawili matatu na utamakinika. Kama huja subscribe kwa Mtembei TV, tafadhali fanya hivyo. Kwa wale wanatufuata kwa YouTube, na kama unatufuata kwa Facebook, hakikisha you are following us on our official page as well as on our profile. But keep sharing that link. Let the whole world tune in. Let's get those numbers rising as we cross the 1,000 figure of viewers per show. So let's make sure that we do that and do it faithfully. Hata wale ambao mko kwa panel, nitawapatia link sahi. Kama unaweza unashare na familia yako, wale wako diaspora, wale wako nyumbani, kila mahali. Mtu yeyote anaweza kuconnect kwa internet atapata kipindi hiki kwa njia iliyo safi. Kwa hivyo tusitazame peke yetu, tusijifunze peke yetu, wacha dunia nzima ikaingie, ili kila mmoja asisalie, kusikwe na yeyote ambaye anasalia nyuma. Thank you everybody. Let's play this video before Stanford comes in, as we continue to understand what is happening as we look at the development and the events thereof.
ajili ya wapiga kura iliyochapishwa. Tume ya uchaguzi nchini IEBC inasema uamuzi huo uliafikiwa baada ya tathmini ya uchaguzi mkuu wa mwaka 2017 na marudio ya uchaguzi wa urais kuonyesha kwamba sajili hiyo inaweza kutumiwa visivyo. Amefichuliwa kwenye taarifa ya tume ya uchaguzi ya IEBC ya kujibu maswali 9 yaliyoibuliwa na muungano wa Azimio, kama Brenda Wanga anavyoarifu.
Kimoja baada ya mwaniaji rais wa muungano wa Azimio la Umoja Raila Odinga kutaka ufafanuzi wa masuala kadhaa kuhusu maandalizi ya tume ya uchaguzi IEBC, tume hiyo imetoa majibu na kufichua mambo mapya. Kwa mara ya kwanza, Wakenya hawatatumia sajili ya wapiga kura iliyochapishwa katika vituo vya kupiga kura. Tume ya IEBC inasema imechukua uamuzi huo baada ya kugundua kuwa sajili hiyo inaweza kutumika vibaya, na sasa wapiga kura wote watatambuliwa kwa kutumia mfumo wa dijitali. Sajili hiyo ya dijitali itawekwa kwenye vifaa vya KIMS, huku kila kifaa kikiwa na nambari maalum itakayotumiwa kuwatambua wapiga kura. Na iwapo mpiga kura hataweza kutambuliwa kupitia njia hii, basi taarifa zilizoko kwenye kitambulisho au pasipoti yake zitatumika kumruhusu kupiga kura.
The draft final report of audits of registered voters expected.
Muungano wa Azimio ulikuwa umeibua masuala kuhusu sajili rasmi ya wapiga kura na kudai kwamba kulikuwa na idadi kubwa ya wapiga kura walioongezeka. Tume ya IEBC inasema iliwasajili wapiga kura wapya milioni 2.5 katika awamu mbili za kuwasajili wa Kenya. Hata hivyo, ukaguzi wa kampuni ya KPMG ulionyesha kuwa kuna wapiga kura 1246 ambao wameaga dunia, wengine 1481 ambao walisajiliwa mara mbili, na wapiga kura 1226 ambao walijiandikisha kwa kutumia vitambulisho ambavyo sio vyao. Kufuatia hali hiyo, IEBC imesema wapiga kura wapatao milioni 1.1 wako katika hatari ya kuondolewa kutoka sajili rasmi.
Commission developed constitutionally compliant protocols for the results transmission path for the polling station to the National Tallying Center.
Tume ya IEBC pia ilizungumzia swala la kutangaza matokeo. Licha ya bunge kutopitisha mabadiliko ya sheria ambayo yangerahisisha shughuli ya kutangaza matokeo kielektroniki katika maeneo yasiyokuwa na mtandao, IEBC inasema kuwa kuna vituo vya kupiga kura 1101 ambavyo havina mawimbi ya intaneti, na kwamba maeneo hayo yatatumia mitambo ya satellite kutuma matokeo.
Section 39 of Elections Act provides that presidential elections only results must be transmitted. All the other 5 elective positions, there's no legal requirement for transmission.
Na kuhusu uchapishaji wa karatasi za kura, tume ya uchaguzi ilitoa hakikisho kuwa kampuni iliyopewa kandarasi hiyo ya Inform Lycos itahakikisha usalama wa karatasi hizo mbali na kuzisafirisha hadi katika bohari la IEBC, na pia zitakuwa na alama maalumu ili kuhakikisha hakuna karatasi bandia za kura ambazo zinaweza kutumika. Wakati huo huo, IEBC ilitetea uamuzi wake wa kutohusisha vyama vya kisiasa katika shughuli ya kuwaajiri maafisa watakaosimamia uchaguzi. Tofauti na miaka ya awali ambapo maafisa hawa walikuwa wanaajiriwa tu wakati wa uchaguzi, maafisa hao sasa ni wafanyikazi rasmi wa tume ya IEBC. Mbali na hayo, IEBC inasema inaendelea na harakati za kukagua sajili rasmi ya wapiga kura na kuhakikisha kuwa iko tayari kufikia tarehe 17 mwezi huu kama ilivyoahidi, huku tarehe ya uchaguzi mkuu ikiendelea kukaribia. Brenda Wanga, Runinga ya Citizen, Nairobi.
Okay, thank you. Where is Stafford dropped out? Okay. Oh, he's there. How are you?
I'm still in the show. I'm good.
Karibu mawili matatu. Yes.
Asante sana. Today I get you everyone. First of all, lazima tusalimiane. So tuingie kwa siasa. Today I'm happy that you're having a show concerning my region, my county, Kisii County. So when you talk of Kisii County, I feel that's where I'll address the most. In Kisii County, in fact, as Raita Chaguja said, you know, he is my elder brother, but he's somewhere there abroad. I understand better than what he can. I know he's watching, bro. I get you. So, Kisii County, Bernard, I understand the dynamics here. First of all, it's true that in the previous election, ODM had 0 members of parliament from Kisii County. They only got the governor seat, the Senate, and the women rep. That's the reality. They only won Bonchari through a by-election whereby after you make a won. That's when Olo Yoka passed on. So that's why even I was in the rally. Rally zote baba alikuja hapa, nilitembea na yeye mpaka akamalizia huko South Mugrango huko kwa Usoro. He was trying to plead to voters wampee hata wabunge wawili, because he knows in Kisii we don't vote because of a party. We only vote people who will lead us to the next level. We don't do that somebody is in ODM, we only vote performers. Otherwise, hata saizi, there is no guarantee for any aspirant to become a member of parliament, an MCA, or a governor because either is in Azimio or Kenya Kwanza. Sisi tunaendea track record. Sasa mambo ya Kisii, sisi hatuna chama. That's why the other time, like in Bomachoge, the other Bomachoge, we had independent. The other parts, we had Jubilee. So, sisi tuko hivyo. We only vote based on his track record. So, that's why even if Simbarati was trying to assure Baba that the Mio zone, yes, at the top, tuko sawa. Lakini tukisonga chini hapa, hata yeye asipochunga, tutamweka kando. That's hata yeye hayuko sure, because we only vote somebody in because of his track record. So before he assures Baba that he's going to be the next governor, he has to convince people that he's the best. Otherwise, bila hiyo, tunajua where he comes from. We have Chris Obure, the same constituency, a man who is very strong. He's been on the ground for so long. We have Professor Sam Ongeri, a very strong man. So Simbarati akicheza na hizi card, ODM inaweza ikapoteza hata governor kwenda kwa Jubilee ama kwa hii chama ya professor. So there's a likelihood. Now to the issue of Sakaja. You know, for so many days,
Hold on,
hawa wanasiasa wetu wamekuwa
Stanford.
Yeah. Yes.
Stanford, you're giving us sweeping
yes,
statements.
I get you, Bernard.
You're giving us sweeping statements without substantiation.
Okay, I can substantiate my statement. I want to assure you, because matters Kisii politics, I know better than anybody here. I'm ever on the ground. Like today, I was with Baba right from where he began to where he ended. I want to assure you this.
But Stafford, relax, okay?
Yes.
I don't dispute your knowledge of Kisii politics, okay? I only request you that when you say Simba Arati is likely to lose or win the seat, you give us reasons why.
Yes.
That is my substantiation. But
Okay.
to say that you know,
let me give you.
That doesn't help the debate. Because it only ends up you're the only one that knows.
One reason.
You also don't know.
Yes, one reason. Now, this is our voting culture. At first, Simba Arati is considered as a stranger in the park. A year back at Kisii, He has no track record. Second point, where he hails from, we have a strong gubernatorial candidate, Mr. Chris Obure, who is very strong at his background. Yes.
You're not listening to me. So, how was, where are you looking for Simbarati's track record? Is it not in Dagoret North? Because that's where he has been a member of parliament.
It's back. Exactly.
So,
but here in Kisii is a stranger in the park.
What makes him a stranger?
He is a stranger in the park, Bernard. One, he is Simbarati. You know, I've been following his politics. Yes, I'm in the Azimio campaign team. I know how he runs his politics. If you come here, he's very popular. That's how he's being defined. He's very popular amongst young people. And when it comes to the voting culture of Kisii County, elderlies are the one who majorly do decide who is to become the next leader or the next governor, the next MP, such like. Because these young people, most of them, they don't like voting. That's what I'm going to assure you. They can they can attend your rallies very well, shout your name, but when it comes to voting, they don't.
I'm finding it very difficult to follow your
argument. The popularity that he has gained, yes.
I'm finding it very difficult to follow your argument because you keep jumping from one issue to another. I asked you a straightforward question. If you're looking for Simbarati's track record, you go where he has served. That is Dagoret North. Okay. What makes him a stranger? Does he not come from Kisii? And is he not a Kenyan? So how can he be a stranger in Kisii when he's from Kisii and he is a Kenyan? Of course, he has served in the capacity as a member of parliament in Nairobi. He is seeking the governorship of Kisii as a Kisii. So when you call him a stranger, what do you mean? You need to substantiate that.
Okay.
And then he's a stranger to who?
Okay.
When you say he's more popular, then you say he's a stranger. You are confusing us.
Listen, I feel you should be attentive. I meant this. Calling Simbarati a stranger in the park. This is what I mean. Is coming to Kisii. We stranger in the park because not many of the Kisii residents understand what he has delivered in Nairobi. They only know him as somebody who came from Nairobi, who was a member of parliament in Nairobi, who has come to seek a gubernatorial seat in Kisii County. That's the knowledge they have. Number two, they only know him for merchandise. Those are the two things that make him popular, for merchandise and a visitor from Nairobi who hails from Bobasi. So even the most popular candidate from where he hails from is Chris Obure. That's his home constituency. It's Chris Obure. That's the fact number one. So he is commonly known as a visitor from Nairobi who has done better merchandise, of course, running big road shows, flashing money. That's what is known for. But all this does not translate to vote. You know. So at first, he has to be keen because it's not a guarantee that when you do better merchandise, when you mobilize people, they come in good numbers, you give them some tokens, it doesn't translate to vote, Mr. Bernard. I'm in the ground, and whatever I say, I understand better.
No, my problem with you, Stanford, is that you are the only point of reference. When you are the one giving the argument and you refer to yourself as a point of reference, Jesus said we should not believe you. Okay, you should have another person to give.
Jaguja told you this, but I know you.
I find it difficult to believe you because you are telling us some things that are unbelievable, and you are referring yourself as the point of reference why they should be true. So that in itself, without me coming to Kisii, I find what you're saying not to be truthful. And to help out, I have
It's very true. Bernard, Chaguja told you. Chaguja told you.
You are not listening to me. I have two people on the panel right now, okay, who can help me break down for me Kisii politics, so that I can now check what you have said referring to yourself and what they are saying based on what they think about the politics. So I would allow Alex to ask you a question or to help you. Alex, please.
Habari yako Stafford? Stafford, how are you?
I think it's frozen or something.
I'm a freeze.
Alex, what did you do?
Anyway, for the record, let me say this. In 2002, all members of parliament in Kisii were from a party called Ford People. We spoke with Nyachai, we told him, you can't be a president. We are not going to waste our vote and give it to you. But because you are our son, we will give you all members of parliament. So this notion that we don't vote parties, my friend Stafford should go back to the archives and understand. In 2002, all members of parliament ilikuwa ni uniform called Ford People. Nobody was from another party, but our presidential vote went to one Kibaki because of Raila Amolo Odinga. So the notion that we don't vote parties is a big lie. Henceforth, coming to 2007, Kibaki was desperate to get the votes from Kisii. Since 2007, 2013, and 2017, the elections in Kisii has been messed up. Immediately after elections, we have a series of by-elections because by all necessary means, the sitting government want to scuttle Kisii and make it as if it is against Raila Amolo Odinga. But ask yourself one thing. Why is it that in 2013 and 2017, it was a three-piece, the governor, the senator, and the women rep were all from ODM. The moment Chris Obure, the said so that he's lying, that is the most popular candidate in Bobasi, switched to Jubilee, he lost everything. Until today, he wouldn't even speak on the podium. The allegiance and the relationship the Kisii people have towards Baba is beyond description and explanation. Magara, at one time, a rising star, and anybody can tell you, the chairman of Public Account Committee, almost the Minister for Finance. Had we taken over the 2007 election, Magara would have been the Minister for Finance. But the moment he disrespected Baba, he is history. History. Magara will never amount to anything again. The person called Monda, who won against Nyachai, was also a rising star. To have won against somebody we called Emamba, the crocodile, was not an easy thing in Kisii. Courtesy of our love to Baba, we gave Monda overwhelming support to fish out a person who not only mentored Kisii people in public service and also educated a lot of people in Kisii, Simeon Nyachai. Our allegiance was to Baba because we trusted his leadership. So when this boy comes here and start lying, it's because he doesn't go back to history to understand the history of Kisii and Baba. Today, and as I said, and I've been saying, if there was anybody in this panel that has been agitating and saying that Simba Arati cannot be our governor before the nomination, it is I, Alex Isoe Mingate. But democracy rules. And you remember, Jared, we had scuffles. And finally, when Ongeri moved to DAP, my allegiance is to ODM. We came together in a united forces and said, our next governor is Simba Arati. So whoever that thinks that Simba Arati is an outsider, he doesn't understand the politics of Kisii totally and completely. And the people who are going to elect Simba Arati are not the young stars, as he thinks. These are people who understand the matrix and the weaknesses of Simba Arati, but they are ready by all necessary means to mentor him and take over the leadership of Kisii politically. Why do I say so? Even during the discussions in parliament when Simba Arati was against one Matiang'i during the Karura Forest land saga, they have since so far mended their relationship, and today the biggest fan of Simba Arati in Kisii is one man called Matiang'i, because when he did his research, Matiang'i, by the way, has his own party, which Nyaribo in Nyamira is running. But he left Simba Arati without a mate there because he realized you can't win over Simba Arati. He's a phenomenon. We can argue whether he will deliver or not, but he is loved across. We can argue about his performance, but you cannot argue about his electability. He has changed the way the politics of Kisii is done. And for that reason, I am sure Kisii will deliver 5 seats to Baba early in the morning. Even Ongwae, who we thought was indispensable, today he looks like a puppet. He can't go anywhere. 2 days ago, he tried to bring Mbadi to Kisii to negotiate. But Simba Arati said capital N-O. And you saw today who the people were cheering. So this notion of people lying, if there is anybody who was against Simba Arati, it is I. But I can acknowledge and confess to you that nobody should lie. The future of politics for now is Simba Arati in Kisii. Unless something happens, which is fatal, Simba Arati has taken over. And he will work with Matiang'i, and that is it. Nobody should lie to you about that. Thank you very much.
Okay, asante Alex for that clarification. Fred, what is it?
Hata mi natoka kutoka Kisii bwana. Ground vitu ni different. Hata kama tukiona kwa huko watu wanachia, ground vitu ni different. Simba Arati hata ashinda hiyo kura. I'm telling the truth. Hii kura iko between Ongeri ama huyu jamaa wa UDA. Ongeri hata kama alienda hiyo chama ingine, Ongeri ako more popular than Simba Arati in the ground. Shida ya Simba Arati ana haya watu wanamchea kwa news. Sasa tunaona Simba Arati ako popular. Simba Arati hayuko popular kabisa. Kitu inaua Simba Arati, anapiga governor anaenda nyumbani. The other thing, mtu anamkambia eneo hiyo senator anamplace sana. Vitu anaongea mpaka watu wanarudi kujiuliza maswali. Sasa watu wanajiuliza kama huyu senator ana praise huyu governor hivi. Huyu governor ataenda kutufanyia kazi, tukiwapea kazi watawatufanyia. Simba Arati, the true mother, Kisii governor hatawezana nayo. Mimi natoka ground na anapiga kura huko. Na mahali natoka.
Fred, nikuulize uko wapi sasa?
Mimi si niko Kisii.
Uko Kisii?
Yeah.
So ground ngoja kwanza. Ground ni different eh?
Yeah.
So wale watu wamekuwa Kisii kwa mkutano walikuwa wa Kisii ama walikuwa wameletwa na Simba Arati kutoka nje kutoka Dagoretti.
Sijasema Dagoretti. Unajua hata mimi nikipewa pesa nitaweza sema nitaweza sangilia mtu.
Okay.
Lakini the real sense inatoka hiyo constituency ya Richard Onyonga. The real sense Simba Arati hayuko popular.
So,
Bernard,
umesema
this is
makosa
a house of record.
Hold on Alex. Umesema makosa ya Simba Arati ni kwamba anasifiwa na Onyonga ambaye ni senator. Kwa hivyo wakisifiana hawezi kuongoza kulingana na wewe na ground yako.
Kulingana na sio kulingana na mimi.
Yeah.
Kulingana na venye watu unasikia. Unajua ukipita mimi nikitoka nikienda job nasikia venye watu wanaongea. Simba Arati alianza kuwa popular akikuja, but at the moment alianza kupiga the retiring governor na akaanza kupreziwa na huyu Onyonga MP huyu anaenda kuaja na MP. Watu walianza kujiuliza maswali, hao watu ndio wataenda kumaliza county.
Okay, nikuulize swali. Kama Simba Arati si popular, kwa nini Ongeri akatoroka nomination ya ODM?
Najua hiyo, wacha nikwambie. Simba Arati ni mtu wa papa kutoka kitambo.
Jibu swali tafadhali, sitaki explanation. Tell me why couldn't Ongeri face off Simba Arati for nomination in ODM and he went to look for DAP ticket? If he was more popular than Simba Arati.
Huko akunge Ongeri angekaa huko akungekuwa nomination, ingefanyika venye ilifanyika Kitutu Chache South. Nomination ikufanyika, yet kulikuanga na watu wa nomination. Ikufanyika, ingefanyika, Simba Arati angenyimwa ticket. Kozi hata Ongwae walijaribu kupiga iende nomination ikasindikana. Kozi yule ni mtu wa baba damu na ni mtu anapiga politics ya huko juu. Sasa no way angenyimwa ticket. No,
okay,
no, he has answered himself.
Thank you. Mimi sitaki kuargue na wewe. Tarehe 9 iko kona. Mimi nitakuwa kwa sababu. Yes, Alex.
He has answered himself. He has answered himself and I won't contradict him. But however, this is a house of record. Do you remember when we had a very good rally last time in Nyamira? Do you remember the two boys who were saying watu walitolewa kutoka Kisii wakapelekwa Nyamira?
Yes, I remember that show. Yes.
Do you remember who one of them was?
Who was the person? Not Atuya. There was another one.
Okay. And do you remember there is a third person who came and is the one now speaking here who said that people were hired and he was a UDA stalwart? You know, the problem with UDA, they want to find a third person, a third force, always to finish the first force. They have been lagging from behind. So they will always lag. For example, they are not going to agitate for their candidate. They are going to hold on to the other candidate that was against either. For example, in Kisii, they are hanging on to Ongeri. They are not talking about their candidate who is Machogo. You understand that? So it is divide and rule for them. And it's not working. Some of us were ardent supporters. You remember, for Ongeri, you couldn't speak about Ongeri bad. But the moment the nomination got over, when we were given our candidate, that was it. So why is it that everywhere Simba Arati goes, last time when Baba was there, this time, are we hiring crowds all the time the way they are saying? It can't be. So I think they are living in amnesia. They should connect the dots to form the line and understand whatever they are saying is past tense. There was a time we thought Simba Arati was an outsider, but it's beyond now. Simba Arati has connected with everybody. His team is known from Onyonka, and even Simba Arati went against the ODM and chose Donya Toto, who you saw today, who was from Wiper, who is defeating Janet Ongera. So the whole issue is not about Simba Arati. It's about his team. He took a team, and that team is a winning team in Kisii. So, I mean, all these other shenanigans is because they don't have a candidate. From Magara, from my best friend, Kibagendi, and all other these people, they could not take the forces of Simba Arati, and they succumbed. They defected to ODM and to Azimio. You understand that? National organizing treasurer, national organizing secretary, and national organizing treasurer, they all moved to Azimio because the wave of Simba Arati was too much for them. And you ask them, they will confess. So all these shenanigans of lies should stop. If you can't stop Simba Arati, stop hiding behind Mzee. Mzee is going to be ashamed the same way Nyachai was ashamed in 2007 when a nobody called what is his name? The former MP for Nyaribari Masaba, Nyaribari Chache, Monda, defeated Nyachai, and Nyachai went home totally. And that is what is happening. Our own leaders do not know when to face it off. They don't know. They hold on to something until they are embarrassed. And fortunately, Ongeri is one of them. Chris Obure is one of them. And there must be a transition, my friend. There is inter and intragenerational leadership. And you have to acknowledge that Ongeri served us very well. Obure served us very well. We respect them. We love them. Ongwae has not served us well. The most corrupt governor in Kenya today is Ongwae. All his properties are on the record. And that is why he's hiding behind all these leaders, because we will go after him. You know that. So don't be lied to, Fred and Stafford. It is Simba's time, and there is nothing you can do. Even me, I try to be against him, but the ground is Simba Arati, period.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Thank you for that clarification. And somebody here says Fred is from Nyamira, and now he's talking about Kisii politics. Nyamira and Kisii, in my opinion, are almost brother and sister. So you cross one to get to the other, depending which direction you're traveling from. But this is what I will say. Let's do this. Let's not turn the whole debate into Kisii affair, although we are talking about Baba's meeting in Kisii. In the interest of time, I want to give Wangira to make his submission quickly, and then we move forward. Stanford, hold on. You will be given a chance later on. There is somebody called Wajakoya. I hope he's the presidential candidate. Wajakoya, your device is not well connected, so we cannot add you to the screen. Make sure that you configure your camera and your audio rightly before you are able to be added. So if you can hear me, Wajakoya, what you need to do is get out of the studio. If you're using phone, restart your phone so that when you click on the link, allow StreamYard to arrange for you the camera and arrange for you the audio. Don't disable anything or disallow anything. Then you will be in this very space for us to discuss. The rest of the viewers, thank you so much. Those of you that are continuing to share the link and inviting many people to join, we appreciate those numbers that are rising. Please, let's keep it up. And if you are not yet a subscriber of Mutembei TV, please do so. And if you're not a member also, you can join. And if you want to support Mutembei TV, please get the details on the profiles of both the Facebook page as well as the YouTube channel, and be able to make your contribution in supporting Mutembei TV. We'll be here, we are here, and we are looking forward to ensure that every Kenyan gets right information based on right facts so that they make informed decision come 9th August 2022. Let's go straight to Mr. Wangira, please. Thank you. Mr. Wangira, karibu.
Oh, how are you?
I'm well, Mr. Wangira, karibu.
How is everybody? Anyway, it is interesting to hear two brothers from Kisii not agreeing in perspective. That's very interesting. So let me just start from Kisii. I remember I watched the two rallies, the one in a place called Itago, or is it Itego? And there was another one at a place called Nyamarambe. I watched the two rallies. And in the first rally, the one in Itego, this other Kisii gubernatorial candidates, I remember I saw Ongeri there, I saw Mzee Obure there, I also saw Simba Arati there. Then there was another gentleman that I did not get his name, who is also running for governor. There was a fourth one that I didn't get his name correctly. At Itego, apart from Simba Arati, the other three found it rough when they tried to address the gathering. And even when Janet Ongera was, called to speak, she also found it hard to address. Then there was this other lady that I think she should be the one that Alex is referring to as perhaps Toto, something like that, I saw her being cheered, it was the first time that I was seeing her, and I saw her being cheered. And at Nyamarembe, Raila was forced to lift the hands of the four gubernatorial candidates. He lifted the hand of Ongeri, he lifted the hand of Obure, he lifted the hand of Simba Arati, and that other gentleman that I'm not recalling his name. There are four gubernatorial candidates in Kisii. So in Kisii, the way things appear at the gubernatorial level, there it's going to be fireworks. Whoever wins is not going to be very easy the way I saw. It's going to be truly fireworks there. So let me now move to Sakaja. To people of my generation, because I'm not young, I'm just wondering what type of a generation we are now raising. When I look at a person like Sakaja, this watch generation is a very funny generation, because I was just trying to dig into this gentleman called Sakaja. Sakaja affects everything. He affects his community. He's not proud to be associated with the way his father came from, and is now calling himself Luya. He seems to have also affect his age of year of birth. You see, he purposes 33 years of age today, but when we do our calculations, starting with the time he joined primary school to when he purported to have been the university, then you see inconsistencies. You see, then there is that issue, the big issue of his education. Bernard, I just don't understand. Sakaja is not a person who failed at his Kenya certificate of secondary education, because he passed his Kenya certificate of secondary education. And if he had issues with the course he was pursuing at the University of Nairobi, then we have many private universities here. We have Mount Kenya University, we have the Methodist University, we have several of them, some that I cannot even remember the name. What was hard with Sakaja, getting admitted into one of these universities, then pursuing a course that he was able to pursue, and graduating in a manner that he's supposed to graduate. Why go for the shortcut, Bernard? Somebody told me that this was your generation. If you watch their plastic life, they'll make you think that you are a failure. For many people who have been watching Sakaja over time, perhaps they would have portrayed themselves as failures, but look at how things are now turning out, things are not turning out very well for Sakaja here. He has to go to Uganda when we have many private university, to a university called TIM, a university that people are hearing for the first time, and a university that I understand is no longer offering undergraduate studies, Bernard. So oh, this is not a very good picture, especially when we have our chapter 6 on integrity. His integrity here has been put into question. Bernard, how will I trust him? How do I know that he graduated? He never graduated, because graduating are common same things, Bernard. When you went to Bible school, I know there are people you went to Bible school with who will always be there to say that I saw Bernard attend classes. They're those guys you graduated with. When you started your pastoral work, there are people who know that you started in year A and they saw you doing your pastoral work. So if issues came about your ministry work, then there are people who will stand and say we saw Bernard. But if there's nobody else who saw you graduate, in fact, they ask you, bring even some receipts to prove that you paid for your university education. You don't have receipts to prove the same. Your passport shows that you only traveled to Uganda between 2014 to today. Then, when were you really studying? When did you really study? This one brings a lot of questions, and integrity in Kenya is key. It's even better that you lack the papers, but your integrity stands, because your integrity is everything. And now, the way things look, the integrity of this guy who is called Johnson Sakaja, I even understand that he has denounced his third name. He claims he's no longer Koske, and he say even in his own affidavit at the committee, at the IBC Resolution Dispute Committee, he claimed that he's not Johnson Koske Sakaja. So if you reach a point where you can even denounce your name for convenience purposes, that becomes a serious issue. Because I have 4 names personally. I'm Jared, Joram, Ojiambo, Wangira. Those are my names. There's no day I'll denounce any of those names because they are my official names. But if a time comes that I have to denounce any of those names, then know that there is a big problem. So as far as Johnson Sakaja is concerned, there's a big problem. Whether the resolution committee, IBC resolution dispute committee, allows him to contest or not, there will always be issues that will linger about his character and his integrity, Bernard. Finally, on the issue of the voter register, every day this guy called Chebukati, confuses me. Because I've been around I've been around a Kenyan election for a while now. Bernard, I voted the first time in 1997. So that's the first time I voted. So if in 1997 to today is around, I think, 25 years since I first voted. So I've been around in this country for a long time. So Chebukati is telling us that they are no longer going to have the physical register, and that what they will have is what they are calling electronic register that will be hosted on the KIMS kit, on the KIMS kit. I don't have much issue with what he's telling us, but I think I have 1 or 2 questions to ask Chebukati if I had an opportunity to ask him. For those who have been voting, we know that on the voting day, when you walk into your polling station, you'll always find a copy of that register pinned somewhere on the wall where you can go and check before you even know which queue to go to. There's always that register where you go, and that register will guide you on even the queue you're supposed to go to. Because, this queue even go by the alphabetical they go by the alphabetical order. So for you to even know where to know the queue that you're supposed to get into, you need to look at the physical register that is always pinned at the polling station. Secondly, key stakeholders, especially political parties and the candidates who are taking part in an election, are supposed to be availed the physical register, although at a fee. They're supposed to be availed the physical register. So if Chebukati tells us that there will be no physical register, does it imply that even the political party like Azimio la Umoja or a political candidate like Raila Odinga or a political candidate who is even vying in my ward will not be in a position to access the physical register to know who are the registered voters within his area, in his area of the electoral unit. You know, that brings a lot of questions to some of us who have been here longer. And I think that what Chebukati has given us as answers are not satisfactory, because, you know, what we are looking forward to in 2022 is a free and fair election. And for there to be a free and fair election, we must have a legitimate register as a primary document that will lead us into a transparent, impartial, neutral, efficient, accountable, and accurate election. So if issues around the register are not coming out clean, then we are likely to continue having issues even around the entire election process, Bernard. So to me, I think what Chebukati gave us as an answer, as answers are not satisfactory. I hope that he'll be coming out further to tell us what he meant by this issue of electronic register. Because where I sit and stand, I am just confused, Bernard. Let me just leave it at that, Asante.
Asante sana Bwana Wangira. I think Chebukati is caught between the rock and the hard place. The register is supposed to be printed 60 days to the election. So it is overtaken by events with the development of the ghost dead voters and the other duplicate. And so even if those names are expunged from the register, it's time barred to print it out. In my opinion, that's just my wild guess. But his explanation, in my opinion, makes sense. Nobody will be stopped from voting as long as your ID will be able to be picked by the KIMS kit. If your fingerprint is not picked, they will key in your ID, and if your details come up, you'll be allowed to vote. So the physical register may not be necessary at this point in time. As long for you to vote, you must be in the voters register, and to be in the voters register, you can tell whether you're in or out by keying in your ID number. So if your fingerprint refuses, your ID will be able to pick you up and you'll be able to vote. On the other hand, what they are saving papers, bei ya makaratasi imepanda. The story of budget on a lighter note. Bwana Njiru, namna gani?
How are you, Bernard? How are you?
I'm well. Leo umekuja kama mshirika. Utaki kuwa chairman?
Hapana, sitaki kuwa chairman saa hii. Nimeshikwa na mambo kadhaa hapa. Unajua tunataka tutafute hiyo makaratasi ambayo inazuilia wengine kusimama.
Hebu tafuteni hiyo makaratasi. Tunataka kuwa this time tuko na viongozi ambao wameenda shule. Hii story ya kununua makaratasi imeharibu nchi.
Sasa unajua mimi ile swali nimekuwa nikijiuliza kila saa bwana. Kwani inakuaje wakora ndio wananusia viti? Yaani ile viti kubwa kubwa. Yaani you know, sometimes it a bit this is not a guy who is new in politics. This guy has already served us as a senator. Bila karatasi. Look at the amount of fraud we have allowed in Kenya to happen. And mimi naona sasa Raila and Madhakaro akiingia pale, let them give us a serious system. This idea ya watu kama Sudi, ile wakati mtu ashakula mshahara, ashawaibia, ashafanya nini, ashaleta confusion kwa serikali, ndio mnakuja kujua that those people are not even qualified ama hakukuwa na chochote. To me, mimi ile kitu nafikiria hapa, both Azimio side and UDA side, we should be pulling on one side in terms of quality of people we want. Mimi, I'm actually surprised that watu wa UDA wanaendelea tu kusukuma huyu jamaa yao wana makaratasi. I think the best thing they need to do is they need to distance themselves from such garbage. You know, it doesn't matter the amount of campaign money huyu jamaa ameleta. Kuna mtu you don't need to uhitaji kukua karibu na yeye. Sasa hata leo ndio nimejua kuna hiyo university inaitwa Team University. Hiyo jina inakaa funny kwanza. Team, okay, kweli. Alafu sasa pia nikasikia ati I don't know ama hiyo ilikuwa tu propaganda ya ma Facebook na WhatsApp ati pia alisomea university iko huko Ukraine tena. Ati na hiyo university iko Ukraine ati imechomeka. You guys Kenyans, I think let's just swear in together. Hiyo fara mingi tuache. I think Sakanja ametufukuza, ametusumbua excess, and I think Sakanja is just operating on the wrong side of the foot. Unajua sababu yeye alijijua yeye ni mwerevu, sasa mambo inakuwa hivyo. Sasa you know one thing which I like about Baba, Baba teams knows how to dig. Tunajuanga kuchimba hii vitu. Sasa watu yote ya UDA ambao mambo yao si mzuri mutawajua tu. So don't be worried of Sakaja. We should not even be talking of Sakaja here. In fact, hata Sakaja akikuja kwa debe, Sakaja is not a threat to Igathe. I'm actually waiting for Igathe akuja nioshe nyumba. Nimeona hiyo effort Igathe anafanya ni kubwa sana, nimemuona he is everywhere, and I think Igathe is qualified. His CV is very illustrious, so we cannot concentrate with somebody who has not gone to school, somebody who is claiming, you know, Kenyans, and I think we have to get serious now. Unaona hii story ati ya kusema ati I will be the youngest man as a governor what and then ukifanya calculation ya huu mtu pengine alienda class 1, kama alienda class 1 akiwa na 0 years, you know, hii story tuache wapendwa. Let's be serious, and even hata tukipenda hakuna mtu anasema there is no benefit ama ati record whether you are the oldest governor or the youngest governor. Ile vitu watu wanataka ni service delivery. Tunataka maji, hospitali zikuwe mzuri, sio historia tunachagua mtu ati lazima itabidi tulete, we bring a general bandi to make things work. It doesn't matter whether you are young or you are old. We want somebody who is organized na mtu ambaye atatusaidia hiyo jiji ya Nairobi, because jiji ya Nairobi has been lacking leadership. So sijaweza kuaudit Kananu nijue kama Kananu anafanya kazi mzuri. I will wait to hear people who are in Nairobi watuambia Kananu wako namna gani, but Nairobi for the last close to let me say close to 10 years we do not have serious leadership hapo. We have been limping. Na sasa Nairobi, huyo Sakaja tafadhali, if IEBC will not help us, Kenyans of good work, you have muko na huyu Igathe hapo, and Igathe will do good job. Sasa hii story ingine sasa hapa, so let me not talk about too much about Sakaja and his UDA. Hao watu it is the first weed form. Unaona Sakaja anaanguka, yule jamaa mwingine wa Ford Kenya, yule jamaa mwingine wa huko Kakamega anaanguka, and finally their godfather will fall. So hii kuanguka, it's in line. So hata godfather yao anaanguka, so let's not, those are signs Unajua saa zingine dalili ya mvua ni mawingu. So wewe ona tu hiyo team tu vile inakaa. Watu kama sisi wa Mount Kenya, that is the reason why some of us ambao tuliweza kujua hii maneno mapema, it was not easy for us to join this UDA party. We were convinced, watu walikuwa wanatuambia sasa, watu walikuwa wanatuambia 10-10. Lakini some of us tukaangalia hata kama ni 10-10, we saw a lot of disorganization on this team. And frankly speaking, I can tell you, UDA will have to campaign for 10 years to win this election. So unfortunately tuko na miezi mbili. for them to campaign. So UDA needs 10 years to campaign. Already 4 years of campaign imewapea 32%. 4 years of campaign hata hawajaweza kuvuka even to come close to 35. So UDA is at an extreme worst point. So mimi ile kitu tunaweza ambia watu wa UDA, and sorry to say this, as a financial expert, even if I'm not a financial expert, please stop spending your money. Hiyo pesa munaweza itumia after campaign, at least ile biashara ya kuku pale pande ya Sugoi muongeze. So please stop pouring money to ya campaign huko. Hii kitu ya mupati, hiyo pesa ya campaign mutaleta, tutaikula na tupe kiti to the people who need that chair. So UDA is just garbage to me. So to me, I don't see UDA ikiwa kitu yoyote. So that's what I can say about UDA. And lastly, wacha ni comment hii interview ilifanywa na Mr. Ruto ya jana. It was a shambolic interview.
Bwana Njiru, something is wrong with your audio.
Okay, unanisikia?
Ina kelele fulani ya che.
Yeah, it's okay. I hope you can hear me now.
Yeah, that's better, and please conclude.
Okay, sasa ndio nilikuwa nikisema sasa nilisikia hii interview ya UDA jana, and huyu jamaa wetu bwana personal, unajua mimi nilihesabu ile uongo alisema. Unajua siku hizi we are having lie counters. I think the deputy president said 6,000 lies yesterday. Alidanganyana mara karibu 6,000. So hiyo ni mimi nilikuwa najihesabia. So and the biggest lie ni ile ya kudanganyana verse ya Biblia. Na I think bwana Bernard, nyinyi wahubiri bwana, itabidi sasa muanzie kugazeti wale wahubiri wako Kenya. So hii story ya some of us tunategemea mahubiri kutoka kwa mitandao, alafu na tunaambiwa kuna verse ya Biblia inaitwa Matthew 17:29, and some of us tunaenda kwa mtandao atupati hiyo kitu. We feel disoriented. So nyinyi watu you have to start gazetting the serious pastors in this Republic of Kenya, sababu inakaa we have some fake pastors who won't even also to go and preach for us in the State House. So anyway, I'm happy for this discussion. Don't follow that fake pastor who want to be our pastor and our president the same time. Mtu afanye kazi moja. Kama wewe unataka kukua pastor, ukue pastor. Kama unataka kukua president, ukue president. No one told you to cram the Bible. Hata mimi sikiramingi hiyo kitabu, na mimi ni mshirika wa kanisa. Nikitaka I can make, mimi nafanyanga hizo errors huyo jamaa anafanya. So mimi najijua sana. So mimi ile kitu nafanyanga na kuanga na kamwaksi yangu kidogo, nikikuambia kama nikitaka kukuambia ile story ya dry bones na kuambia ni Ezekiel 37 na nimeiandika pahali. So lakini sasa huyu jamaa yangu wa mafuvu we are not testing theory here, na tutaki kutesta yule mtu anajua Biblia sana. So let's send this guy to Sugoi very early in the morning. Alafu na I wish this guy we are supposed to prosecute him. This idea ati huyu jamaa kuenda Sugoi, it is not enough. We send him to Sugoi, we prosecute him, na ile 7 billion arudishe. At least it can fund Babacare somehow, even as we try to prosecute other guys. Ile Babacare at least in 1 year nasikia ni kama around, at least it can fund like 20% of Babacare. So we need to prosecute that guy. Pia Sakaja, hii pesa yote tumemlipa bila degree, aturudishie. And it's shambolic. Thank you Bernard, thank you.
Sawa Bwana Njiru, tunashukuru. Let's keep the conversation going. Kenya itaboreka, bora tu tuchague viongozi wanaofaa na kila kitu kifuate mkondo wake ipasavyo. Fred, your camera is I don't know what's up with it. You are the only one lying when everybody is sitting here, but you can make your submission now quickly please.
Mimi naanzia Sakaja bwana. Sakaja anafaa hata afungwe bwana. Unajua ufai kudanganywa eti umesoma. Hata ukipata D unafaa ukubali. Hata kama umeenda campus umefail, unafaa ukubali, lakini sio kufoji karatasi. Kumaliza hiyo scenario, huyo jamaa anafaa aende kamiti kwanza. Of course at first I was supporting him, but anafaa aende hata kamiti. Second, mimi sasa siku hizi mimi ni mtu wa roots but hiyo ndio amuka aware. Mimi ni mtu wa Chakoya. I support agenda yake, niko fully ndani. My submission on Kisii County, nataka kuambia kiasi about 2017. Doris Donya Totogwo, she was more popular than an women lab, but haku make it to be a women lab. So popularity ile ya news in Kisii County haikumeki ukue governor ama ukue anything. The other thing, Ongwae is like a kingpin of Kisii County. Hiyo ndio tunafaa tujue. Ongwae is the one alimake huyu jamaa wa Bonjari ndio ODM ikagain kiti huko. So Ongwae kama wamediva na Simba Arati ako na kibarua kigumu sana ku make his way to the governor. Ako na kibarua sana. The other thing, Simba Arati huyu Ongwae mwenyewe even 2007 is the one make him nani Richard Onyonga to be an MP the first time. So tusidarau Ongwae, tusiseme Ongwae eti ground popularity imeisha. Kama Ongwae ground popularity ingeisha hata angerudi the second time. Ongwae watu wa Kisii wanampenda bado, na kuna wengine wanamsikiza, uwezi watoa. Kitu unaua Simba Arati ni kusema enda afute wale watu wako kwa county wote. The other thing, huyo senator wake huyo Richard Onyonga anamupraise sana, hiyo ndio ndamuua. Tuongee ukweli, sisi tuko ground tunapiga kura. The other thing, hiyo Sakaja wacha afungwe kama hizo degree zake siko fake. Ndio maana nasema Songa alikuanga clever kuwashinda, cause Songa alikimbia akasoma degree yake akiwa Senate, akajua anakuja kuwa governor. Hivyo Nairobi is a capital city, tusimeka na hela kupea mtu karatasi zake zimefojiwa by the sure. Capital city inataka a good manager. So on my side, Igate hata kama ako mlengo staki, is a good manager surely. Na ile historia yake, kasi amefanya, mahali amefanya, nilijaribu kuangalia ameperform vizuri. Na alikuwa analisign kasi peke yake. Wakati aliona Songo ni kumbafu, aliresign kasi peke yake. So Igate will make a good governor in Nairobi than Sakaja. Hao watu wa Mdoma kina Malala, hao wanafaa kuwa ma MCA. Tuongeane ukweli by the sometimes. Hao watu wa mdomo wengi hawa making good governor. Tuliona Songo kitu alifanya mdomo zake nini. Kuwa governor ni manager, si eti ukuje upea vijana eti nini. Ni good manager by the to be a governor. Hiyo ndio simbo. Lakini Alex ndiye ametoroka, nilikuwa nataka nimpige 2-3. The same thing tunataka ku make in Kisii County. Simba Arati is not a good manager to manage Kisii County. Ule ndiye atatumes kabisa. So me on my side, I propose Ongeri ama somebody huyu wa UDA na anaitwa aje Machogu. But on my side, my vote will go to Ongeri. Ongeri will be a good manager in Kisii County. Nimemaliza.
Okay, I will not pursue that line of argument further, only that I have issues with you giving sweeping statements without substantiation. Simba Arati has been twice member of parliament. He started out as a nominated MCA. He is experienced. How he's a bad manager, I don't know where that is coming from. And except you have evidence, I'm yet to receive any complaint about CDF in Dagoretti North or the development track record in Dagoretti North where he has served. And so just dismissing him because he's young doesn't add up. All the same, let me bring in Nani. Akibo, take it. Let me pick his call.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bernard. I say hey to Mr. Mogoi, Fred Mumanya, and the other Fred. In this platform, I know we are here to differ and agree. But my brother Fred, umesema ground imekataa Simba. But the love, I don't think so that you can hire everybody. Like that mega crowd that was in, I don't know where, Ubasi, I don't know.
Okay,
you can't hire anybody. Let me submit all of my
kidogo
points.
tu.
No. Just give me time, I do whatever I was doing. You can't hire everybody. Simba is loved. That is the case. If somebody says, yes, Simba ne Simba, that is all. You can't be like, kukuja contradict, like nobody loves him on the ground, he's hiring crowds. No, that can't happen. Now, let me go straight to the point. Back to the submission of today. Sakaja, even the UN members, the student leaders, came out to say, if you never attained your certificate in a good way, you didn't complete your courses so that you can be given that degree, you need to go back to school. Don't be painting as unatupaka uchafu kusema you went through UN but you have no certificate. Now you are telling us you have another certificate from somewhere. So they came out, even them cascading whatever he is doing. To my opinion, these people like Sakaja, we have Marara, we have so many, even Niv, that person is in Azimio. If you don't have those credentials, like you're not qualified, you're lacking something. We need 100% people who are effective and good in leadership. So if you don't have those the things that are needed for you to qualify, we get you out, even if you are in Azimio. That is the Kenya we need. Politically, UDA, I have something that I need to give to you. Our deputy, I heard him saying about bottom up is from the Bible. I don't know how bottom up is from the Bible. I'm honest with you. I'm honest. I didn't hear anything about it, but he said bottom up is from the. That is a confusing man. And Azimio, you saw what he ilifanya in Kisii. Kisii is behind Azimio, and I hope we will have the best leaders from Kisii who are kutoka Azimio. So don't say that Azimio and Simba Arati wako on the ground iko behind Azimio. So thank you so much. I have somebody who is calling me. I'll be back, Bernard.
Thank you Kibo, karibu tena baadaye. Twende kwa Philo.
Thank you, Bernard. I hope I'm clear.
Yeah, you're okay. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My first time to be here, but I like to watch your show all the time when I'm free and when I have time. Yeah, I'm enlightened with the way they did their campaign at Kisii. I'm from Kisii too. And I want to talk with the guy here who is called Fred something, who's trying to bring some narrative like Ongeri, Arati, wherever. Arati is loved by young and old. Any village you go in Kisii County, whether you try to lie or whether you try to do what is loved, you can hate him or whichever reasons, but with the people at the ground, everybody is Arati. So, and the guy came here to convince himself that he doesn't like Igathe because Igathe is on the other side, which he doesn't like the Murengo ya Nyako. Yeye mwenyewe ndiye amesema hapa. So how do we expect him to support Arati? These are the people of UDA who are just coming here to divide our vote. They don't have a stand. So if you could have a stand, you could say, I'm supporting Igate in Nairobi, and you say you are in Azimio. But you are saying you don't support Azimio in Nairobi, but you are here, you are supporting Ongeri in Kisii. Really? I know, okay, money is a problem in Kisii because this Ongeri and the current governor, they are the problem. That's why Arad is more popular. Ongeri is not, he has been a governor, but he's not articulating the issue which is affecting people in Kisii. He has been silent. And Arad is coming out from Dagoretti to come and say the problem, and the people are resonating with him. That's why people love him. He stand in Kisii, he say the problem, and he's from Nairobi. Then what are you saying that he's a foreigner? If you understand the problem people are going through in Kisii, the fire break out in Kisii, there is no cars to put up the fire until the car come from Nyamira. That is the issue Arad come to address while he is a member of parliament from Nairobi. And we have Ongeri here who is just waiting to be supported by Ongwae so that they can take over. It can't work like that. People are smarter than that. Now this UDA, they have been corrupted with money and they are now supporting, oh, we don't like you. This guy is a foreigner. He's coming from wherever. He's a Kisii. What do you call him a foreigner? You know, I don't know. People should stop this kind of hypocrite and hiding behind things and just saying, throwing some insult to readers when they don't have issue to say. Say the problem you have with Arad, but wherever you say, oh, we track record, what track record are you talking about? You don't know Simba Arad, you just saw him when he's coming to campaign in Kisii. Now you are saying you fought according to the record. That is, I don't buy that idea, and I don't think it will result in Kisii at this moment with Arad. Arad will shock them, even if they come from the same constituency with Obure. Obure has his own issue. But even if they stand with Arad in the same constituency, Arad is younger than Obure. But he can't defeat Arad. That is the truth. But the people don't want to buy the truth. They just want to hang because these people are old. All of them, they want to hang up together. Ongeri, Obure, and the UDA guy, so that to say this young is younger, he doesn't deserve to be the governor. That is the guy who will be the governor, and they will be shocked. But for the other seats like the MPs and wherever down there, I can't say it is tricky in Kisii because we don't really vote as the party that way. It may come from Jubilee, it may come from ODM, wherever. People depend. For the MPs, it is different. But for the governors, that one they should forget about it. Arati is done. I think Alex understands Kisii more than everybody else. The way Alex tell you here, that is the truth. Okay, let me come to Sakaja. Actually, Sakaja is a setup. If there is something we call NIS in Kenya, I think they are behind this thing. Because if Sakaja could have remained with Uhuru, this thing would have not come out. Sakaja could have been the governor of Nairobi. But because he went against Uhuru, and Uhuru knew everything about Sakaja, now he's throwing him under the car. And there's no way he's going to hide. Because we have creeps here going around. So when Sakaja saying he has never been out of the country for study, then how comes you get a degree from Uganda? Uganda is out of Kenya, my friend. It is becoming crazy. But I don't know. But I don't see he's going to make it, but it has tainted his image. Although he's a good guy, by the way. I like him. I didn't know he doesn't have the degree. He looks very smart. And he's sober. He do his politics very smart. But I didn't know he doesn't have the degree. But up to this, I'm not an NIS, but even me, I can say he doesn't have it. Because the other day they were saying he's from Nairobi, neurological science, whatever. But now he's jumping to Uganda. And remember when he went silent, there were some things on the media were saying, oh, Sakaja is out to look for degree. You know, that is NIS. They were throwing things out there for people to consume. And now he's coming with it from Uganda. You see? Okay, about the register, I think that is the best thing they have done so that we don't have that fiscal register. It is true. Why? Because when you have dead people in the register, anybody can come and say, this is my name. And it's given a ballot paper and they go and vote. You see? But if you have an ID and you are identified, you are the person with your picture, then you have your fingerprint. Those are the best thing. You are there physically. But don't tell us, I don't have an ID, my name is Philip. You see, you have come with the name of somebody you know who has died. Then they go to the register, they find the name is there, then they give you a ballot paper and you go and vote. You see, that is the way things are done. But if they move all those register away, I think that is the best thing. Election would be free and fair for everybody. Let me talk about Karua yesterday in Eldoret. By the way, that woman is changing politics in Kenya. Is changing politics, whether we like it or not, is changing politics in Kenya. She has never asserted anybody. She's just saying the point straightforward without sugarcoating anybody. Apendi vitu ya kufurahia ndio mfurahishe mupigie makerere or you cheer for somebody. No. He just tell you keep quiet, let us say this. He just tell you the truth. Very humble, very kind, so very humility. Even the studio, I don't think they can even stand next to Mother Karua, even if they see her. So if we start having such a kind of leadership, I tell you, even Kenya will change. Sudi will come to Migori and the campaign if she has the character of Mother Karua. The Chagwa, wherever Chagwa or Gachagua, wherever you call it, give the microphone to Gachagua to get the inside of his heart. That guy has a lot of insight. Now, imagine such a kind of deputy president now coming to Migori or to Kisii or Nyamira and saying now he's campaigning for Ruto. How will people respond to him? And he has been here insulting Matiang'i. How do we feel? Matiang'i has his own people. Okay. Mkosoe kwa makosa yenye amefanya. Lakini ukianza kutusi mtu eti kichwa kubwa hauna akili, really? That is the son of somebody. That is the father of somebody. He's a leader we admire. We are like, this guy, we didn't know him, but he's performing. But you are here, Sudi, you don't have a certificate. You are like Sakaja here. You are telling Matiang'i eti uko na kichwa kubwa hauna akili. Really? How can a stupid person anakuja kutusi mtu? Alafu unasema unakuja Kisii kukampeni. How is that possible? And watu wakianza kukupiga hiyo mawe, watu wanaanza kama violence. Really? But Mother Karua hata akiingia mpaka Kibera peke yake, who will insult Mother Karua? The way he does his politics. Hata akitembea usiku peke yake Kisumu, nani atagusa Mother Karua? Everybody will happy to see her and even shake her hand because of her genuine and sanitized politics. I wish Kenya would change and have some kind of leadership like Mother Karua, and we will go far. Thank you. I rest my case.
Okay, asante sana Philip. Philo for that elaborate submission. I think it's about time we faced ourselves as Kenyans and accepted the kind of system that has been in operation. In my opinion, I have no pity for one Sagaja because he was picked from nowhere, brought into the limelight. And when you're brought to dine with the king and you know that you have been a shepherd boy, you begin to organize yourself by learning how to be a king before you are confirmed as a king. I don't think when he was chairman of TNA and he had ambitions of becoming governor of Nairobi, it is now 10 years later, he would have gotten any degree from anywhere. So why is he caught unprepared at this point in time? So it is self-inflicted pain. Let him carry it by himself. My assumption is he knew he will get away with anything. But now hakuna mahali anaenda. Na hiyo story ya kusema ni set up is not set up. It is just everybody finding their destiny based on their carelessness and their irresponsibility. Hiyo story ya kujaribu kudanganya system, hiyo ndio tunajaribu kumaliza. And that is that's the purpose of the handshake. The handshake was meant to stop cheating at all levels, including elections. So kama watu hawakuinterpret handshake vizuri na wakaona kule Baba na Uhuru wamesimama, bas, these are the very people who are falling victim. Yet they were the closest to Uhuru, they were closest to Baba. So we are noticing that they never got prepared for anything, and they thought that they would just make a phone call and things will be straightened out. His CV alone is one thing, because his age, now when he was in primary school is questionable, when he was in secondary school is questionable. It is appearing that he's not different from Sudi. I think it's only that he polished his English, but there is something amiss somewhere. Let Sakaja be investigated, and so that we know exactly what kind of person we are dealing with. At this point in time, hakuna cha kuhurumia arudi shule, amalize masomo, tutamwangalia maswala yake baadaye. Akishatubu, sisi ni wachungaji, tutamuombea, tutatakasa lakini akuje na degree inayofaa. Kama hana degree, akuje aseme yeye hana degree, tunatafutie kiti ya MCA, aanze kukua namna hiyo, akiendanga shule polepole, evening classes, alafu baadaye atapata degree yake. Lakini historia ya kudanganyana tumemalizana nayo. Tulimalizana nayo 2017 with that elections. This time kila mtu akuje na stakabadhi zake ambazo zinafaa. And Chebukati, thank you for the good work. Usiruhusu mtu yeyote kupitia ndani, kichungi kikuwe kikali. Make those holes very small so that only the chosen few will pass through. Well, thank you. Those of you who are viewing around the world, please keep inviting guys to join. Let the conversation continue. This is one very lengthy show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about our politics. And so let's keep inviting. And those of you who want to join the studio right now, there is a chance of about 3 people. If you want to join now. Usikuja hapa baadaye kumejaa, alafu unasteta, unasema eti tumekufungia nje. Wewe njoo wakati kuna opportunity. Wakati hakuna opportunity ndio utaanza kusumbua hapa. Karibu Bwana Fred Momanyi, vipi?
Safi, mkoje hapo?
Tuko salama, tuambie.
Mimi niko salama. Nilikuwa nawafuatilia. So I have 3 issues. Issue ya kwanza ni ya Sakaja. Kama asubuhi, I think in the morning we had my morning breakfast show at Citizen. We had IEBC former commissioner Letangule. We had Edwin Sifuna, and we had this guy of Westlands, former LSK president Nelson Havi. Where the issue of Sakaja is simple. The presidency was set about that guy who wanted to be a governor from Kajiado, somebody Kuresoi, something like that. Because the guy had a problem with the certificate, the degree. So the presidency, which was set on 2013, was that when the issue went to the commission, they disqualified that guy. They told him you can't manage to be the governor of Kajiado. So the issue of Sakaja is done and dusted. Sakaja doesn't have a degree. Sakaja is a con. Sakaja, because he went against the grain, that's why all these issues are happening to him. I love what Philo has said. If Sakaja did went against the grain, Sakaja, this issue will have not popped up. You see, that's the problem. And NIS is the one which is just throwing everything. It's like peanuts. It's just throwing peanuts to everybody. Everybody's just speaking, And then NIS is really working against deputy president. That's one thing. Deputy president should be very careful.
Now,
If
Fred,
you know that,
Fred, one moment. I want to play the devil's advocate. Okay. There we have some information. There are people wanted to buy in Nairobi, okay, but their papers were questionable, so they were prevailed over. Don't go and present these things because you will be embarrassed. So it's not just a matter of going against the grain. We are in the dawn of a new Kenya where somebody wants to pursue the truth for the for the first time. Okay, because it's not just Sakaja. They are people who have the money, they have the weight, but their papers were wanting. They were told Kanyaga Inje. Sorry, Fred. Are you still there?
Oh, yeah, I'm there. I'm there. All right. What I was saying with Sakaja issue, let's be honest. And I love the honest of Philo. Philo's really honest about Sakaja issue. If Sakaja was with Uhuru Kenyatta, let's be honest with it. This is politics. Politics is a dirty game, bro. This thing will have not popped up. 2017, they knew that this guy did had the guy had the same problem, but they cleared that guy. They allowed him to vie for senatorial post because he was with them and he was dining with them. He was sleeping with them. You see. But now, because he went against the so-called the owners.
No, but Fred, to run for Senate, you don't need a degree.
Well, apart from
a requirement for presidency and governorship.
Exactly.
Yes.
Bernard,
we cannot use that his clearance in 2017. Okay. Except you have evidence that he presented his degree to IEBC and it was cleared. And if that would have happened, that matter should be in the limelight right now. So he changed office. He's now running for governorship. He did not get his papers right.
That's right.
The same thing goes for this tycoon who was running for Nairobi governorship.
One
of the reasons why he dropped out of the race is because of papers, and he was with the system. So we cannot say it is we cannot buy into the UDA outcry that is the system fighting the DP. It's a matter of a new presidency being set in Kenya, that no more shortcuts, especially when it comes to leadership at this point in time.
Oh yeah, Bernard.
Carry on.
Bernard, you are right. You are right. You are completely right. And in fact, I love the kind of precedence which is being set when it comes to these 2022 elections. You see, but one thing we should know is, if Sakaja still, apart from that, if Sakaja was on the right or was on the right side, this thing would have been handled in a very different way. If the so-called Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila, if they wanted Sakaja to be, they will have, this is politics. But the thing is, the one thing I'm happy about this time around is the presidency which is being set is quite clear. If you do have this, you're not going past here, you see. And this is the new dawn which we need in Kenya, you see. And I'm really happy about it. So for Sakaja, let Sakaja stop giving us headache. Let Sakaja go back to school. Let Sakaja go home, rest, go back to school. Then we're gonna take care of his issue if it's 2032 or 20 something, you see. But for now, we need someone who is a leader, who is a manager, who is Polycarp Igathe, you see. And Igathe is going to transform Nairobi to be new Dubai, you see. And I really, even if I wish I was in Kenya. Even if I'm an ODM supporter, you see, but I would have voted for Igathe. Let's be honest. You see, you guys, if you go back to 2013, 2017, the mess which has been Nairobi, we don't want to go there again. You see, even this lady, this pastor, whatever, this lady, how do you call this pastor? This pastor lady was the church there in Nairobi.
Bishop Margaret.
Bishop Margaret is another Sakaja is another Sonko. You see, that's why the so-called Azimionated wants Igathe to be the governor of Nairobi. You see, so with the issue of Sakaja, his case is in fact the case is done. Sakaja is going nowhere. You see, I saw some UDA fellas calling media, oh, it's a witch hunt, it's a blah blah blah, whatever. The watapiga kelele, hiyo ni kelele ya chura. Mwishowe, the people who was the verdict is the IBC commission, and the thing is, Sakaja is going nowhere. Let these guys go back to the drawing board and see, and maybe come up with a new with a new person who gonna vie for gubernatorial in Nairobi, and that's an advantage. That's in fact that's an advantage to us, because as the time they go back to the drawing board, tumeingia Kibera, tumeingia Huruma, tumeingia Kayole, kuzunguka ile mbaya sana kutafuta kura. So with the issue of Sakaja, hiyo tumemaliza. But then it's so shameful. How come Sakaja anatuambia there's an interview which Sakaja did was it last year? He said that he has never studied abroad. You see? Alisoma UN. Then baadaye sasa hizo tunaambiwa ya kwamba ati alisoma Teams, sijini Teams University Uganda, whatever. You see? So Sakaja is a con. Na nashukuru Mungu sana, maombi yangu imesikika. Sakaja thought that he's smart, but Sakaja is, issue ya Sakaja, I'm done with it. The second thing is about Kisii politics. There's a boy who just left called Fred. And wale watu ambao wanakuja kwa hii platform yetu kutaka kutukula akili, na sisi ni wazazi, man. We are grown ups. We don't have time to play this hii game ya watoto hapa hivi. If you come to this platform, be factual, have kuwa na content unaambia watu. You see? Right now hata tukiongea tufanye nini? Simba Arati, was it like last month here in Brooklyn Park, we had this guy called Kibagendi. He came over to Brooklyn Park in Minnesota. I took time to talk to Kibagendi. Kibagendi told me one thing. Kibagendi told me for gubernatorial seat, Simba Arati is taking it. But let's pray this guy called Ongwae not to interfere with the elections. Ongwae is Ongwae ni sumu. Ongwae si mchezo. Ongwae knows even 2017 vile alifanya akaingia huko ndani. Ongwae kuna tricks zake za si nzuri. You see? But aliniambia apart from that guy alikuja na strategy nyingine yenye imeleta that enthusiasm kwa watu. People are like Arati all over the place. You see? So hii vitu yenye Ongeri wanafanya, in fact Ongeri should go home. I'm sorry, Ongeri should just go home and rest. Ongeri is 84 years right now. You see? Ongeri alianza politics utengine tu kuzaliwa, na right now we are 40 years and above. But Ongeri is still there. We need new leader. We need new fresh. We need new blood and new leadership. None. Issue ya kusema ati this guy ati Arati is a foreigner, is a stranger in Kisii. No. Arati has done great. Wewe jiulize ni mtu gani utaenda Nairobi, umeanzia UMCA kwa kukata sukuma, umalize uingie ukansela, uingie UMP twice Nairobi. Hata sasa hizi tukisema kesho Arati arudi Nairobi kama nomination kwa inaisha, Arati still would have retained Dagoretti seat. Hii ni kitu muhimu nataka nimjue. People have faith with Arati. Arati is going to be the governor of Kisii. That's the thing. We like it or not, Arati is going to win and is going to shame these old guys. I don't like Ongwae. That's the thing. Even Ongeri should go home. Na tena kitu moja nilikuwa naomba ni ya kwamba Raila should go back to the drawing board, aita wazee, aite Ongeri, aite Ongwae, aite huyu mzee mwenye akona huyu CS mtongaji wa Bobasi huyu Obure, aite Arati, aite the likes of Onyonka, aite this guy huyu mwanasema Jubilee senator, this guy alikuwa UDA akakuja, aita watu aweke pamoja, awaambie ni aje, we don't want to divide hizi kura za Kisii. Because hii game inaendelea tu back and this guy wa UDA ako kuchukua kitu tukiangalia hivi. I swear I'm telling you guys. Na tutarudi hapo hivi tukisema wewe ni hesabu gani tulipiga. You see? Huyu jamaa huyu wa UDA kuchukua kitu hivi tukiendelea vinafanyika Kisii between Arati and the other team. This thing is going. You see? And it's going to be a very big mess. Because right now I don't believe anybody who is from UDA. kama unaona their leader ana quote wrong verse. This guy has been just imagine from the leadership. Ruto mwenyewe is a problem. Ukikuja Gachagua is more than a problem. You see? Ukikuja viongozi, angalia Sakaja, problem. You see? Malala, trouble. Halwale ni shida. You see? So it's a confused house. Just imagine those people are in the leadership. What kind of Kenya are we going to have? You see? So I think the so-called Azimio in Kisii are listening to what we are saying. They should go back to the drawing board and come up with an amicable solution over this issue, so that we have one voice. We just go one direction to make sure that Kisii and Nyamira we hit 95 to 100% ya vote zote. Now this time around, we need to have a lot of seats from Kisii in order for Baba to have that strength from county level up to national level. Because one thing I know, hii kitu tunachukua. Hii si story ya tooni na nini. Kulikuwa na mtu fulani hapa alikuwa tukifika kwa daraja anakata kamba fulani. Na hiyo kamba akikata hivi tunaanguka kwa mtoni. Unaona? But this time round hiyo kamba imechomelewa ni ya nyororo. Sasa hiyo hakuna njia utakata unless another ukuwe na machine na connect stima ndio ukate hiyo nyororo. Bure hakuna. This time round we are going to Canaan. By going to Canaan, we need to, lazima tukuwe na jeshi kubwa sana ambayo itatusaidia huko mbele kufanya ujenzi. You see? Then the last thing I was talking about is the last thing about
time bad.
Oya, kitu moja nilikuwa nataka kuongea kidogo, acha nitoke outside the maybe topic ya leo kidogo. I want to talk about my county, another county which is Bungoma County. Please, just a minute, Bernard, let me talk about it. I'm just requesting watu wa Bungoma ya kwamba let's be very very careful with what we are doing. Tafadhali watu wa Bungoma kama mnanisikiza, let's vote in Wycliffe Wafula Wangamati. That guy has done a great job. There's a stadium called Masina Muliro Stadium ambaye ameanzisha, ambaye in fact hata Buhungu Stadium itafikia. So let's try to vote that guy in. Let's avoid Wetangula and Lusaka like a plague. Ili huyo jamaa tupatie jamaa 5 years atumalizie kazi ambayo amefanya nini, ametuanzishia, ili pia Bungoma County ionekane to be a great county like others. Thank you so much. Nawafuatilia na nimeona Alex hapo hivyo. Na salute you Alex. Tuko pamoja. Thanks, nawafuatilia. Nimeshukuru.
Okay, asante bwana Manyi, na shukuru kwa mchango wako na tusonge mbele. Kuna huyu jamaa Kennedy Kathele kwa comment section. From your comments, you look more confused than the confusion you're calling us into. And probably you'll need to listen more. You may learn more. We are not saying things we are imagining. We are analyzing things based on the information available. It is not Mtembei TV that raised up questions about Sakaja'S papers. This is the war between Sakaja and IEBC. It's not Bernard. It is not Mtembei TV. It's not even Azimio. So I don't know why you would want to mix us into that mess, except you're mixed up yourself. And if you don't take your time, probably will give you an excuse to find a platform where you can propagate the confusion over. Because if you're part of the debate, come with reasons. Tell us Sakaja'S certificates are right, or Sakaja'S papers are being this and this. Not to come and say, oh, Bernard is know-it-all. Oh, in 2 weeks he will be ashamed. Are you the prophet? And even if you're a prophet, what is going to happen in 2 weeks' time? I mean, Sakaja being governor or not being governor, how does that affect me? So please, take your time and do what you are required to do. Do due diligence to oppose what is being said, or come up with evidence. Give us a video, give us papers, prove to us you are in the same university with Sakaja, you graduated together. We will listen to you. But coming here just to twist information because you've been sent by UDA, I mean, hata kama UDA ni lazima muitetee. Si mnaitetea kwa ukweli, sio kwa story tu. Okay, wacha tusikilize hii tape alafu tuende kwa the next person. 1 2 3 wacha hiyo ongee, nitasema ni sisi tumeitengeneza pia.
Ujambo na karibu kwenye taarifa kuu ambazo tumekuandalia kwenye Kivumbi 2022 siku hii ya Jumatatu. Mimi naitwa Ali Manzu, mtangazaji kupitia lugha ya ishara Nimeresha Owiti. Mtazamaji, utata unaokumba uhalali wa cheti cha kufuzu elimu ya chuo kikuu unaomzingira seneta wa Nairobi Johnson Sakaja ambaye anagombea kiti cha ugavana kaunti ya Nairobi unaendelea kutokota. Leo Sakaja akidai kuwa alisomea chuo kikuu cha TIM kilichoko nchini Uganda kule, ushahidi zaidi akiwasilisha katika mahakama kupinga madai hayo. Kulingana na ushahidi mpya ambao uliwasilishwa mbele ya kamati ya IEBC ya kushughulikia malalamishi, madai kwamba Sakaja alisomea chuo kikuu cha TIM nchini Uganda ni ya uongo, na vile vile jina lake halikuwepo kwenye orodha ya watu 6 ambao walihitimu shahada ya usimamizi katika chuo hicho cha Uganda. Mwanahabari Emmanuel To na taarifa zaidi.
Siku moja tu baada ya kufika mbele ya kamati inayotatua migogoro ya tume ya uchaguzi na mipaka IEBC kupinga madai kwamba hana shahada ya chuo kikuu, kuna mengi mapya ambayo yameibuka kumhusu seneta wa Nairobi Johnson Sakaja anayetafuta kiti cha ugavana kaunti ya Nairobi kwa tikiti ya chama cha UDA. Ushahidi uliowasilishwa mbele ya kamati hiyo ya IEBC sasa unaonyesha kupinga madai ya Sakaja kwamba alihitimu shahada ya degree katika masuala ya usimamizi katika chuo kikuu cha TIM nchini Uganda. Awali Sakaja kupitia wakili wake alikuwa amejitetea kwamba jina la Sakaja Koskei Johnson si lake na kwamba jina lake halali ni Sakaja Johnson Arthur, na kwamba malalamishi yanayoletwa mbele ya kamati hiyo hayamhusu.
Make sure these files have got.
Lakini katika ushahidi zaidi uliowasilishwa na mlalamishi mkuu Dennis Gaku Wahome, sasa imebainika kuwa huenda Sakaja hana shahada kutoka chuo kikuu cha TIM na kuwa hakuwa miongoni mwa watu 6 waliohitimu na shahada hiyo katika chuo hicho nchini Uganda. Ushahidi wa Wahome kadhalika umesema waliohitimu pamoja na Sakaja hawakuwahi kumwona darasani, mtandaoni au kwa njia moja kwa moja, madai mengine yakiwa kwamba chuo cha TIM kilisitisha masomo ya usimamizi mwaka 2015. Haya yalijiri wakati ambapo kamati hiyo ya IEBC ilisema itatoa uamuzi kuhusu uwezekano wa mgombea useneta Kiambu kwa tikiti ya UDA Karungu Wathang'wa kurudi debeni.
Has the CEC ever been removed? The answer is no. Section 40 that I have read to you does not have a default clause. And I'll request you
you have the original of this letter?
The original of
this letter? Given that we are inquisitorial,
yes,
as a committee,
yes,
would you object to the committee exercising its investigative powers just to get to clarify on a few documents?
Mpiga kura mwingine pia alifika mahakamani kutaka kuzuiwa kwa mgombea ugavana kwa tikiti ya Jubilee Paul Kapigathe kwa kujiuzulu alipohudumu kama naibu gavana wa Nairobi.
Paul Kapigathe did not execute his office after taking off office, and I believe that this commission has a solemn duty, a sacred duty, to ensure that oath of office, the sanctity of the oath of office is provided by any person who is elected or who assumes office in the Republic of Kenya.
At least you've been heard and you will appear on TV and your supporters will increase.
Emmanuel To, KTN News, Nairobi.
Rais Uhuru Kenyatta amezindua
Okay, like you can see, that's not a creation of Mtembei TV. If you can't follow that, Bwana Kennedy, sioni vile nakusaidia. Samuel Wafula. Oriana mwanawe.
Yes, Oriana. Karibu. And habari ya kila mtu.
Tuko poa, karibu.
Nashukuru, thank you for this opportunity. Bernard, whenever I get an opportunity, I always want to thank you for this platform. It doesn't belong to only you, it belongs to everybody who listens, who contributes. Then there is one trend about this TV. People are factual, knowledgeable, and they have material. Ukileta issue yenye haiambatani na what we know is true, people will tell you, will flag you down na wakwambie, go check your facts correctly. So I think that's a very important thing, especially we have a huge number of undecided voters. And number two, you have a huge number of young voters, as I always say, who do not understand the history of this country, where we came from, where we are, and where we want to go. So it's very important to elucidate on most of these issues so that we are on the same page with so many people. Directly to the comment regarding Sakaja, I'll first comment on the last video you shared. I think there is a guy who has also filed a petition to the tribunal challenging Polycarp Igathe's candidature. I think that is a side issue. It's an afterthought. He only, and we know the agents, we know who has sent him. He's a gun for hire, possibly to just disrupt or disturb, or rather politicize the whole process. But having said that, this issue of Sakaja is very weighty. My own opinion is that we shouldn't let such issues to get to court. If you went to school, you went to school. There are no two issues about that. Kama umeenda shule, umeenda. It is not upon a court to determine whether you went to school or you did not go to school. Sakaja claims that he went to university. He has been claiming that he was a student leader in the University of Nairobi. All along, we used to know that. All of a sudden, the guy changes tune. He says that, you see, it's not University of Nairobi, it's Teams University. I think, like speakers have said, Sakaja is just another Sonko who's very polished, speaks good English, wears good suits. Possibly he had a very nice relationship with the president. And out of the president Lajis, the guy has been able to be where he is. But he is forgetting that the hand that has been feeding him, he now bites it. And we are not saying that, in any way, anybody is being vindictive. The matter is in court or at a quasi, judicial organ, which is a tribunal. It's very competent enough to be able to entertain the matter. So I think sooner or later the truth will come out. But more importantly, I think Kenyans, we need to interrogate this thing about education. Education qualification is not a requirement that that found itself into the statutes, into the law. It is not. It didn't find. We are the owners, the people. We are the people who created these laws. And the purposes of a leader having the requisite education to be able to, to qualify, to even vie for certain position is very imperative. One, we need to understand that leaders, especially legislators, they have a very, very important duties under the law. You cannot perform the functions of oversight. You are oversighting. You are oversighting the executive. You are oversighting. You say you are oversighting even the presidency. There are a lot of functions which requires even financial oversight is very important. You cannot fall short of education, and then you claim that you can be able to properly oversight, the presidency or other arms of government. Number two is representation. How do you represent people when you have no idea of what you are representing? Number three is about, you see, you are supposed to have managerial skills. You are managing, CDF funds. You're managing a lot of, staff under you. The CDF kitty is very important. So education is very important. We cannot politicize this matter at this juncture. Education has to be a very prerequisite qualification for you to vie for any office. And it's not a matter of double standard. I think we have even set up institutions in this country. There is one institution, very few people know about it. It was the Kenya National Qualification Authority. It was set up, I think, in 2016. I think one of its mandate is to be able to audit qualifications, of persons who have been able to study abroad. So these institutions are there, but I think what we are lapsing is in terms of how we can activate these institutions to function. For instance, the Kenya National Qualifications Authority, before even now that you're a politician, we know that you might have interest in certain office. I think these are certain institutions that should flag some of these candidates before even we get to this point where we are. I think with the Sakaja matter, it is being politicized. The upshot and bottom line is, if you never went to school, you never went to school. I will comment briefly about the Simba Arati and Sam Ongeri contest in Kisii. I'm not personally from there, but I think there is a clique of politicians who come out as very much entitled. For instance, Professor Sam Ongeri, this is a guy who has been in the medical practice for decades. So he has done that. The guy again has been a lecturer. He taught medicine in university because he's a lecturer of medicine. He has done that. The guy has been even a legislator, an MP for a very long time. Kitutu Chacha ama Nyabribari, whatever. So the guy has, passed that. The guy has been a minister. In fact, when I was sitting for my exam, he was the Minister for Education. So this is a guy that we've seen for a very long time. The guy has also been an ambassador. I think at his age, we are not for self-actualization. We are dealing with serious matters that needs leaders like Simba Arati, somebody who's brave, somebody who's fresh. We need fresh blood in Kisii County. Kisii is a county of interest, because us, even in Western, we know they are our brothers. Whatever happens there, we have so many Kisiis who've settled even in our places. I think Raila, the same way he reigned and cracked the whip in Kakamega, and he was able to diplomatically settle this issue between Ayub Savula and Fernandez Baraza. Ayub Savula was a DAP candidate. Fernandez Baraza was an ODM candidate. They were able to diplomatic settle, the small differences, and they agreed to work together. And with that, it gave their candidature so much impetus. I don't see why it's so difficult for Azimio to just call to order a professor and Simba Arati. I'm sure they cannot be able to vie in one ticket, but there can be a negotiated sort of arrangement where at the end of the day, maybe professor would cede ground. But nonetheless, even if they choose not even to work together, one thing that is important is that even amid this competition, it will bring out so many people to vote for Raila. But hapo katikati wanaweza bangle na waanguke kura wote. Ule mtu wa UDA apite katikati. But I think honestly, at this point in time, what we need to do is that there need to be a diplomatic, intervention between the two. Having said that, I think another issue is about Waita, and there is this issue of Ukambani about Nzioka Waita and Wavinya Ndeti. It's a very interesting scenario, which is also finding itself in Kisii, and it was also in Kakamega. In Kakamega, it was settled, but in Machakos, it is yet to be settled. And there could be also some serious problem if they don't settle the feud between Waita and Wavinya. I'm told that these guys are 50-50, and there is also a third horse of UDA. If these guys are not careful, the UDA candidates will be watakuwa wanapitia katikati in most of these nini. And if we go back to the last election, we had NASA. NASA had a lot of sibling rivalry, and it really costed them. Jubilee viti mingi imepitia katikati. A real example from where I come from, in Bungoma County, we had a problem in a constituency known as Sirisia. In Sirisia, we had an ANC candidate, we had a Ford Kenya candidate. Then Jubilee wakapita katikati. Same to Didmas Baraza in Kimilili. Didmas alishindia a certain guy anaitwa Murunga Suleiman with I think 200 votes or 300 votes, because Murunga was vying on Ford Kenya. There was an ANC candidate mwenye alipata kura a significant amount of votes. So I think this sibling rivalry, there needs to be, a mechanism in which we can be able to address, so that it doesn't cost even Azimio the seats. UDA have been very, 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 sensitive on the matter. If you look at the number of potential rivalries in these legislative slots, UDA haina mingi as compared to Azimio. Azimio ilikuja na parties mingi, but they had no sufficient mechanism. Raila goes to Siaya, he tells watu wa Siaya, vote 6-piece. Naona? So, and uko pia, there are people who might not necessarily be in ODM, but they are supporting Azimio. So I think we really need, it's a very sensitive matter. We cannot brush it off. Raila might win the presidency, but he might lack one, governors. Governors are very crucial. As much as they are not in the picture, they will always be in the picture in terms of even finances, because these are the people, again, when you want to deliver services to our people. We wouldn't want to be in an Azimio government by virtue that we've supported Raila na amewin, yet our governor huku chini tumepata maybe UDA. You see? And kumbuka, governors of opposition, they are always loyal to opposition. And they will be bankrolling the shadow government, ile shadow, the opposition government. So we wouldn't want, we want a governor who is in consonance with the ruling party. If it's Bungoma, we are DAP Kenya. DAP Kenya is under Azimio, and Raila is the president. It is so easier for Raila to be able to connect with him, be able to be reminded about the pledges that alikuwa amemake kwa watu wake. I think as I head to the end, it's about Martha Karua. I think Martha Karua is doing well. We are increasingly seeing her, giving the Raila's ticket so much impetus. She has hit the ball rolling. We are seeing a lot of activity and changing of narrative. Previously, tulikuwa tunaambiwa, issues to do with the tribal arithmetics. But these are conversations that has totally changed. It has totally changed after Martha Karua set the ball rolling. Martha Karua is one leader you cannot, arrest her or implicate her in any past scandal. She's as white as snow, and even her coming has totally eclipsed Gachagua. No Kenyan is discussing about Gachagua. That is the true effect of Martha Karua. And as I finish quickly on Wajakoya, I think Wajakoya is a very important factor. We really need to interrogate this guy. There are so many exuberant youth, young people who will vote out of excitement. They are not voting because they understand this country. They don't understand any political issues, but they will vote out of excitement. Young people who are also happen to be undecided. The way we are able to look at Wajakoya's candidature, you cannot shut your eyes to a very huge constituency of young voter. This guy can pull a 1 million plus surprise because MUCHERU, he's the third horse. Nobody is the third. Let's say he's a donkey. He's the third donkey. We have 2 horses and 1 donkey. This 1 donkey, the way we treat her, the way we treat him, I don't know whose project Wajakoya is. I've heard some UDA guys saying that you see Wajakoya ni mtu ya Raila, ametumwa pale sijui kuconfuse vijana wadogo wenye wameenda kwa wheelbarrow. But Wajakoya, as much as he might be, he knows he will not win the presidency, but I'm told he has certain interests which are not even, you know, related to these elections, but to outside funding. So he might be able to pull a surprise, get maybe 1.5 million. It might affect any of the 2 front runners. So how we are able to package, because he's the newsmaker. Ukifungua leo Twitter, ukifungua leo status ya kila mtu anaongelea Wajakoya. People are even forgetting. And remember, youth in this country, and so the youth and social media, they are the opinion shapers. Whatever narrative is being propagated in town, it is being shaped by what young people are saying. This election has a lot of young people who are, you know, contributing towards, the leading mantra. So how Wajakoya comes out in the coming days will also be imperative. Yeah, thank you so much, Bernard. Those were my few observations and contribution.
Okay, asante Samuel kwa mchango wako, nashukuru. Wajakoya doesn't have to be a project. He is a candidate. And it's been cleared to run. So let him run. Whether it's a donkey or a horse, let 9 August will determine. This race is not about 2 horses, it's 1 horse and others. So especially the presidential one, it's 1 horse and others. These others, we are yet to determine whether they are donkeys, pundamilia, the other slow animals. But the horse ni moja tu, kwa kulingana na dalili zote zinazoonyesha za jua, za mwezi. Kulikuwa na huyu mjumbe wa ni Mara kwetu ama wapi, alisema hata wazee washachinja ng'ombe wakaangalia kwa Mara, inasema hivyo. Kwa hivyo traditionally is 1 horse, politically is 1 horse, the spiritual one, manabii tumekuwa wengi. Tutafanya hapa show ya manabii. Kuna bishop mmoja naandaa akuje atuambie maneno ya hii unabii, kwa sababu unabii nao unatatanisha, kwa sababu hawa wanasema ni huyu, hawa wanasema ni huyu, na wote wanasema Mungu amewaambia. Sasa hatujui ni Mungu ndio tofauti ama nini. But it's great for us to articulate matters rightly and help Kenyans focus. But Wajakoya is momentous. Okay, he's momentous. He's a good guy in this race. He's going to help somebody understand that Kenyan politics is not in somebody's pocket. Inapangwanga kwa mbali, alafu wewe unakuja tu hapo unafikiria umeona, kumbe kule ilipangiwa is under the sea. Wewe ulikuwa na swim tu kando ya bahari ukafikiria hii ushaiona yote. Haya, ni nani huyu? Jakindu Bey, vipi leo?
Salama sana Ben, hamjambo na wasalimia wote.
Hatujambo. Hii upako wa Alex ameambukiza Bantu Warrior, tena amekuambukiza wewe. Hii maneno ya kuwa barabarani.
Hapana, mimi hajaniambukiza. Ni kwamba nilikuwa safarini, lakini nimesikia mtu akisema ati Sakaja kama angekuwa upande wa Uhuru na Raila ati angekuwa hiyo mambo yake ingeshughulikiwa namna nyingine. Hapana, saa hii mwaka huu tuna deal na vitu ambavyo zilipitishwa na bunge, watu wenyewe ndio walisema. Sasa hatuwezi kusema kwamba mtu anapopatikana na makosa lazima utafute Raila au utafute Uhuru ati ndio amefanya. Unaona, hii ndio mambo ambayo tunasema wale watu ambao wako kwa UDA, wale ambao wako na mashitaka, wakitaka kushitakiwa wanasema hii ni political. Mbona wengine wale hawana mashitaka mtu aende kumshika? Mbona mtu hajaenda kushika Kindiki kwamba ako na eti kwa sababu ana support? Tuacheni hii mambo ya kusema uongo. Na mimi nataka kuambia kwamba nimekuwa nikisema mambo juu ya uongo, na nimewaambia uongo huwa ina expire. Uongo ina expire, iko na siku zake, alafu ina expire. So nataka kuthibitisha leo Bernard, niliwaambia uongo ni kitu kimoja, haifai kwa nchi yetu tukisema mambo ya uongo. Angalia sasa, Sakaja amekuja na uongo, na unajua Sakaja wakati wa corona, unaona hizi ni tabia ya watu. Wakati wa corona alipatikana akinywa pombe na watu kwenye baa. Si kweli? Ni kweli hiyo? Na hiyo ni tabia, ndio kusema yeye ni mtu kiongozi ambaye ni muongo, atii sheria, hafuati sheria. Kama yeye ni kiongozi na hafuati sheria, sasa hiyo sheria itafuatwaje? Huyo ni mtu ambaye tayari akivunja hiyo sheria ni corrupt, hiyo ni corruption. So hiyo ni moja, ameonyesha. Malala anaonekana naye ako na shida ya masomo, sijui alifanya nini. Mbona watu wa upande wa mbona hatuoni upande wa Azimio kama kuna watu wengine ambao wanaleta certificate zile ziko na mashaka? Kama ni kusema upande huo mwingine una mashaka, kwa sababu hata angalia makamu wa rais anapata wakati wapi wa kusoma na kuwa na kupata PhD? Ni kwa sababu aliacha kufanya kazi akaenda kusoma, alafu anasema amefukuzwa kazi, kwa kazi. Nani amemfukuza? Mpaka leo yeye bado anasema yeye ni makamu wa rais, na yeye hafanyi kazi ya makamu wa rais, hajafanya kwa hizo miaka 4. Kwa sababu ukiwa makamu wa rais ni lazima uwe mwaminifu kwa bosi wako, uwe mwaminifu kwa bosi wako. Kama unaona bosi wako huwezi kuwa mwaminifu kwake, basi resign, utoke, ndio useme mimi nilikuwa lakini sikubaliane. Sasa yeye hataki kutoka, anasema eti alichaguliwa na Wakenya. Ndio alichaguliwa lakini hana kazi, anasema hana kazi. So hiyo ni uongo. Hata jana wakati alipokuwa anahojiwa ile kabisa, ukitaka kujua kwamba bado tuko na wajinga wengi, kwa sababu Ruto anaweza kusema uongo mbele yetu na watu wanashangilia. Hiyo maana yake ni nini? Ni kusema sisi bado tuko na hiyo shida ya ujinga, lakini hiyo ni hivyo. Alex, nimeona kwamba nimeshangaa kwa sababu mlikuwa mnasema jana ati ile mkutano wa Kisii imehairishwa, na nafikiri succeed, imefanya vizuri. Walinzi wale walinda sheria wamefanya kazi nzuri kabisa. Kwa hiyo mkutano huo ulikuwa ni mzuri. Mimi naweza kusema Martha Karua amebadilisha amebadilisha mambo kabisa, mambo ya mambo ya kukampeni amebadilisha, lakini kuna watu hawakubali, kwa sababu nimemuona hata mtu mmoja anaitwa Ambrose Weda. Wewe kama mtu Ambrose Weda anasema uongo mtupu, kwa sababu asemi ukweli, anasema uongo, na yeye anasema yeye ni mhubiri. Mimi nashangaa sana na watu wetu, nashangaa sana na watu wetu. So mimi naweza kusema kwamba Kisii vile niliona, mimi nafikiri Arati atakuwa governor, lakini kitu ambacho inanikasirisha mimi ni kwamba kwa nini watu hawapendi wao wenyewe wafanye kama vile Homa Bay walifanya. Homa Bay walikaa chini wakajadiliana wao, wakasema mtu fulani ndio tutamchagua. Kwani wao hawaoni kwamba wanaweza kushindwa? Wao wanapigana wenyewe kwa wenyewe bila kuona. Na saa hii tunasema Azimio inataka tuwe na umoja. Sasa hiyo ndio inaniudhi sana na watu wetu, kwamba hii mambo ya kuwa na ubinafsi ni kitu kibaya, kwa sababu inatakiwa hata kama ni ninyi wote ni sibling, lazima mkae chini mseme, jamani, tunaenda kwa kura, tufanyeje? Nani ana kura nyingi zaidi ya hivi? Sasa hii kila kitu mpaka mwachie president yani, hata sasa mnamsaidia kwa njia gani? Mnamsaidia kwa njia gani? Mimi naona msaidizi hata kwa hii saa hizi, kwa hii uchaguzi, naona Martha Karua ni msaidizi ambaye ana tija, kwa sababu anafanya kampeni yake bila kulalamika, na anaenda kila peke yake, haongojei kwamba mpaka ambiwe afanye namna gani. Haogopi, anaenda ana campaign, anarudi anakutana na wenzake. So inatakiwa watu wote tufanye hivyo, tujaribu kila mmoja campaign ili tupate wengi. Mucheru alisema watu wasiseme hawa akina Mucheru, akina Matiang'i, hawa ni political appointee, na hawa ni lazima wafuate kazi yao ni kufanya kazi ambayo serikali ambayo iko pale kwa utawala huko. Kwa hiyo mambo ya kwa laumu, na koti ilisema hawana lawama, mimi sielewi kwa nini akina Ruto wanapiga kelele. Na wao tu, Ruto ndiye alisema kwamba Matiang'i aachiliwe, wakati watu wa NASA walikuwa wana complain. Alisema hapana, na ilipopelekwa kotini, koti ikasema wasilaumiwe hao watu, ni political appointee. Kwa hiyo ni lazima watekeleze politics na sera za hiyo serikali. So wakifuata uhuru, mimi sioni kwa nini hao watu wanapiga kelele. Kwa hiyo hawa ni watu waongo, na mimi nataka kuambia Wakenya tuwache. Wakenya wengi, mimi naweza kuambia, hiyo serikali ambayo mnafikiria kwamba inaweza kuundwa na UDA, hiyo ni serikali ambayo haramu. Haiwezi, itakuwa ni serikali haramu. Serikali imejaa na uongo mtupu, watu waongo, hawasemi ukweli. Hiyo ni serikali gani? Haifai hata kidogo. So mimi nawaomba Wakenya wote tuwe katika Azimio, ndio tusukume gurudumu la maendeleo katika nchi yetu. Na hiyo kwa sababu Azimio iko na sera ya kusema kwamba inajenga taifa na vile vile inajenga nchi. Hiyo ni muhimu sana. Asante sana Bernard.
Okay, nashukuru Jakindu Bey kwa mchango wako na mwelekeo ambao mnatupatia. Tunaendelea kujifunza. Asante sana. Naomba tuochi video alafu tusonge mbele.
Etago hoye! Etago hoye! Etago hoye! Asanteni.
Okay, one more, just a moment. Alex, break down that for us. What happened?
Yeah, it was a very interesting day in Kisii. And there was tension running high from yesterday. And at some point, Raila did not want to go to the rallies. He did not plan to go to the funeral that you saw him go today. That was a diversion. When he was told that this was going to be a seal, not a rubber stamp, that Ongwae must either defect or he must be expelled from ODM because he's working with UDA. He couldn't believe that that was the decision of the Kisii people. Truth be told, Ongwae has been a bosom friend for one man, Raila Amolo Odinga. In 2017, Ongwae will never have won that election were it not for the courtesy of Raila Amolo Odinga, who we respected, and by extension, because of the paradigm shift that was going on in Kisii, we decided to give the guy a chance. At some point, remember, there was an intense negotiation in 2017 because they were not seeing eye to eye with the deputy, Maangi. Maangi had already defected to Jubilee. So there was an intense negotiation that made finally Maangi come back home. And in the stadium, they shook hands and Maangi was able to become his running mate, whereby engineer who? There was this guy that died about 6 months ago, who was supposed to be the running mate for Ongwae, was stopped, and therefore Ongwae and Maangi became the candidates for ODM because we were to lose that seat to one man called Chris Obure. Obure has been a member of parliament and the politics of Kisii for such a long time. Obure is a loaded man, fully loaded. If there is some few Kenyans in Kisii who are extremely wealthy, not rich, whose wealth can go to generation to the fourth or the fifth, is the man Chris Obure. Chris Obure was going head to head with Ongwae, and he wanted to show Ongwae that I want to dislodge Raila from Kisii. But we stopped Chris Obure totally. And today you look at Chris Obure, a man whose career in politics is lustrous. He looks like a puppet because that was the end of him. So by the time he was told that if you cannot attend these rallies, we will go by ourselves. So Raila was given an ultimatum. You must go. Remember, they had already prepared their funds, that Baba and Uhuru were coming for those projects. Uhuru, as usual, connived because he realized the political temperatures in Kisii were at a high rate. Therefore, as a president, he didn't want to get involved. But Raila did not have any other option but to come back to Etago and Nyamarambe. And why did we choose Etago and Nyamarambe? Because we had many other options. Because Raila tour was supposed to be 2 days in Kisii. So I'm not sure if still tomorrow is coming. From what has happened, I think he might not come. From the video you have shown, you have seen how Ongwae Omariba James was very uncomfortable the way people were singing Simba ne taya. You know, that means Simba is the light of Kisii. And you can realize the reason we went directly to a place called South Mogirango is to make a point very clear to one man called Osoro. A few days ago, Osoro abused Martha Karua, and that did not go very well. In the same place he abused Martha Karua is the same place we went. You have to know that. And the same people he was addressing. Now we were addressing a Momath crowd. And we made it very clear that that is not a UDA zone anymore. We thought that your record, we could have left you so that through your record, you could be the only UDA member of parliament in Kisii. But I think the moral red light of abusing Mama Martha Karua, you will have to pay for your sins. So that is why we chose South Mogirango. And I think we are successful in that. Therefore, I can 50% say chances that from how and things played, the man Osoro is a worried man. His future is 50-50. And I'm glad Robe is coming from South Mogirango, so he might know more about it. But again, instead again of going to another place, Simba played his politics very well. Again, we remained in South Mogirango again. We had an opportunity from South Mogirango to go at least to Nyaribari or to Bobasi, whereby, you know, remember at some point, Ongeri was so mad and said, I know why you are doing this, because it's your home turf. Wait until we also go to our home turf. And there was going to be contestation and a fight, because we were ready also to show Ongeri that even in your home turf, we have chosen one man, Simba Erati. It's not because of anything. Recently, we had a gubernatorial debate. The truth is that Ongeri was articulate. Ongeri won the debate. Ongeri is better in managing and everything. But the truth is that the leadership of Kisii has come of age. When you look at Omariba James is 70-something, going 80. Ongeri is also 80. Obure is also 80. And these people want the status quo. They don't know how to mentor leadership. And I think that should be a lesson to other leaders throughout the country, that when you refuse to face out by mentoring young leaders, they will come after the establishment and they will be unscripted. How they will come, they will not come with respect. They will come in a manner that is going to be advantageous to them. So this is a medicine of Ongwae himself. Ongwae thought he could go behind. Some of us who are supporting Ongeri through thick and blood are so far said no. The reason is simple. Any vote that we are going to vote for Ongeri, we are voting for one man called William Ruto. Because this is the plan they have. When you look at the electoral votes in Kisii, Nyaribari Masaba and Nyaribari Chache, when they combine together, this is Nyaribari, their vote block is almost half of the Kisii votes. So if they decide to vote as a block, whether Bobasi, Bogirango, Kitutu Chache, and Bonchari come together with their respective candidates, if today Machogu and Ongeri decides to shake hands and their people vote them together, they will take that gubernatorial seat immediately. But that is not going to happen. And that is why Simba chose a team that was a cross. As a governor, he chose himself from Bobasi. As a senator, he went to Kitutu Chache. As a deputy governor, he went to Nyaribari. For other seats, he went to Bomachoge, and also he went to Bonchari and South Mugirango, so including the speaker to be in Kisii County. But when you look at what ODM was going to do, is that they wanted Simbarati from Bobasi and then Janet Ongera also from Bobasi. It can't be that you want the governor and also the women rep to come from one area. And the person who was miscalculating all these things is James Ongwae. So today, James Ongwae has been ashamed. I don't think he is sleeping. Probably he's sipping champagne and maybe Hennessy to help him, because that is his favorite drink. But however, he's not going to sleep, because time has come for him to realize the establishment has been discarded by a young man who they thought was no game changer. The politics of Kisii now have gone to one man called Simba Arati. I still have questions about that. I don't know his capability. He's not been tested enough as a governor. Comparing, and I'm saying comparing, to the rest who have been public servants for so long. But Bernard, we look at a young man called Wangamati. He was never tested on a high level. He has performed. We look at somebody like Oparanya, never tested so much, he performed. Joho, never tested so much, he performed. So why don't we give this young man a benefit of doubt? So these naysayers, we are not going to listen to them. When Simba comes, we will force him to choose a human capacity development that is going to manage that county in a very progressive way. And I think he's listening. And because the forces of the old have come so that they can fight him, he has been able to tap the best of the best to be next to him. So you see, the disadvantage that has come to him has made him wake up and realize that if he doesn't perform for 5 years, people will look back and say, we told you. So we have an advantage that Simbarati is now careful. More than before, he might even perform better than he wanted. The question is, and the question still lies, and that is the honesty of politics. Will he survive his senator, who is Onyonka? We have many questions. If from my side, I will not vote for him, but I might vote for Magara. But Magara finished himself. If there was anybody who could keep on toes Simba Arati, it could have been Magara. But Magara finished himself today when he said, Nilienda kutanga tanga. There are things you know how to, there's a language you use and let people know that you are sorry. He just told us, Nilienda kutanga tanga, sasa nimerudi. You know, then obviously, we still don't trust him. But when Onyonka was given that permission to come there, because today we were looking, who's going to be our senator? But, you know, Onyonka might be not our choice, but he knows how to go behind Simbarati and use Simbarati for his voting bloc. And today, when he was given that opportunity, he did not speak about himself, just like Martha Karua doesn't speak about herself. He went there and asked us, who is your governor? And people said Simba Arati. Who is your governor? People said Simba Arati. And he asked and he said, our governor is Simba Arati. And that gave him the votes. So I think anybody who's coming here to lie is because they are hurt. UDA is hurt. Where Duke is, he's crying. Where Atuya is, he's crying. These are really, really hurt people. And I'm happy today that they are really, really hurt. And I will tell them, Bana, sip it, pole pole. Wait for the sleep because it is gone. Thank you very much.
Alex, I wanted to vote for you to be a pastor, but from that statement, you can only make it as a prophet. The assistant to Jonah, the prophet who went to Nineveh and told them 40 days and Nineveh shall be destroyed. But it's good. It's good. Thank you for that analysis and information. I think we are now beginning to understand what is cooking. But I trust Kenyans. I trust Kenyans and their focus in terms of the 2022 elections are going to be full of surprises. I can see that. In surprises in the sense that the most likely may not get it, and those that look like they are the ones that have it may not even have it. But as far as Kisii politics are concerned, Ongeri and team seem to be making a bad blunder because if they surrounded Arati with that their elderly wisdom, they would have remained relevant and useful, other than going there to fight. As an elder, you look at the situation and see how do you step in and then be part of the change, even when you are a representative of the old system. And so their failure to buy into Arati and be able to surround Arati and help in stabilizing Arati on the ground, they felt threatened, and in the process, he may dislodge them and they may never recover from it. That is what I feel about it. Bwana Njiru, ngoja nani aongee kwanza, yeye ni mwenyeji wa huko pia. Robert, the true Robert. You are the Robert is on
the real one.
The real one. Karibu.
Yes, Bernard. I see you. I see Mogoi and Mwaura. I think I saw Mogoi speaking before. What Alex said is, in fact, is true. But there are a couple of points I want just to add on what's going on here. First of all, let's say this is good for Ida, because you see all these guys, they want to be a governor. Everybody wants to be a governor. Not because they want to go and Wachenge, in fact, Kisii, they want to go and steal. I want to be sincere with you, and I'm not on to hide, because I don't care on why he has been a failure. The man, what he had in mind, he thought because he's now the outgoing governor, he can be the guy with time who comes in. That's gone. It's the will of the people. Now, yesterday we were here, and somebody just remember we were talking about Papa going to Kisii. Then somebody said, "Oh, the Kisii trip has been cancelled." And in fact, I took it that way. So I slept, I woke up, then I'm just doing, then I'm saying, oh, Papa in Kisii, that's why, in fact, I was just like, that's why I couldn't come in when you get started, because I really wanted to see what's going on. One thing I've come to realize, people are divided. I mean, we are not talking about the people, the majority of the people, but we are talking about the people who are seeking to be the governor, members of, but they are divided what they want to do. And for me, the situation, I saw it was tense sometimes, some places. The good news is everybody thinks it's part of Raila Odinga. That's the good news. And the good news is this is good for democracy. And you remember, Bernard, I have come here before and said, I'm not here to say who wins in terms of what party, whatever. I said, choose the right people, regardless which party they belong to. As long as it's not UDA, because I hate UDA to hell, the way they do things. I'm telling you the truth. Even if it was my brother, I cannot vote for him. Even my own son. That's how much I think UDA, I've come to hate them because they don't stand for what I believe in. Talking of the Kisii politics, before I go to the national one, let me give you some hints of what happened. There was one man who shouted at ODM would never win in Kisii. That man is a former MP. I think that was Oyongo. So he shouted not because he believes what he said. That's frustration, how they have used money and how they are losing to Simba. So some of these guys, they have campaigned, and after realizing it's about 50-something days left, they have realized this thing is gone. You can just count it like this way. Kisii County, the governor is going to be a Simba. That one is gone. The Senate is going to be Onyonka. That one is gone. Let's be sincere on that. I disagree with Alex when he comes here to talk about a man who messed up, Magara. If you realize, these guys were on my own constituents. That's where I come from. That's my home constituency. Magara was our member of parliament before, and he destroyed South Mogrango through corruption. So the people you saw there, or the crowd you saw there, I'm telling you, the majority would never vote for Omingo Magara. Never. Because they had they have bad feelings about him. Even though Omingo Magara is kind of outside our constituents, people like him, but us, we don't like him because we know what he did. So put that one to rest, that Magara cannot make it. So when it comes to other seats like ODA, like the members of parliament, my friends, that one I cannot tell. I'm not going to come here and lie that ODM is going to cut the day, or UDA. Even the so-called Osoro, I don't like the guy, but he has a chance when it comes to Kisii politics. That's how. It's the individual, but not like the party. So for me, I just say Papa is going to be the beneficiary, because all these people, they want to marshal up people to come up to support them till the election day, which means for the first time, because Papa's been winning Kisii and Nyamira, let's be sincere, but with a small margin. And that's why I came here before and I told people the difference between before and now, the previous years Papa's won, there are some places where we have also to go and look at. Kuria in Migori. Kuria people, if you see in Migori, they never voted for Papa. But this time they are going to vote for him. The place where they work, if you remember during Kibaki time, it was 50-50. During Uhuru, it was almost 50-50 when it comes to Kisii and Nyamira. But this time it's going to be a landslide for Papa. And that's why I caution people, the idea of saying, it's just going to struggle. No. This time, Papa is going to do very, very well. Some places he never did. So that's what I have for when it comes to Kisii politics. Let me go to national politics. Sakaja. I've been asking myself, I was one person who said I want to give him just time before I make up and say he lied. Because as you know, what I wanted to know is the university where he claims he got a degree. So what I don't know is, do they offer online degrees, online studies? Maybe if he did it online and he got it, he has a point. But I don't know about it. But also, I need, if he wanted, he could have give us the seats where he made payments when he was attending the university. But let us just wait and see what he has. Let us not just like conclude he doesn't have it. Because I believe if the man could have done online, he could get his degree, because that one happens anywhere. I don't know about Bernard. If someone can find out if the university is offering online studies, then we can say, let us see what he has. But if they don't, then he's cooked. He is cooked. He's done. Because he has to prove he moved from the country when he was a member of parliament, then he went to go to school in Uganda. That's the difference. If the university doesn't have online courses, then I don't see it when Sakaja'S is going to convince us that he has a degree. So also comes to about IEBC. I've always said IEBC, they are crooks, more especially their chairman. That man was not supposed even to be there. Only in Kenya, where somebody can just mess up an election, then he's left there for another 5 years. I always say, I don't know what they want to do, but somebody has to tell me. This 1 million people they keep on telling us they found. This what, and that's why I say Uhuru and Ruto, the historic election. I don't care. People, I know nobody wants to hear about Uhuru. Uhuru and Ruto, let me make it clear. Waliba kura. So some of us, when we were fighting for Baba for all these years, kumbe kulikuwa na system ambayo wanaweka some people in advance. The 1 million people now, Ruto and claim, oh, most of them are my voters. So most of them, they are voters for Ruto. The voters who we don't know who they are. So these elections, the only election I keep on telling people, the 2002 election, that was the only election I think Kenya voted in a genuine way. Any election, Emeibua, 2013, 2017, and some of us, we had people killed because they were fighting for democracy. And I think Ruto and Uhuru, they have to tell us how they won the election. So, but anyway, I'll give Uhuru because he has come forward, and I think without him, we could have not cleaned all this mess. I think Ruto wanted to be the same thing so that he could have won. That's why he was just, alikuwa anapiga kifua, unajua, they know chipange. Kumbe walikuwa wamejipanga na mambo ya kuiba. Unfortunately, I'm very sorry for Ruto. You can tell from the interview he did in Citizen, the guy was uncomfortable. And he was kind of yelling, kind of mistreating. The guy was interviewing. You know, that was very bad for him. That was very bad for Ruto. Bernard, I'm here. I just woke up, man. It's 9 here in California. So I'll be there all night. I'm waiting the night crew to come in, prime time. When the other robot comes and the other people, then we can discuss this, man. I'm very happy. But this, unajua, before I nimalize Bernard, I've been talking about 57, 43 Papa. But I think this thing is going to 60 something. Okay, the only thing is I said going up. This thing is going at least 70. I'm saying this. This is going 70. Hii kule imekwisha jamani. I don't know. This one is really bad for Ruto. Yeah, unajua ile Uhuru alisema utakimbia, you run out of pumzi. These are 50 days left. Pumzi ya Ruto imeanza kupunguka jamani. Imeanza kupunguka. So I wish mzee nani hiyo Msatuoli is somewhere there. Okay, Bernard, I look forward to just listening to you guys, and let's see what happens. But good show. And I don't know Sakaja'S sijatoa for this month. I think it was monthly thing. I didn't know. Sasa is Sakaja'S ilikuwa na every month ama every week. I don't know yet.
Sadaka endelea tu kutoa.
Okay, okay, sawa.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, we appreciate that look on the politics, and Let's keep learning. The viewers, thank you so much for continuing to invite others. We are building up. We are in that now almost last leg as we wait for the other night crew to take over. Let's keep it up. There is this video before Njiru comes in. Let's just listen out and get more. Okay. I think it's this one. Okay, one more. Thank you.
Science. Yes. So first year I had to do both. Yes. But your time nilikuwa na do job Price Waterhouse as an audit clerk, asset audit clerk.
They were a blessing to President Moi because they were now courageous, brave to say Kanuju.
Jirongo, in terms of leadership, in terms of making snap decisions, that was the guy.
There was nothing peculiar about Sam Nyamweya. It is only that he was a shrewd person.
Ruto was a very straight person, very background person, until maybe towards the end of YK that he started coming up.
More than 2 decades later, YK92 remains a thrilling topic, especially for Kenyans old enough to remember the once famous political initials.
92 nilikuwa ndio nimemaliza tu shule na kukawa na kitu ambayo ilikuwa inaitwa YK92.
Ni kundi ambalo lilikuja kumaliza uchumi wa Kenya. Nakumbuka wakati huo uchumi wa Kenya ulikuja ukaanguka.
Because pesa zilikuwa zinatengenezwa kiholela. Hiyo ndio wakati tulikuwa na Jirongo. Ile note inaitwa 500 ambayo Jirongo alikuwa anaenda anatengeneza, anakuja anagawa pesa.
Vijana wanaenda huko scrambling for money. But hiyo scrambling for money walitumia kama ati sasa vijana tuko na sisi, sasa kura tumepata mingi. It was also a rigging strategy.
Ni campaign ambayo ilitumia vijana kwa njia mbaya.
So it is a study case that people should pay attention to, but not to replicate.
1992 was a consequential year for Kenya. An economy in turmoil, runaway corruption, and a poisoned political climate characterized by assassinations and regular public protests. A resurgent opposition bolstered by brave clergymen and a militant civil society had just managed to push for the reintroduction of multi-party democracy.
Tawala Kenya, tawala. Tawala Kenya, tawala.
The ruling party KANU and its leader, the then President Daniel Arap Moi, was besieged with the prospect of losing the general election looking real by the day. It was against this backdrop that a group of youthful associates met over a drink and an idea was born. It was on the 5th of January 1992 that 5 friends met at Nairobi's Boulevard Hotel for a drink. In attendance, Fred Kiptanui, Sami Kogo, Victor Kebenei, Joe Mwangale and Joe Kim Kung, a close confidant of President Moi's son, Gideon Moi. The drink would later turn out the political equivalent of a life-saving drip. On December 3rd, 1991, a month to this meeting, President Moi had transformed the political scene by consenting to a repeal of Section 2A of the Constitution, opening the space for creation of alternative political parties.
Kitu mimi nauliza nyinyi leo, ili tuone hawa walio katika siasa, wale walio watumishi wa serikali, sisi tuseme kwamba tufungue, tuondoe ile section ya katiba ya Kenya ya 2A.
Multi-party was back, and for the first time since independence, KANU was facing a real battle for survival.
His was also only just one vote. He needed all the votes, which now were open to taking by other parties. So now the remaining party, which was still in power, had to pull itself together and brave for the coming competition.
Siasa ni mashindano. Kwa hivyo ilikuwa mashindano kiasi kukubalia iingie.
The first opposition party, the Forum for Restoration of Democracy, FORD, was riding high on the wave of change. President Moi's trusted friends started to forsake him. One by one, they left. But it was the resignation of Mwai Kibaki, the then Minister for Health, on Christmas Day in 1991 that sent shockwaves across the country.
I have resigned from the government, and that a detailed statement will be issued tomorrow.
He was to be joined by then powerful politicians, mainly from the central Kenya region, to form the Democratic Party, DP. But it was FORD that provided the real challenge. It attracted hundreds of thousands of supporters, and for a while it looked set to wrest power from Moi. These emerging developments dominated discussions among the 5 friends. KANU was staring at defeat, and the position of these 5 young men, most of them sons of political figures in the society, was at stake. They agreed to an idea: a youth league that will champion KANU's re-election, a replica of UK's Labour Party youth movement. They named the movement KANU National Youth Congress.
You know, they knew of one party, one government, one nation. For them, the president was their president. The party was their government.
That afternoon, 32-year-old Cyrus Jirongo, who was a mutual friend, was proposed to lead the new movement.
The lobby group I led in '92 was just 23 young men, business people. One thing is for you to qualify, you must have your own money. It was not a begging team. There are people who are in business. We were not a huge team as people would want to imagine. We were only 23 of us.
KANU was in problems and the opposition was getting stronger. And, they needed an organization of young people like us to make sure that we help the party.
Word about the new outfit spread quickly. And in the meeting that followed, sons of top political leaders were in attendance. They included President Moi's children, Gideon, Jonathan, and June, as well as Kiprono Kitoni, their cousin and son of then Maendeleo ya Wanawake chairlady, Zipporah Kitoni. It was at this meeting that YK92 was born.
As young people and persons from families that were in KANU, what we used to call traditionally KANU communities, said, no, we can't let Mzee be embarrassed like this.
I joined YK92 by virtue of I was a personal assistant to P-Ward. And when we heard that there was meetings here and there, then I requested that maybe I can join them. And that is when I approached Jirongo, and he told me, come and they put for me a position.
At the time, I was teaching. I was a lecturer in Utalii College. And I was given a call by a friend who was at the secretariat. He told me, Patrick, it is important that you come, we meet, and there is a movement that we are coming up with. So I went to the office at KICC and I found a guy called Olympia Luceno who works in Sudan, in Dubai currently.
Thank you for your patience. I see some are comfortable, others are happy, others are asking, why are you bringing this up? It's good for us to remind ourselves. And if there is any elections that we have to get our history right, is this one. And one way of determining a future leadership is looking back and be able to join dots accurately. The future is not safe when we cannot get our roots right. I'm not drumming up support for the roots, but I'm only talking about our history must be understood, especially right now. It's been said that these elections is about economy, and Y2K 92 has something to do with what went wrong with our economy. And so if you are able to get that entire clip and be able to watch all of it, it will help you begin to understand why is this election high stake for some people and why it must be of great importance to you as a Kenyan. Who becomes your president, who becomes your governor, who becomes your MCA, who becomes your women rep, who becomes your senator, who becomes your member of parliament 2022. Because you vote in wrong people, you can't avoid wrong life. There is no place where there is bad leadership that there is good life. So the only way to correct the life Kenyans are having now is begin by correcting the leadership that is at the helm of the affairs of this great country. Thank you, all of you that are joining us from around the world. Please don't watch alone. Make sure you help somebody find us and watch the program. And more than that, please subscribe. Those of you who haven't subscribed to Mtembei TV, please do so. And those who are yet to join as members, there is an opportunity for you to join and become a member of Mtembei TV. Please do so. And Facebook, you can follow us on the page as well as on the profile. It is good for you to have all that alert so that anytime we come on air, you will be notified. And we do more than this. This is just one show. There are many other shows that we do that are very beneficial. So when you subscribe, you will always be notified every time we come up. Thank you so much. We'll be playing that clip bit by bit so that tuelewe hii story, kwa sababu wengi wanataka kuikana kwamba haikukuwepo ama haikuadhiri uchumi wa nchi, lakini lazima tukubali makosa, tuyarekebishe au tuendelee kuyarudia kama hatutaki kujifunza kutoka kwa hayo makosa. Thank you so much. Njiru, how are you? Please, you had something to say?
Bwana Bernard?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, I wanted to add some few comments. I just met when Alex had done his presentation. I want us to do a correction. I know we are a bit changed because of the people we support, but I want us, even as we say that we don't want so and so, let's not put the issues of ages, because those things, when they are coming on the national stage, we are also saying that sometimes age does not matter. And to me, I'm saying as long as somebody is healthy, he has a good medical record, we should not be talking of age here. So this guy Simba Arati, the other guys Akina Chris Oburi, Akina Nani, let them square in terms of merit. Let's not bring the issues of age. So these issues, we are saying that maybe people have not mentored others or what has happened, we don't know. So let's purely talk about Simba Arati's concept of leadership, credibility. But any person who will come to discredit another in terms of age, personally, I don't want to listen to that discussion, because that discussion can be frayed in any direction, and we can start misconceiving everything because of that. So let's please close our discussion to credibility, qualification. Let's talk about degrees. Kama mtu ana degree, wacha tuongee hiyo. Lakini let's not talk about that huyo mtu ni wa this amount of age. If that person, let the people reject that person, but let's not come here and discredit somebody because of age. It is wrong. Those people are spending their own money, and in any case, huyo mtu ako Azimio, so let's not discredit people in terms of that. Number two, there is something we call silent consensus, and in any election, kuna kuanga na a silent consensus of a way. And I can tell you from the way I'm seeing things moving on in Kenya, there is some silent consensus which is building to make Raila the president. How you want to decompose that statement nimeisema, you can push it more to that. Lastly, umetuambia story ya YK92 hapa through hii clip umecheza hapa. Me personally, I never like, that's why ni kama nilionanga mtu kama Jirongo kwa Azimio. I'm one of the biggest critic of Bwana Jirongo. Yes, he might be in Azimio, but personally, I do not agree with Jirongo. Jirongo is one of the person, whether ametokezea hapa na kujitetea, saa zingine nasikianga sijui akisema na akidiassociate na history ya YK92 sana. Jirongo, Ruto, Nyamweya, those are the people who brought suffering in Kenya. And we have to disassociate ourselves with these people because they are not good people. So this idea, saa zingine, where we want to only label Mr. Ruto as the only evil person, it is wrong. We have Jirongo, we have Nyamweya, we have Ruto. We have to put them in the same basket. So this idea, because tukianzia kusegregate evil, that is how we will drive some criminals to Azimio. So let's, when we want to separate on quality and experience and what people did, kama huyu Jirongo hadi pesa ikapata jina yake, and we still want to talk about this guy, the word he was, you know, hata hawezi tuambia kile alifanya kwa YK92.
Ngoja bwana Jiru. Let's do this, okay? We seem to be deviating.
Okay.
The issue of age, especially, let me go back to Kisii because that's where it got up. It got from. It is not a matter of somebody being disadvantaged or advantaged by age. It's only that they have dragged it as a reason for the campaign, and it's limited within the Kisii governorship. And especially my comment on it was, it is wrong for the elderly to take one side against the youth. The person who is on the wrong here is the elders, because they are supposed to hold the youth and give them leadership. And one way of it is not to go into confrontation, is how do you find a place within this youth campaign? Look at the way Baba, metamorphosis from one election to another, and his followership is always mixed, the old and the new, and he's never displaced when he's with the young or when he's with the old. So that is what I was suggesting. Ongeri and Tim should have read the mood, looked at the situation, and say, how can they be part of the erratic government? They provide the wisdom. They would have been, Ongeri could have been the Minister for Finance, Kisii County, or the board of whatever trustees, so that they articulate manene procurement and the rest of things in the interest of Kisii, other than going to get into a battle and then it is result into now the battle between the old and the young. That is a battle that you're bound to lose, because there is no way you're going to convince people that the old is better or the new is better. You just need to play your cards right. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa kanzangu. Ngoja kidogo, Filo ameinua mkono. Filo, iko nini? Nusu ya dakika.
Yes, I will just take a second. I want to talk to MUCHERU here about Kisii. Arad is not the problem. The problem, Ongeri, Ongwae, and the Jubilee governor, they are the people who started this narrative. Like Arati is the problem from Nairobi. It is not a Kisii. It's young. It's a tag in Nairobi. You know, when you are calling somebody a tag and there is a name before 2 times, and he is the one who has been governed votes for Raila in Nairobi, how do people perceive you? So when they started this narrative of accusing the young readers, that's when people get against them. If Ongeri could have come together and say, hey guys, whoever will win, we will support. Ongeri or Obure would win. But when they came with this narrative of division, of saying this guy is a tag from Nairobi, oh, he doesn't know nothing, he doesn't know management, they started saying, oh, the governor would come from one of us, when they were having together meeting with Ongwae and Obure and Ongeri and the Janet Ongera, and they started saying, oh, the governor of Kisii would come from one of us, isolating Arati. Those are the problem. They didn't show harmony and the unity in Kisii so that we can erect one person. When they decided, they started that division, that's when the hatred come out. Right now, actually, there is somebody here who said something like, we need to bring something like unity in Kisii. If not so, this guy has stolen a lot of money. And he has a ring. What he said is not a lie. He has a ring with the UDA. He may decide on why himself and Ongeri, they have this bitterness. Like, if they don't get it, they can solve it. So they are here with, like, if they get money, they may buy votes and sell it to UDA instead of Arad, because they are scared of radical changes Arad will bring in Kisii County. That's the only problem we have. We don't have a problem with them. What they are feared of the radical changes on why we bring in Kisii County. Thank you.
Okay, you missed it. Arati or Ongwae?
Sorry, Arad. The Arad,
okay, thank you.
Arad will bring as a governor in Kisii. That's what they are scared. Ongwae is scared because of rooting the money he has rooted. The worst employees in the county is scared.
Sawa. Roba, come in
Ongeri has
quickly,
been
please.
quiet all this time. That's why we don't like Ongeri. He has been quiet. It was the Senate. If he was articulating these things, he could have been vocal. But he has been quiet. That's why people don't see any sense of erecting Ongeri.
Okay,
yeah.
Roba.
Yeah, Bernard, what on that? Well, first of all, you said to be governor. No, that's ODM governor. Let's be sincere. Ongeri, I mean, Mr. What's his name?
Ongwae.
Ongwae is from ODM, not from Chubiri.
I mean Obure Ongwae.
Okay, Obure has been, I guess, since I was from Standard 1. I've been had Obure. I don't know, was MP what? That was a long time ago. Same thing as Ongeri. Same thing as Ongwae now has served, I mean, the 10 years. So the age factor is not like is wrong. What we, Alex and everybody saying, what do they want to do? They have not done all these years to have been leaders in our region. They have messed up Kisii and the Nyamira. Ongeri is our senator. What has he done as a senator? Now he wants to do it as a governor. What they want to is to go and steal. What they are fighting ni kwenda kuiba tu pesa, sio kitu ngine.
Okay. Alex should be in a minute. Sawa. Alex, you can respond in 1 minute. We bring in Duke. Jiro,
Yeah.
you have a problem with your gadget, fix it.
Yeah, Duke, mbioro mosai. Ngakie ndugu mbiore. Okay, asante sana. I'm always happy to see you. You're a very good defender. A very good defender of UDA, and I like your passion anyway. Outside politics, we are very good friends with Duke. He's a very good engineer, but in politics, a very poor engineer in politics. Anyway, mtu ambaye alianza hii kitu ya age is Ongeri Njiru. And we couldn't be talking about age today. You know, this is how you put it one time in a meeting. If you understand what that means, it's demeaning. You see, such kind of language, when somebody is already having a wife and kids, and the capability of him has been seen.
What exactly did you say? Help us.
I think there are translators here who know better, you know, especially Roba is from South Mogirango. I don't know what Ngeno means, but I don't know. He should know better. But
Alex, unfortunately, Ongeri is from Nyalibari, so that's a very. It's just saying that Mr. Simba is small. It's small in terms of age. God, he has not seen a lot of things, of course. So it's kind of it's intimidating him.
He's a child. He's small. Yes, he's a child.
Yeah. So he's the one who brought the age factor. Ongeri.
Okay, let me interpret it, and hopefully you will forgive me. He's saying he's a boy whose balls are not grown up. Okay, so he brought it up. So you understand. So he brought up some obscenity in politics that has come to haunt him. And it wasn't once, it wasn't twice. They ganged up together. And fortunately, it became a fight against the old and the young. And more so, now the young people gang together. And you see today, the young people are on this side. But slowly, the older generation is also opening up their eyes. Because and I will guarantee you, the women of Kisii are not going to vote for Janet Ongera. That's a foregone case. So that's the problem again. So the team they're having again is a team that cannot be trusted. the women that voted last time for Janet Ongera, she abandoned them. She has no caucus today of a team that she can bring together and welcome Martha Karua in Kisii. That is the problem. So, and all this is that Njiru, UDA is taking advantage of that and using it, Njiru, so that they can weaken the votes of Simbarati. And that is why some of us who are supporting Ongeri hit the brakes and said, no, any vote for Ongeri is a vote for Machogu. So we made a decision that was tough because at some point, and Njiru, I'll tell you, we were losing it to them. So the narrative they brought is the narrative we are using against them now. So Njiru, we did not bring it. They have even brought the issue of papers again. And Simbarati graduated again with his master's degree from Oginga Odinga University again. Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University a month ago. So every kind of propaganda they are bringing is working against one man called Ongwae. Ongwae, in that meeting, you saw he was very bitter. And he was in the middle of Baba and also Kalonzo, and he was sandwiched in between. But you know, nobody can eat a sandwich of bitterness. My friend, if Simbarati was in between there, it could have been better. That could have been a peanut butter sandwich. So hakuna mtu anataka maneno kama hiyo. So Njiru, it's not us. They have brought it and they are continuing it. There is nothing. You know, Bernard said something here that was very important, and I think I will use it the rest of my life. Fathers are not supposed to castrate their children. They are supposed to circumcise them. But Obure, Ongwae, and Ongeri wants to castrate one man called Simbarati. If they were going to circumcise him, it's okay, but they want to castrate him. And we have said no, Mr. Njiru. So Njiru, take over.
Alex, can you hear me? Okay, fine. So,
We can hear you.
Personally, I don't know. Okay, I don't know Simbarati very well. I only know him as an MP somewhere in Dagoretti. So I think it will be possible you tell us his qualification as a candidate for governor. And let's not just assemble to him simply because he is in ODM. So I want you at least discuss to us why you think, because you know Kisii is a serious county in the Nyanza region, and he is fighting heavyweights, people with the qualification. So I would like you to convince me. I'm not saying that he is a bad man, mark my word, but convince me that Simba Arati has capacity not to be taken by the cartels of Kisii, just like the Ongwae, because I've been hearing you people, you are complaining too much of Ongwae here. Convince me that Simba Arati, who is a very young man, and you know, we are also watching him. He might become a deputy president in one of the fine days, or even a presidential candidate. He might have those qualifications. So, in the light of wanting me to know that man, can you tell me his credibility, his qualification as a leader? Then you let me to know it. So, if you can be able to convince me that Arati is a leader, I will be happy.
First of all, Njiru, let me tell you. When it was not fashionable to stand up with Baba in Kisii, Simbarati stood firm with Baba. When the forces of Matiang'i disrupted Kisii and Nyamira, Simbarati stood firm. He stuck his feet in the cement and it dried. The only way you could have taken him out of Baba is to amputate him. And even if you were to amputate him, he was to limp and still stay in ODM. And our word is fidelity. And that is the word that we were left with one of our heroes, Kajwang. His fidelity to ODM is unquestionable. When it was not fashionable to come to Kisii and be able to criticize Ongwae, and you know what? Let me say something that even the people in Azimio don't want to listen. When the envelope called the brown envelope was being burst in Kisii. And anybody knows that when somebody comes to Kisii, people will miss their salary for 2 months because that envelope was given to somebody. Simba Arati stood up and spoke about it. When the man called Matiang'i was using kifua yake with thorax and making sure that anybody that was against Simba Arati spoke, even in parliament. He was the only one man standing when ODM could have been distracted in Kisii. He even anointed himself and said, I am the Kisii spokesperson, when nobody was willing to speak about Kisii. Omonokeri Buomogusi, that is what he called himself. So that alone gave him that courage. The second thing, the fact that his name was Simba, and again, he stood like a lion. Thirdly, when we saw all these things, when UDA was coming to Kisii, messing up Kisii, we were almost giving up. You remember during the funeral of one man, his father, of Maangi, he came and gave people money and they wanted to shout for Baba. Actually, they were shouting for Baba. He stood up, he said, he promised, though if they were giving them 200, he told them he's going to give them 1,000. And he gave them. He was the one man who stood when nobody. So that is the first thing we are saying. He made sure that the votes for Baba were intact when Jubilee and UDA wanted to destabilize us. That is the first qualification. Second thing, you want to know the politics of Nairobi. It has been conniving for us. As we speak today, we have 384,000 voters of Kisii in Nairobi. It was elusive. Ukienda Kasarani, Utawala, all that around. He organized us. And we were able, for the first time, to have an MP in Nairobi. That was an achievement, my friend. For a Kisii to be an MP in Nairobi, Njiru bwana. Before the Kalenjins, that was an achievement for us. So when we look at him, he's a hero in many ways. You may not understand his organizations, his politics, his so on and so forth. And from nowhere, when he said he's coming to Kisii, we thought that who can really move the establishment of Kisii? We were doubting his capability. We did not even believe in him. But slow but steady, he built his base. And today, the three most formidable players of politics have ganged up together. And still you can see what he's showing them on the podium. So let me tell you, Mr. Njiru, you know, Bob Marley, we lived to listen to Bob Marley. And you know, Bob Marley used to sing, how long shall you kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? Have no fear for atomic energy, because none of them can stop at a time. Won't you have to sing another songs of freedom? Our leaders, especially the leaders from Luya and the leaders from Kisii, every time you build a leader of capacity, we come, tunamaliza. Musikari Kombo, tunamaliza. Wetangula, tunamaliza. Mudavadi, tunamaliza. Noah Ekesa, tunamaliza. For you to have a national leader from a community, whether he's educated or not, you must mentor him. So your questioning of what is his credential, that has nothing to do with that. We will start questioning others. The Kalenjins know very well that Ruto is a serial thief, but leadership comes through him. They don't respect Ruto, but they respect leadership. For you to get leadership, you don't look at a person, you look at leadership. A leader is only a conduit. So you built a leader and you look at the leadership. The Kikuyus knew very well. Uhuru will drink and even scratch his butt before us. But they knew leadership, Udamaki comes only through him. And you stood by him. And we are glad you showed fidelity. So what we are saying is this: whether he is fit on your face or not, we have looked yonder, we have seen. And as you have said, if he can be the deputy president, amen. Thanks for anointing him. Because as we look today, Magara is no more. Obure is done. Ongeri is in sunset years. Who can we mentor as a community in 10 years when we sit like Kalonzo today is negotiating with us, 3 months anakuwa sumbua? Who would have negotiated for the Kisii? That's the question. So when we sit here and we talk about the politics, it's because also it's a political tribal negotiation that sits on the table. What Barack Muluka called political mortgaging of tribes. So Simba Arati is also playing his politics in a very delicate way, because you see Kalonzo was able in a very delicate way to negotiate for his people. Why not us to build a leader too? And not only us, in Nyanza, if today Raila goes, who do we have? So Njiru bwana, we are looking beyond. Mtu anaitwa Moses Kuria alituambia the Kikuyus have never had a vacuum. Wakati tu Kibaki alikuwa anatoka, mulikuwa mmepanga. Immediately Kuria wakakuja wakapea Martha Karua kama nini? Spokesperson. Little did they know that today she will be the wildflower in the whole country. Alipakwa mafuta na sisi tunapaka Simba Arati. So his qualification is tumemchagua, and that is what matters to us.
It's okay. Thank you, Alex. And before I bring in Duke has been on hold. Ngoja kwanza, I would want to emphasize the aspect of perpetuating leadership and making leadership pass from one generation to another. That's one thing that the African leadership has not been very successful with our democracy. We eat our own, we kill our own, we castrate those that wants to rise up. And that's why we are weak as a people. And I will see this as one of the latest undoing, especially in our current politics. Different from the old politics, buying from the history. If you remember people like Jaramogi convincing Kibaki to come and join politics, and then you see they had a seeing into the youth, the future, and the leadership. But today we look at the youth and we see them as a threat to our right now eating. If that is going to be encouraged, then we'll end up with no leader. Will be like what Pharaoh was complaining about in Exodus. He says the children of Israel are strong, they are wise, they are increasing profusely. He said if we don't deal with them wisely, one of these fine days they can join with our enemies and then drive us out of our land. So we want to deal with the youth wisely. Instead of helping them to rise, we destroy them with our wisdom. And that makes our elders failures, okay? Because when you saw your younger ones are rising up in a certain way, as an elder, you need to navigate them, hone them, make them better, direct. If something is going to make them bend, you will straighten it. Why? You are investing into the future. And I think we need to get back to this custody of leadership, even from a community point of view. People who are the custodian of our leadership as a community and are honing the young people so that we can entrust the future to groom the young people, train the young people. Leaders we can know, hata niking'atuka sahi, our future generation in terms of having a stake on the national cake. We will always have a leader from this because we've been raising them. So tuache hii story ya kusema mpaka mimi nikue kwa meza na mimi nikule mpaka nianguke kwa hiyo meza. Help somebody rise up. That's the purpose of leadership. Purpose of leadership is not to maintain followers, is to raise other leaders. So Kinongeri and the other people, Mimi sina huruma nao. Waende wakae chini, wapange mikakati ya uongozi, na vile uongozi utakuwa 100 years from now. Moi alisema KANU itatawala 100 years. What did he see? What was he projecting? What was he seeing? We can't be sitting back and seeing our young people sell themselves, like people like the Sakaja we are talking about. They were promising leaders, but look what they have become because of cheap political connections. That you have been made chairman of DNA, now you abandon school, and then you think being chairman of DNA will take care of your schooling. This stupidity. People are beaten to be kept in school. Kina Jaramogi, Tomboya, all that encourage people to be in school, sponsored people through school. Raila has sponsored people through school. Why? The future is in training the youth in becoming leaders for the future. But wewe unataka kuwatumia wakuweke kwa ofisi. Ukishamaliza unawadump. You are part of the problem. You should clear the way. Thank you. Bwana Duke, naomba ufanye submission yako. Tafadhali.
Good evening, good morning, wherever you are. So I want to start. I don't know where to start to counter your argument as I proceed. If I got you correctly, you are trying to say that the rights of Ongwae and Ongeri have been stayed on the political scene for a long period of time, and they should have mentored somebody to take over. If I got you correctly. That's true.
Not exactly. I'm saying they should stay in their space, and instead of them fighting the young, they should guide the young. And that means they study the mood and see if the thing has moved to the youth. How can they be in that same space and provide leadership and strength, like hold the hand of Arati and help him walk. Kama mtoto anaanza kutambaa, si anashikiliwa, lakini ashikiliwi milele, anashikiliwa ila asaidiwe ajue kutembea. So wewe kama ni mzee na mambo iko hivi, huwezi kusema ni I go now fight the child akijaribu kurise. You move into that space and help them rise. That way you will live longer in the lives of that young person. Your life will be proceeded, your leadership will go on in that young person than you fighting the young person so that you take the space and remain there. That's my point.
Okay, that's right. That's okay. It also includes mentoring young people to take over you. And maybe they have not done that. But that also applies to Raila Odinga. For me, Raila Odinga has been remaining the main contestant. It's like he makes us believe that he is the only one, when he becomes the president, who can make some radical changes within Kenya. And he has failed to mentor other leaders who can take over after him. For instance, if he retires, I don't see anybody close to him from Nyanza or wherever who can actually take up that position. So leaders should mentor young people to take over. So I agree with that. We use on that. Let me continue. I don't want to Can I proceed?
On Raila Odinga, I beg to differ. All these young politicians, including Murkomen and Moses Kuria, as unlikely as it may sound, including John Kindungu, okay, baba ni baba, si baba tu kwa kuitwa. Amekuwa baba. Look at the country and the politics around the country. Who is the father of these politicians? It's only those who eat too early that get spoiled. Kina Bala, kina Mala, kina Ababu na Mwamba, badala wakue, wanaanza kukula mapema, wanakufa. But yule anatulia, anakuwa, look at Junet now. Who would have known Junet? Look at Joho. Who would have known Joho? Just look at the people surrounding him. You will notice there is a difference between his leadership style and the other people's leadership style.
Okay,
but for him buying it is his right. And
One question for you. One question for you as I proceed. Yes. For instance, if Raila retires today, whom do you think can succeed him? Maybe from Nyanza, or maybe specifically Ruo Nyanza?
The truth is there will be no vacuum. No leadership vacuum as far as Baba's leadership is concerned. And he's spoiled for choice. Just like he was spoiled for choice of running mate, he's spoiled for choice who to inherit him. And he doesn't even have to make it from Nyanza.
Exactly.
The ODM leadership, it may even go to the coast from the look of things. Or it may go to Western Kenya. So if you are looking at it from Nyanza, then you miss the point.
Okay, let me present. So I want to start from the IEBC register, where they are saying that there will be no manual register. For me, that will be a catastrophe. Going as per the previous exercises, technology has failed terribly when it comes to IEBC and 40. So if they say that they are going to scrutinize voters based on the electronic register, I think that's like having to curtail the process. There will be a lot of chaos and most of people may not vote. I'm saying this in consideration that in 2017, the KIMS kit, like 80% of them did not work. So you go and then they are not working. So what do? You don't vote. So they have to be very sure that the technology is working. Last week they did a test and like even the transfer of electronic results was having issues. So I'm opposed to that because we are not sure whether the technology will work. Sometimes even power can go in some areas. So it's not a good process or a step to take. Number two, I will talk about the Sakaja issue. And that still speaks to the failure of the IEBC. I think the scrutinizing of the certifications or the qualifications must be checked from institutions. For instance, here, if I'm contesting to be governor, the IP should check from the institution as I studied. So when I go there, they already know that whether I have a degree or I don't know. So they cannot depend on that I came with papers and then another person comes to dispute that. And then that's when we start to look at that. So that's failure of functioning of the body. There should be like an automated check in institutions across Kenya so that there should be no question whether you see that you have a degree or you don't have. But the situation where we have the decisions even the IEBC is not sure whether this person has a degree or does not have. So that's a simple process. We should not bring confusion. Then, having said that, I want to talk about Kisii politics. For me, what I can say is this. We have too many contestants. I'm talking specifically on the governor race. In Azimio side, we have several major contestants. Total 3, we have Simba, we have Ongeri, and Ohure. That's a mistake because the 3 may divide the Azimio votes. I feel that the UDA guys will actually vote for the MUCHERU, but when it comes to Azimio members, we have like, if there is an area where zoning was to be done, was to be in Kisii County when it comes to gubernatorial position, because now it's going to be like in 2017 where, you know, Jubilee was a one party, but in NASA we are having several parties, so that you find that the votes are divided and then the opponent win. So that may also happen in Kisii. I'm just trying to predict that, because if the Azimio votes are divided among the 3 and MUCHERU goes with UDA votes, he can easily defeat them. I'm giving Europa, you will counter that, but that's my opinion or observation. Lastly, I want to talk about the Crips, and that's about YK92. There is a fake narrative in the media and in most of Kenyans that the person who was involved in YK92 was Ruto, and is the one who printed the 500 note, and that brought inflation in Kenya. That's false. The economy of Kenya was actually bad right from 1987. And if you go to the website of the Central Bank of Kenya and you talk about the history of currencies of Kenya, you can find that the 500 notes was first printed in 1988. That's 4 years before 1992. So again, it's actually a false narrative. Number two, that clip gave the initial individuals who started the YK92, and William Knott was not part of them. The key individuals who started were, one of them was Gideon Moi, who is now supporting Azimio, and we have Cyrus Chirongo. Then if Azimio are feeling that these people are very bad, all the YK92 members are bad, then they should denounce the support of Gideon Moi and Jirongo because they are on their side. But the key is this: how did Ruto came into YK92? You know, after they formed that organization, they found that they were missing one key aspect: somebody with good speaking skills who can articulate the agenda of the organization and then try to mobilize the voters. And that's how William Ruto was sourced from the University of Nairobi, and he was just 25 years at that time. So Bernard, you cannot make us believe that a 25-year boy or guy comes from the university and is part of a campaign of the president, and then that person has power to go and print money and manipulate the economy of Kenya. If the economy was bad, or there was some mismanagement or misconduct, that is the failure of the president. So you cannot associate that with William Ruto in any way. Otherwise, in any way, even that organization was not real, it was just a campaign organization. So I can stop that unless I have questions.
Yes, Robert.
Hey, Duke. It's not a question, but let me disagree a little bit. Maybe I agree with something here. So you just said because Ongeri, Obure, and the rest of the Azimio, because they are fighting for this one seat called the governorship, it's just like UDA is going to win it. I'm telling you, my friend, I want to be sincere with you. The whole Kisii is Azimio's son. You can barely hear people talk about UDA. I mean, you can't even tell this UDA. I mean, it's done. But at the same time, let me disagree with you. If the guy wins, that's the will of the people. We have all to accept it. Okay, I don't care whether this is UDA. If he becomes a governor, let it be. But at this point, what we know on the ground, this thing is going to be done just very early in the morning. By 10 in the morning, everything's done. In terms of Simba being the governor. That one is okay. And that's why I say it's good for, this is going to be very good for Raila, because the people who see them, everybody wants to come out. And at the top of the ticket will be Raila. Then from there, the governorship. And it's going to be a turnout, it's going to be very, very high. And that's good for Raila. When it comes to Ruto, I want to agree with you. Ruto was not the cause of whatever, the Y92, the cause of the economy. That one I agree with you 100%. There are some people we should be all accountable because it was not in a position where it would mess up the economy. Like you said, it should be the president who was Moi by that time should be the one. I mean, it's dead right now. We can't hold him of anything, but that's what happened. But what I can also, you can agree with me, the last 10 years, we hold Ruto for the disaster he has caused in the country. And that's why he's going to lose election. So I agree with you, 92, why 92 of those years there, he was not the one who was doing all this. He didn't have power. But the last 10 years, even if he runs away, we hold him accountable. They messed up the country. He stole, they borrowed. Instead of the money they use for projects, they put it on their own pockets. And that's what I can always remember Ruto for, a crook man who stole from the Kenyan people. Thank you.
Okay, Asante Roba, as much as your statement is right, both of you and Duke, that William Ruto does not bear the responsibility of what happened in 92. He participated into the process in the sense that somebody's giving here history. He was the treasurer of the movement. I can't substantiate that. And what really happened at that time was the looting in the sense that kama mzee ukitaka hii kura kupita, toa pesa, okay? And somebody was saying that there was a flow at Anniversary Towers that was full of notes. So ulikuwa tunafika hivi, unaambiwa ingia chukua zile unahitaji for your region and go and distribute because we have to win the election at all cost. Now, kuna ile being opportunistic in the sense that si hela ziko, okay? From if Jirongo stories to go by, where he supplied 1,000 t-shirts 10 times, then he gets paid 1 million shillings for the same lot of nini. If he was capable of doing that at 92, okay. Now, can you imagine what he can do if he can do that through t-shirts? What will he do if he's opened the room aende kuchukua zile hela nahitaji kwenda kufanyia campaign? Just the loosely way of looking at it. Kama t-shirt at a print anahitaji kuprint 10,000 t-shirts. He prints 1,000 t-shirts, then supplies them 10 times so that he gets paid for 10,000 for supplying 1,000. If he's capable of doing that when somebody is paying, okay, what will he do if a room is opened and is full of notes, okay, achukue zile atahitaji kufanya campaign? I don't think there will be a limit to how much that person is going to carry. And if the president is desperate and you are the young people around him, I think it would be more understandable when you think about the future other than your future. You think about the future of the country, not just your future, because you're coming into the limelight and you will not be president during Moi's presidency. You will be president later on in the day. What are you doing? How will it affect you when you want to be president 10 years later, 50 years later? Like right now, we are in a bad shape because of the decisions that were made then. Somewhere you may not be on the table of where decisions are made, but there are some things that you participate in. You can't stop the consequences thereof, and that's why we are where we are today. If Duke, you have something to say, same as sai tuende kwa huyu Ongwaro. Ni Ogwaro.
Okay, what I can respond to that is this.
Yes.
As Azimio members, you don't agree with what Ruto says about Raila Odinga. So, if Chirongo says something about Ruto, and they are opposed. They are not on the same political side. They are like opponents. So why are you taking that as a fact that he supplied 1,000 t-shirts 10 times? So that's it's the fact of the. I'm disputing the facts of your statement. Also, on what was the other issue? I wanted to...
let me tell you why I take it for a fact. Because the person in question has never come out to refute the information. If I come up and say Duke, okay, has taken 1 million shillings from Tembe TV, okay, and you did not take the money, you will come out guns blazing, refuting that you did not take. But after the claim was given, now we are talking about, in fact, it wasn't a political, it was a political talk show. When Jirongo said that, he has never refuted it, he has never denied it, he has never, said anything about it. So that in itself means, silence means consent.
No. There is nothing like that in law. Also, when you find somebody like Ruto, he has like, you can say, millions of opponents who says all manner of things. You cannot respond to every statement. Actually, even Raila cannot respond to all statements from William Ruto. So how about somebody at a lower rank? So that cannot make sense. Then if, for instance, you say William Ruto made a mistake for supporting a failed regime, that's Moi. But at one point, Raila Odinga did that. All these politicians you see around, nobody has never worked with Kanu or Moi at one point or another, including Raila Odinga, including Uhuru Kenyatta. So you have to remember there is a point where KANU was the only political party in Kenya. So if you were a politician, you are not having no option. You have to be a KANU member. But there is a case where Raila also went and entered into KANU. Then the last thing I can respond to what Ropa said, he said that about the routing. He says that Ruto has routed for the last 10 years. Also, I dispute with that because I can say I am against corruption and I don't support anybody who messes with resources, more especially of Kenya, which is a third countries where we have millions suffering, millions don't have even food. However, we cannot just say somebody is corrupt by just statements. The reason why I disagree with the claims of the Ruto being corrupt is because we just hear those as some simple statements. We don't have concrete facts. If you take an example of Kimwarer Dam, you take an example of all those, you hear, it's like we hear from the media. We don't have specific facts about, if for example I ask you about Kimwarer or Arol Dam, which they are saying the resources were routed and Ruto is the person who did it. What was the name of the company involved? How much was that company paid? Who are the account holders of that account? So that we can trace those resources to accounts and then we recover them. For instance, if Bernard today you take like 1 million and just you take like 1 billion and just individuals say Bernard is corrupt, and you use that money for 50 years without any struggle. We want to get the recovery and more detailed information about what happened, but just statement we hear about on political rallies and from the media, we can take that political witch hunt.
Okay, the political witch hunt looks to be a very good scapegoat for anybody who wants to get away with what is faulty. I don't think it is accurate for you to say that we are the ones that say that Ruto is corrupt. Okay, in terms of Aror and Kamored, wherever dam. In fact, yesterday on the interview, okay, just yesterday, William Ruto is now on record to say those two dams were never in the budget and there was no money allocated for them. But when the scandal was hot, what did he say? It is not 21 billion that disappeared. Only 7 billion disappeared. So I want to understand here. How can there be no budget, yet there has been an allocation of 21 billion and only 7 billion got lost? That kind of inconsistency in this person's speech is what makes him guilty as charged even before he's presented before any court of law. So, Bwana Duke, don't hold brief for something that cannot be held brief for. Yes, Alex.
Duke, I want to, one of the wildest allegations that have ever been made in a political podium, especially in the church, were by a man called Jirongo, and I expected Ruto to react upon that. Jirongo is on the record saying Ruto smuggled a man, held his neck, and the man died. I swear to you, if somebody says something like that, and I have not done it, I will go after that. Because you're seeking the highest office in Kenya, and somebody makes that allegation. It is disturbing that the deputy has never, ever responded. Kalwale, Wetangula, Mudavadi made the allegations that he killed Jacob Juma. You can go to the records. They are in the records. You remember that. So I don't know why you're holding brief for somebody who should have reacted upon something like that, which is too grievous, taking somebody's life. So when he says about these other things, for me, I naturally believe him, because there was a time and a point he should have defended himself, especially such kind of allegations. Those are not allegations that are petty. Those are allegations that are beyond comprehension, that I saw him.
Okay, and on the Jacob Juma issue, it wasn't just Khalwale. Jacob Juma himself on his handle said there was only one person obsessed with killing him, and he named the person. And nobody has gone after the person, even after that. And there has been no contradicting statement from that end. Yes, Duke, respond quickly to we bring in Kings.
Now, we are actually about the allegations of those are allegations I've gotten already. But now, what are you trying to say? You are trying to say, if, for instance, I murder somebody, and the person says that I've murdered a person, so there should be no court proceedings or protocols for somebody who has done something wrong. I think the rights of those who are making those allegations, they should actually take those allegations to DCI or file a case in court, because, of course, maybe he decided not to respond, maybe because he never wanted to have to be engaged in that. But the fact that somebody has not responded to some allegation does not mean those allegations are true. If you have allegations, they have evidence, they should go to court. And in Kenya, currently, we have freedom of media, freedom of speech, freedom of expression. If, for instance, Ruto takes somebody like those who say put those allegations into court, they may not be prosecuted. That can be freedom of expression or speech. So factoring into that, I think there should be clear process of how criminal procedures are done.
Wanna Duke, because I don't want to deviate us to deviate much, but I will just say this on that. It's either these people did not die, or there's no money that was lost, and so those are just fabrications of imaginations. But if literally somebody's father died, somebody's brother died, somebody's son died, and they were buried, and the allegations on the same, and nobody says anything, and we say, if you have evidence, go. In fact, it's possible to murder somebody and go to court and win the case. Will that change the fact that the person was murdered or was murdered by that other person? So it is not a court of law here. It is the integrity of the person. If what is being leveled against you, and not 1, 2, 3, the Bible says where there are 2, 3 witnesses, a matter is settled. If you are mentioned in one thing, then another, then the third one, that makes that story believable from where I sit. Well, wacha tumsikilize nani huyu Kings, tukisonga mbele tafadhali. Karibu.
Oh, thank you, Bernard. Mine will be so short because I'm responding to something that just came up now. So when I hear Duke talking, I'm just wondering because, you know, like you asked your question, why would we believe that whatever the allegation is put to Ruto is true? We believe that it's true, while whatever he accuses Raila of is not true. Ruto is talking about Raila with some bitterness. You know, when he's talking, he brings some bitterness in his speech. If you look at how he speaks, and then when we go back to Kimwarev thing, Duke, look at it this way. Uko kwa hiyo nyumba yako, you have like 200 shillings in 50 notes, and then usikie tu pesa yangu imepotea, alafu nikuje nikwambie ni 50 peke yake ndio imepotea. Ni nini itakuwa kwa akili yako? Ulijuaje 50 ilipotea? You see, the same thing happened to the question he was asked about the 1,800,000 plus voters from his regions. You see, so one thing that I know, Ruto, there will be so many things, but he's being covered by the tribal or the section cover to mean like ni mtu ukimshika, like if you touch him, some section of Kenya will ban. And that's the fear I think the institution have on him. But honestly speaking, that is somebody we can't trust on with our leader, like the country. Another thing, like lastly, I want to talk about Sakaja. How disappointed I am, because Sakaja was one of my role models. It's one of the people I looked like I was following close. Like I liked him, the way he could present himself. But coming to fake things, you know, I wonder why we are following leaders of such with such habits. You see, how will, like, if you didn't graduate, you didn't graduate. Don't waste your time. It's a degree, that's a qualification. It makes you eligible. You don't have to come and prove for us the whole day. If you want to prove and you're sure you did something, it only takes a second to tell the person who doubts you that this is whatever happened, and then truth itatokea. So those are just my submission, but I'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana. Just for the record, for Duke, when there was an allegation that the deputy president made an attempt against the president, there was a response. The person who said that wasn't the president and wasn't in the same level as the deputy president. He was not even a member of parliament. Somebody was saying that the deputy president did not respond to Jirongo because Jirongo was junior and Mayor Raia. But on the comment section, I'm just drawing that. So was this man Livondo? Okay, how come Livondo's own has listed responses, and when it comes to these other ones, there is total silence? On the other hand, somebody says there, if the allegations were wrong and they were leading to character assassination, Why did he not take them to court and give them the burden of proof? Like I know of a media house that is paying the deputy chief justice some good money because of the story they wrote about her. She has prosecuted the case and now she's been awarded some good money. So, and even Mother Karua has been rewarded, I think, twice by one media house who carried out a story about her, which was not true. So, if all these allegations are wrong, why can't the deputy president take these people to court and be able to prosecute them and get awarded? Bana Duke.
You know that's like reversing the process. For instance, you are saying that I make a crime, all I do a crime, and then I take people to court because they are saying I've did something. It should not work that way. If you have made a mistake, there are investigative agencies, mandated institutions, which should actually do that. So your question is upside down. It should be the other way, not the way you are trying to say.
Duke, if I say you are a thief, I'm assassinating your character in public. You being a public officer, you need to sue me for defamation of character. Okay?
Yeah.
And then if you prove that you are not a thief, like I said, okay,
now,
then
let me ask you.
What do you? That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, but in Kenya, you know that this cannot work like that. You have to be reasonable and sober in a way. For instance, how many people talk about, for instance, if you talk, for example, we'll take Raila as an example. Millions make false allegations about Raila Odinga. Men say he was involved in a coup. Can he take all of them to court and get, you see, sometimes you cannot, we have like millions of court orders. So sometimes you have some mere allegation to go. So you cannot take every person to court. Even right now, most of you are making false allegations. So you expect him to take you to court.
You are a very good guy. I think you're a good guy. We can do business together because you will always be defeated to take me to court. So because we come as many contractors as possible. You do for us the work. We don't pay you. Because we are many, you cannot take us to court. We hire you again. You do for us a contract. We refuse to pay. And then we are too many. You cannot take us to court. When our life continues. No, thank you, Bwana Duke. Let's keep the conversation going. Naomba sasa tumsikilize nani huyu. Ngoja nione kuna video hapa tucheze, alafu ndio Bwana Hosea akuje. Na mnitafutie Themba na Makiadi sasa. Okay, this is the video I wanted us to hear before we go.
Help with the numbers, Wekesa, please.
One moment.
Head of government, so that when he is coming home for the first trip he'll make to Kakamega, where we come from, the land of Abandobos, his last motto want Raila Amolo Odinga to have full presidential powers with 2 flags, head of state, head of government, so that when he is coming home for the first trip he'll make to Kakamega, where we come from, the land of Abandobos, his last motorcade, the motorbike will be in Kondele, and the first motorbike is in Buhungu Stadium, and himself at Mbale. You can imagine that convoy, 21 kilometers, and the father is coming home, and the chiefs are moving, telling the people, close your shops, close your shops. Raila is coming to Kakamega. That is a kind of political excitement we want to imbibe, the natives to imbibe. So that, and the only person who can bring such a stamina is the father of the nation, the political enigma, Raila Amolo Odinga. He does not decide to be on the ballot. We take his name to the IEBC so that he is on the ballot. Even if he does not accept himself to be on the ballot, he will be forced to be on the ballot, because that is how we do our thing.
Okay, that is how we do our thing. Ose, you asking for Wekesa's number? Are you ready for submission? Number 20 kwa roba wewe ukitafutanga Wekesa's number. You're mute. You're mute.
Let me donate to Roba akwe friend yangu.
Okay, no, there is Roberto and there is Roba. So which one do you want
No,
to read?
the real one is here, and Roberto should be the one. Okay.
I think because of confusion of the name, it will go to Roba. Since my tongue already slipped.
I've already submitted that Roberto Azimionated come in. The real Roba is here today.
Let Roberto come in. Then I follow.
Because there is a battle of names between Roba and Roberto. Let Roberto begin to defend his ownership of the name, because there's a claim on his name that has been submitted on this platform, and we were to preside over the case. So,
but then the names are very different. Why are you saying there is a contestation? There isn't. This one is Roba.
I am talking about a case I admitted on my desk, not you have overheard. So let the case be prosecuted, please. Roberto, karibu namna gani?
Thank you very much. Na wasalimia nyote, Bernard, Mogoi, Philo, Roba, mwenyewe, Jose, hii sijui jina gani ilitokea wapi, and one Duke, defender of the wheelbarrow. Asanteni sana. Now, I'll start briefly, 15 seconds, defending my name. My name is Roberto Azimio. And anybody claiming that name first has to table his ID so that we verify his age, because probably I came in earlier in this world, and then we move from there. Thank you. Now, I want to be very, very brief. Sakaja'S degree saga is political witch hunt, Uda Cries. You know, one thing I want to say is that change is expensive. Democracy is expensive. And there are things that we must change in this country. We must fix. And I'm saying this because there are so many young guys who are in various universities around the world. And they're working hard, seriously hard, so that they can earn some kind of livelihood, serve the country in different capacities. And you cannot have a few individuals denying them the chance simply because they can walk in to any institution and through some exchange of monetary, some coins here and there, then they get a degree. Why are we even going to school? Personally, I would love to ask if Sakaja'S degree saga is found to be true. I would want to ask Sakaja, why is he taking his kids to school? Then it doesn't make sense. He can as well take them to these play groups, wait until such a time that they are of age, buy them a degree, and he forgets about it. This is not about UDA. It is about morality. It's about professionalism. We cannot continue having some fraudsters running this country. One time or another, we will get ourselves in very big trouble. You can imagine if the government is to open up negotiations for governors to go and borrow money out there and talk to investors to come and invest without passing through the exchequer. Then you'll find people like Sakaja will mortgage Nairobi. Nairobi will be sold. You find yourself being some little China, because these people do not have any kind of fidelity to the job they are looking for. That job is to serve. It is not about getting a job and getting some pay and making deals. So he has to prove that he is actually he is a degree holder. And something that beats me all is that one time You remember in Parliament, the Deputy President, William Ruto, and I want Duke to hear this very well because I'm sure he will come out defending him. He denied that he's not the William Ruto who is named in the ADC farms. I don't know, and he said that he does not hold the is it the trademark name or something like that to the name William Ruto. Similarly, you find Saga refusing that Sakaja Kosike Johnson, is it Johnson? List university list of teams university. This kind of character is found in only one side, the UDA. Why? Ask yourself why. Why is it that fraudsters are only found in one corner? I'm not refusing. There could be some dirty elements in Azimio, but the kind of cases we are finding in Uda is alarming. Every other time we look at an aspirant, we find something is wrong with them. You know, you go to Aisha Jumwa, you go to Malala, it's all over. And if anybody feels that there is somebody in Azimio who does not qualify, let him present the petition to the IEBC Disputes and Resolution Board and let him be heard. So this is a bad trait that is hovering around the UDA, and we need to change and fix this nation. We cannot keep on encouraging our kids to live some crooked life. We need to change this, and it is going to be expensive. And if it's going to open a can of worms, if it can spill even to the Azimio side, let's do it so that we have a country where we talk the truth, we do the right thing, however painful it is. Now, coming to MUCHERU and his 60% for Baba, I'm quite surprised that despite MUCHERU making this kind of comments on national television, the UDA have decided to chicken out. I don't know whether they have gone back to the drawing board, but I want to say that Baba is doing extremely well. The space is shrinking for William Ruto and company. I don't know why, Bernard, you could not find anything on them today. Where were they? Were they holed up in Karen? Or are they helping the deputy president to move from Karen? Sijui kwa nini wamepotea sana leo, hatujasikia Gachagua amepewa mic. Hii ndio kitu tunataka kila siku tumsikie akituambia kama ni michele tutakula ama ni githeri. They are missing in action, and we really want them back in the scene so that we can continue evaluating them. Finally, on the IEBC, for me, I don't want to look at it from any negative point of view. And I was in the comment section, and I heard this evening, Wangira is still not very happy. And in my opinion, Wangira is doing the voters disservice, because there are voters out there who, when they feel like somebody talks in something negative, they are likely to not to vote, and it's likely that there will be voter apathy caused by a few of our friends like Wangira. I mean, for me, I want to critique the IEBC where it is going wrong. But when they make a step like that one of the digital register, I appreciate that, because it is a step towards removing fraudsters from voting. And these are the voters who have been dead and I don't know, transferred from where. So it is a total cleanup. That is a step in the right direction. Let us support them. They might have goofed there before, but we need to keep them on toes as we move forward until we achieve the cleanliness of that register. Finally, Kisii, Baba and Kisii. Baba, you know, the history of Kisii and the Baba is a long story. And for the Kisii community to have come and trusted Baba, so many people in fact, so many Kisiis know very well that it was very difficult for Kisiis to vote in Baba there before. But they somehow have seen sense in him, not only as a neighbor, but they've come to trust his kind of politics. And for the side shows that are in Kisii County and the Nyamira County, I want to say that in Kisii is a very complex place. I'm one of them, but I don't subscribe to some of the politics that the leaders there like playing, especially clanism. Clanism in Kisii is a problem. Clanism is one. Two, in the last, let me say, in the last 20, 25 or 30 years, a lot of money has, Kisii has grown economically, and money is playing a very big role. It has reached a stage where ideas can be thrown out, and it is who is who in terms of the wallet that can should be given audience. And these are some of the things that I think Simba Rat is also fighting, other than age, because some people want to play the age card, and Simba Rat is there to prove that he merits the position in terms of loyalty. He has done a lot. He has proved himself. And if you can remember the good words of one late Otieno Kajwang, fidelity, loyalty, those are words that we cannot just throw out of the window. So I'll leave it at that at the moment, and I'll join much later as we continue to discuss and exchange views. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Roberto. And probably there is something Duke talked about the register that I would want to bring in this. There is no difference between the digital register and the physical register. It's just like you have done your document on the computer, you have tabulated, then you send out to print. So exactly what is in the digital file will be the one printed on paper. So the only thing here is that they will be accessing the file when it's in the computer, not on paper. We cannot have a different book or with different writings that is different from the digital. It's just tabulating all the voters according to their counties and their names, then it is printed out on paper. So what is not being done is printing it on paper, but the exact names and voters will be in the digital register. And there are two ways of determining the voter. One, with your biometric, your fingerprint, your name comes up, you vote. If your name does not come up by your fingerprint, maybe your fingerprint umeosha sana, ulienda ukasuguliwa petekiwa na manicure, ukasafishwa mpaka unachanganya computer, they key in your voters, your ID number. The moment your ID number, the same way you confirm, like you are confirming whether your details are right, you send your ID number, then your name comes up, then you're allowed to vote. So I don't see where the big deal is. The traditional way was they search physically in the physical register. Then when you vote, they cross. That gives an opportunity for the dead voters to come and vote because they are not in the digital. They may not come up by digital means, either by keying in the voters number or their fingerprint, but they just look in the physical, they cross, so anybody can vote many times because of these dead voters, which they are complaining about. They are being removed from the register. We want them removed completely. So maybe mtasema, probably, how are they going to gazette the digital the digital register, because all the voters should be gazetted. Yes, Banaduke.
You know, we are not saying that the process is bad, but you have to. You are talking about practicability, practical situation. For instance, if maybe an hacker, assume for instance that a UDA hacker hacks Azimio areas and maybe deletes all the register within the computers. You know, we are individuals are advanced when it comes to hacking and cybercrime. You see, now what can happen in that scenario? How can that process commence?
That's a possibility that cannot be ruled out. But with the current technological advancement, nobody deletes anything forever. If you, for example, you format your hard disk and we are able to recover the document that was on your hard disk after it is formatted, what is deleting a file? We can recover it. We just need some little 2 hours or 2 or 3 hours or so, and we proceed from where we left. Secondly, we cannot have it in one machine. We have it backed up in the clouds. So the moment you key in, like your phone numbers are saved on your email, the moment you put your email in your phone, it brings back all the contacts, even in a new phone. So sahi mwezi kutupata na maneno ya hacking. Kura tujiandae tu kwenda kupiga tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Hakikisha unavotia serikali mpya ambayo ina viongozi wanaofaa, sio viongozi wamejitolea peke yake, wale wanaofaa. Kama mtu afai, kataa the campaign ya suti iko, lakini lazima uchague vile unataka kuvaa. Hata broken inaweza kuwa suti. we advocate for credible leaders. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Mundu wa Nyumba. Tutarudi kwa Ozi baadaye. Ozi, tubiri hapo. You are young, you are intelligent, you will wait. Even you belong to the night class, so ngoja hapo, your night class will start. Mundu wa Nyumba, how are you today?
I'm fine, Bernard. I'm very fine.
And good to see you in that Azimio.
Yes, I am.
Yes.
I said it's in the blood.
Yes.
Yeah, even if we went to a laboratory, it will be confirmed. It's scientific. Now, I say hi to the gentleman on the panel. Bwana Umariba, how are you, sir? Kuseo Oze, Azimio Roberto. Yeah. Maybe just to say hi. I don't know if that's enough. I told you I discovered. I sleep then wake up early. I don't enter early. Nowadays I come late. And I time them, but today I'm ahead of him. Yeah, so there's very little I want to put on or to say, but I want to congratulate Duke Omariba, although most of the things he says, I'm not for them, but I like his resilience. He has got a thick skin. Yeah, so and it keeps us busy also, although sometimes offline. Yeah. Now, Sakaja'S degree, Saga, is political with witch hunt. Uda Cries. Why is it witch hunt? The easiest thing is to wait and follow with the institutions and the systems and the authorities that are concerned with this. They're there in position. Kenya National Examination Council, blah, blah, blah. They're there. I remember, like me, the only certificate I don't have in my CV is the CPE. Some may not know what CPE means. It means Certificate of Primary Education. That's the way it used to be in my time. And that time things were easy. You need not go to...
I think it used to be CAPE.
Before me, I'm a CPE product. Kape was before me. Let's be
No,
genuine. I don't
you
want to
have
cheat.
missed the word Kenya.
I
Kenya
don't want to
primary.
cheat.
Kenya.
No. Listen to me, Jose. Me, I didn't do Kape. Kape was ahead of me. And I don't want to look older than I am, although I'm very old. I did certificate of primary education, Kenya, 1970. Sawa, umesikia? 1970, I remember the year.
When
Now,
also you did Cape?
no, he can't have done
No,
Kape.
I read history.
Kape was before.
I read history where things
Yes.
started. Yeah.
you read history wrongly because Kape was ahead of me. Me, I did CP, I repeat, and I'm going to insist because I've got documents on it. The only thing I don't have the certificate.
So you are aware that at Form 2 there was also another certificate, isn't it?
Listen to me, Jose. I taught Form 2 for that paper you are saying, a school called Pan
What was
Africa High
it called?
School.
The exam was called what?
Listen, because you are too young. I taught secondary school after Form 6 in 1977, okay? I was teaching a school called Pan Africa High School, Nairobi, Mufangano Street. And they passed that paper you are saying. I was teaching mathematics, physics, and chemistry. And that school used to hire me in university because their students passed that exam very well. I was never broke when I was in university, even if for 1 week. I had to go and teach there. You are making me to lose the topic, you there. She said. Now, so I'm saying the issue, the topic at hand was Sakaja'S degree papers. I'm saying all my documents are intact, apart from one certificate called the CP, Certificate of Primary Education, which I did in 1970. And those days were different. You did not have gone to take the certificate. You are just admitted in school. I was admitted in school in Nakuru, and never did I go to collect that paper. I tried it the other 2-3 years ago. Is it almost 60 years, 50 years later, 50 plus, and I couldn't get the paper. Okay. I tried until, as I speak now, I've got an affidavit of having lost that one. And also, I've got an answer from the former Kenya National Examination Council chair. Is a lady, forgotten her name. I wrote, it's part of my CV because for this merit thing or the anti-corruption issue, you need all the papers. And I remember there's one time the watchman at the gate refused me entry because I didn't have the CPE certificate, you see. So I wrote to the council and they wrote back. Said they don't give a certificate back. It's only but they gave a letter on that. It is part of my CV, okay? Why am I going that way? Because I've seen very many, when I go internet, I see very many people with my first name. My name is in Kikuyu is not so common. Nyumba is just a joke name, like Jose. You're not Jose, you are something else. Yeah. So when I see many people with that name, especially it's a double G, but in Kikuyu it's supposed to be 1 G. Okay. I suspect my certificate CP was stolen and used somewhere by somebody. It is, and as I say, in the secondary school I went, it is a high school, not a secondary school. There's nothing. They never used to ask us for those papers. You just go with admission letter. So I have a full file of mine from Form 1 to Form 6. But there's nothing in it because I never went for that paper. But I'm confirming the Sakaja'S thing and all that. And remember even this Sudi. Is it Sudi? Yeah, issue. I'm surprised that so many Kenyans have got fake papers and still they move on in life. Okay. It's high time somebody did something serious on this. And the only person who could do it better than anybody else is Mr. Matiang'i. He streamlined the education system as the Minister of Education. He did something great. Because even these private schools, they used to buy the grades. You know, when all the students get A's, everybody will be rushing there to take their students there. It was commercial. The more students you have and the expensive schools are making a lot of money. So we need a second liberation in the education system. I don't know if Matiang'i will be taken back there or somebody else of equal caliber. and clean up this thing. There are so many fake papers in Kenya, many. So even this Sakaja should not be crying about which hand. It isn't. Why doesn't he let the issue to take its own course and even found okay or not okay? The guilty ones are afraid. That is why he's crying already. He knows the end result. Thank you for that. Kisii, Azimionated, it is. That one I don't have to talk much. And not only Kisii, almost the whole of Kenya is almost becoming Azimionated. It's only Central that is still lagging behind. But I got a clip, not a clip, just a write-up from InfoTrack, from a friend, that Gachagua is Nani, this lady called our deputy president is getting 63% approval, and Gachagua is getting 32%. This will also almost reflect on the same with the Raila and Ruto. I repeat, the latest is that at Central Province, Martha Karua approval is 63%, and Gachagua is 32%. So you can see, and I said by the time we are in August, Gachagua will be 20%, and Martha will be 80%. The big guys, that is Ruto and Raila, they may not reflect the same, but it will follow the same pattern. I got to item, the other item, that's over 60% for Baba. That's ICT'S minister, that's Mr. MUCHERU. This is a man who has access in all the details. There's information technology man, and he must be right. That's why you could see Ruto crying the other day when he said Baba is winning. It's automatic. This thing is gone. And he may not be wrong. Actually, he must have heard me because I said the end result when the elections are done in August, Ruto will get, Raila will get, I don't have to start with Ruto. I almost went wrong. I should always start with Raila. Raila will get 60 plus and Ruto will get 30 plus. So it's the same range. My prediction is coming out right. Yeah, now we go to no physical register. IBC says, I was becoming a bit uncomfortable with this, but as Bernard, you have explained, I think the picture is clear. The only question I may ask, as I said, me, I'm an old man. I'm not totally digital disabled. I am. I'm using my computer now, laptop, the little that I know. Very little. Even the phone. Nikupiga tu na SMS na WhatsApp na ina mambo nyingi. Unajua si wazee hatufanyii mambo nyingi sana, lakini tunaelewa. So what I wanted somebody more qualified, and I can see the computer wizard is not here. Keep, but I think Bernard, you might as well be as good. Is that suppose the entry into the computer is programmed, is fed by human being. Yeah, even from a physical register, you feed the computer. Suppose the human error, you are not feeding some people into that system of the computer. So you not appear because an error starts when the programming is being done. Yeah, so I still am not 100% comfortable with that. Let me stop there, but I'm very comfortable. And you guys, you are doing well. And I know, Omariba, you argue, but Bernard pins you down very easily because he has the data. But on that one, I'm almost a bit uncomfortable with the register and all that because it's fed by human beings. And finally, where are the ladies? Where are the ladies? Bernard, where are the ladies?
Today, Mama Selina, I think she had a technical problem. She came and dropped out. I think she must be on her way back. But on that, before we lose the thought, you talked about feeding in information. What I envisage is they will use a system like that of a supermarket. We see supermarket when you go and buy the bar of soap, all those products on the shelf are fed in the computer. So when you buy one, it subtracts. You buy one, it subtracts. You buy one, it subtracts. Then it tabulates. So if you have 1,000 bar soaps, then wateja wameingia wakanua 500, the computer reflects 500 are remaining, 500 have been purchased. So what happens is that, like, if you are, I shop at Naivas. So if I shop at Naivas, I have that Naivas customer card. I can enter any Naivas shop around the country. My data is still with them, and I'm able to get those points. So I'm trying to envisage a situation whereby all the people, all the voters all are interlinked. All the constituencies are interlinked in such that it is not one constituency, one computer, one constituency, one computer. Everything is put together and held up so that in case this computer goes off, it is not the computer that's gone off. They can always hook to another computer and the computer will still get the data, just like all the networking. Okay, all the constituents have been networked in such a way that the information with IEBC can be accessed by the people with the required passwords, of course, in their various places of operation, the returning officers, the clerks, and all the responsible people. It is hard for there to be an error because in the course of putting in information, it's not something that's done in a single day. And that's why the registration of voters stopped in March, okay? So that they can buy time to clean the register. Then they will have like another month or so to make sure that everything is in place. And then each of those constituencies have an index, have a particular numbering. So it is very hard to get them mixed up. But of course, the human error will always be there. But I believe that with that, if it is imelindwa vizuri, imepewa proper security in terms of the failure for somebody to hack the system, it will work faster, it will be seamless, and so the voting process will be faster, other than queuing, uende kutafuta kwa G, hakuna jina yako haiko, watafute kwa E, jina yako haiko, watafute kwa W, that takes long. But if it's computer, we just key in your ID number, jina yako inatokezea, unapewa makaratasi, unaenda kuvote, umeenda.
Hey, Bernard,
yes.
There's still a question I want to ask on the same.
Yes.
For example, my mom was staying near me here, rested at 88 years, 2 years ago. She was in the register, and we know how inefficient our system is. It's only I'm talking about it here. The system does not know that my mom went to heaven 2 years ago. It doesn't, because it's only the death certificate that is issued, is manual, and actually there's no follow-up linkage between these organizations. Actually, I've not checked because I'm trying to look a copy of her ID to counter check, but I would assume she's still within the system. So, although it's digital, if somebody knows this, they knows that the ID of my mom, the name, can't somebody still use the digital system and go and vote using the same name, and you know the ID number? So if you say it, the system will show like somebody a pretender. Won't it work that way?
That last part of your question, please.
Can I say
can I go for it?
My mom
just hold on. I want to understand.
Let me explain to Bernard. My mom was a voter in the same station I vote, and she rested 2 years ago. I know the system has not recognized that she went to heaven, because it's not digital. They just give you a hard copy of a death certificate, and the system is so inefficient. They don't actually interlink with the others. So I'm assuming, although I'm going to counter check one of the days because I've got a ID, a name, I'm going to counter check. suppose even although it is digital, can't I now organize with somebody else to go and vote? Of course, the digital thumbprint will not work, but the name is there and the ID, and somebody says that ID and pretends to be her. Vote to bado angane digital.
Yeah, there is a leeway for that to happen, but the ID has her picture, so you must get somebody, either her sister or somebody who looks like her, because you will not.
Sorry, I forgot she was a twin, identical twin. My mom, God, about that twin. She was.
There is that can it may work if it's just keying in the ID number, but now you need to convince the officers that you are the one, because if you voted, the reason why we have put the ink is to prove that nobody votes twice. Okay, so there must be an inside job for that to work, an inside job whereby the IEBC officers are compromised to allow somebody to vote twice. That's when you can use somebody's document to do that. But there has been a push for there to be the link between the registration of the dead and the registration of persons and the registration of voters, so that if somebody is dead, you issue the registration, the whatever registration of the dead, that certification. It needs to delete or remove that information from the three registers, the registration of persons and the registration of voters. But Kenya being what it is, they will always cause that delay so that some people benefit. But I believe we are headed in that direction, whereby this thing will be going, number one, that I mean, with one stroke, it is all cleared. And that's what there was also being attempted to be done by the Huduma number issues, but you know how where they ended with the Huduma number. Jose, you can add or say something on the same.
I just wanted to add that. Oh, good evening, everyone. Richie, you have just come at the right time. I just wanted to add that maybe we should not talk about what Simba is saying. You know why? Because you know those things that Maraga, the Justice, the Supreme Court just decided to just call irregularities and illegalities. They were all the complex of all those issues. Remember, at some point, when your thumb can't work, IEBC would just seek authority, I think, from either the returning officer or one of the presiding officers. And after making some phone calls, they normally have a printed computer printout. So they say that if the kits are failing biometrically, still it will be unfair to stop you from voting. So what they'll do, they'll go more or less manual. And what do? They go into the computer printout. If they find that 90% of the information in there is you are allowed to vote. They take the risk, so to say. So as to answer what you are saying, what Nyumba is saying, the answer is yes. In any case, somebody that age, you don't want to frustrate them too much on the queue, trying to identify what. They are there in person. Yours is to trust them. Old people are not expected to do those other round things. So chances are that people who are that age, whatever, they may not even bother them through the biometrics and what have you. Some of them, they say the thumb, those things on your thumb, they say that they are worn out.
the fingerprints are tired.
They are tired. So the computer can't identify. So, and they get away with it. But there are so many
borderline
issues.
I think we move on, please. I've agreed, but I think the mistake can be there. It's only that the percent may be too small. We can ignore it, but there's a possibility of that happening. Bernard, we can move on. I'm satisfied with the explanation.
Okay. Thank you, Bwana Nyumba. And let me respond to Brian Sindrik Nyongesa. He says, Bernard, what happens in the areas where without power or gadgets go off? If you remember very well, the claims of 2017 rigging was, thank God I used that word rigging, was that the KIMS kids were not charged, okay? The KIMS kids have a capability of retaining power for over 24 hours. Is it 48 hours? So 48 hours. So the officers, because there was a drawn out plan to bungle the elections, deliberately did not charge the KIMS kids. So so that they now think and play according to their script. But both the laptops being used and the KIMS kids needs to retain power for at least 48 hours. And also now, of course, there will be satellite and the other bulbs and all that. So hata mtu akizima stima, this time hakuna kuzima taa, ili kila kitu ifanywe vizuri. So such maneno ya kusema ati hakuna power, it will be an excuse that is unacceptable at this point in time. And we ndio returning officer wa hiyo section ama msimamizi wa huko, lazima mambo yako inafanywa mapema. That's why those things are transported earlier in different places so that you prepare your team. Usually what happens in Kenya, most of what happens, especially in relation to elections, is never accidental. It's always a script somebody's working on. And God forbid that happens again in this country. We need to have people that we vote for get into office. Story ya watu wengine kutupangia na fabricatea who becomes our leader, that like the people in Western were shocked that the member of parliament they voted for did not go through. The one they did not vote for was the one announced, and not once, not twice. Not the 6 members of parliament from the Jubilee members of parliament. We don't know how they got into parliament, but they have served for the whole term. We shouldn't have those kind of cases. We mess up with our transition and we mess up the country. So I pray that this time round, like they are strict with Sakaja and the degree, let everybody be strict to man everything to work according to script. Now, because Kiadi is here and Kip has arrived, inaonekana ile class ya usiku imeanza. Mi naomba nataka kwanza kung'atuka. Niko na clips 2 za muhimu sana ningependa kucheza na ningependa usifuate vizuri.
Salamu. Hey bwana mrembe.
Salamu Maria.
Salamiana kwanza. Si tunaingia clips unatoroka hivyo. Salamiana.
Sijatoroka. Keep. I will greet you.
Hii watu wa Bukusu bana, unajua.
We are the house of Mrembe.
House of Mrembe. You're about 27.
Wanauza salamu.
We are the leading in sending salams around this country. You just listen to the radio.
27 tribes na hata bado hujasalamia watu wa Trans Nzoia, your cousins there. It's just, you know.
Which 27 tribes? Where watch your story?
Mnasai tribes kutushinda hapa na Kikuyu bana. You guys are the most sub-tribes.
Of course. I told you what my pastor said. We were the leader of the Tower of Babel. So when God came down to scatter the language, he made sure that the Luyas are followed further and are divided further so that they don't agree on anything.
House of Mumbi is only 7, including the Meru and the Embu people. Sasa,
as we are 27.
At least we're in Tanzania and Uganda.
And in the 27, each of those 27 has several clans also inside.
Sub-clans, I know. So, you guys are different clans. You're different.
so that marriages can be made possible.
Very true. Very true.
Asante.
Tutaongea baadaye, wewe weka clip alafu tuongee.
Naomba tufuate hii alafu turudi. Sawa. Ehe. Yeah.
The National Employment Authority has a great task to play at such a time when unemployment is the biggest challenge that we're dealing with in Kenya. From connecting these young people to the job market, from building their skills, from making sure we have the right content taught in our universities by matching the skills and the curriculum being taught and what is needed in the market, from providing a platform through which they can be linked to internships in private and public sector. There's a lot that really this institution is supposed to be doing. And we've really been looking forward and trying to push for it to be operationalized and for it to work. The kind of leader then that it needs is somebody who understands that vision, and because of really the need that is there in the country, we made sure that within the act we specified that the qualifications for the leadership, from the chair to the board members to the CEO or the director general. The chair is supposed to have a minimum of 7 years experience in human resource management, because they're supposed to be the vision carrier. You need somebody who can be able to inspire academia, because you're talking about the universities and the TVETs. Somebody who can also now connect to the private sector, connect to the international markets where a lot of these jobs are to be found, and create that synergy between the three. And which is why we're saying that is the kind of person we need, and we want this, the CS and government to take this institution very seriously for the sake of young people. Honorable Mary Wambui is a friend. We've worked together. I think she has a lot to offer Kenyans, but in different capacity. For this particular one, we know many Kenyans, and we have no one in mind, no specific person, but there's so many Kenyans. I was at the ILO meeting just the other day. The Kenyans who are at the ILO, International Labour Organization, in the ministry, who are HR professionals, who fit the bill, described in the law, and who can actually give this institution the kind of vision and impetus it needs, because it's been lagging behind. We must put our money where our mouth is when it comes to issues of youth unemployment. The biggest threat to our young people today is millions of them who are disillusioned, disengaged, and not employed. And that is where our focus must be. And so, because of that, we are urging Mheshimiwa Wambui to just, politely decline that appointment. And because she also cares about our young people, and she wants to see an institution that will be able to provide for them, whether they're in whichever part of the country, to actually, let it be taken up by somebody who, first of all, qualifies based on the description in the law, and also who can be able to move it forward. However, even as that is going on, we have instructed our lawyers to actually go to quash this, because it's just an infringement of those provisions of the law. We will also deal with it in the House and the Senate. I chair the Committee of Labour and the Young Parliamentarians Association, as well as the National Assembly. We'll have to deal with that. Another thing we have to deal with is the fact that the law says clearly that the Director General should be should not have attained the age of 35, the Director General of this institution. Yet there has not been a substantive filling of that position, and here they want to bring amendments again through the same ministry. They want to bring amendments to remove that provision, so that the Director General does not have to be a youth. We cannot allow this. I think we've had enough. Young people in this country are tired. We cannot continue paying lip service to the youth of this country. I think young people have shown that they're qualified, that they can actually hold positions of leadership. The same Mheshimiwa Mary, when I was 26, I was a chairman of the party. The entire party, when we were with her, we've seen young people even in ministries. We've seen young people in the private sector doing so well and such a good job. So it cannot be that young people are only important during campaigns, and then when it comes to all these positions, then we say that they don't qualify, or they have they don't have the right character, they don't have experience. I think that should not be accepted or tolerated for one more day by the young people of this country. Thank you.
has urged former Othaya lawmaker Mary Wambui to decline her appointment to chair the National Employment Authority. Wambui's appointment by Labour Cabinet Secretary Korea Tani has sparked varied reactions, with the government yet again being accused of recycling old guards and ignoring millions of qualified young people in filling such slots. Sakaja, in a statement, said that though he knew Wambui at a personal level and as a former colleague in Parliament, she did not have the ability to carry out the National Employment Authority's vision. Now, Sakaja, who moved the bill that culminated in the authority's establishment in 2016, cited Section 10(2)(c) of the Act to demonstrate Wambui's lack of qualifications for appointment to head the authority, including a 7-year experience in human resources management or its equivalent. Now, the senator, while urging the former Othaya MP to decline the appointment, instructed his lawyers to file a petition seeking to quash Wambui's appointment as the National Employment Authority's first chairperson. Wambui has insisted that she was qualified to take up the appointment and dismissed her critics.
So, Bernard, unatuonesha YouTube apologies hapa, YouTubers apologies. What are you, a whole politician is stripped down to YouTube apologies. This is what YouTubers do. They make a mistake and then they apologize, where there is no a two-way. Was there an interview? Were any questions that were asked to Sakaja there? He just made a statement.
This one is what goes around comes around. Okay? That time it was Wambui who did not have a degree. This time it is Sakaja who doesn't have a degree. But he was prosecuting Wambui for not having a degree.
The hypocrisy and contradiction. See, that's what they are highlighting.
So we are talking of it is harvest time.
Wacha niongee juu ya huyu mjamaa kwanza hata before you guys start. This man, I went to high school with him. You know, the only credentials I can tell you about Sakaja is the fact that I went to high school with him. And the only reason that he grew to fame is because mtu wa kuimba. Bernard, you have to apologize to me. Huyu mtu wa praise and worship. Ule mtu anaenda kwa kanisa unaona akimbaimba huko. You realize that he's got a voice. I'm sorry. He's famous for his praise and worship. Akaonekana huko Nairobi Chapel. Then he became famous through that. This man is not a politician. Sakaja, I have to apologize for that. I know this man. Nilienda high school na he went to there was a house in Lenana called Mumia's house. I think that's where he was. So Sakaja is not a politician. Now, unajua, let me tell you one thing. And this is what people are not getting. Serikali ni serikali. When I say serikali, I mean sirikali. When he got accepted in 2017 as senator, it is because the government allowed him to get into that. Don't you think that his documents were not noticed then? Akakuja the other day before he joined, it was supposedly asked his boss, Uhuru, to vie for a seat. He had spoke to JKL. That was, what's his name? This fellow, JKL, what's his name? He had spoken to him and said that
Jeff Koinange.
Apparently had asked permission from Uhuru to do this. So Uhuru thinks this guy is going to ANC. By then, ANC had not moved to Kenya Kwanza. ANC was with One Kenya. One Kenya is actually a project of Uhuru Kenyatta. Sorry, allegedly, I have to say that. So this man decides to lie to Musalia Mudavadi that he's in One Kenya, but in the back foot of it, he had not registered with ANC. Months before the registration for governorship, he then moves from ANC to UDA. That must have pissed off our president. But my president did not show his cards. President Uhuru did not show his cards because Uhuru works silent and he works in the back. He makes sure that his cards are read right or his pawns have been moved right. So Uhuru sees, hold on a second, this man, nilimpata huko kama praise and worship. Yeah? This is not a man that graduated. I know his history. I know his history. Sakaja still thinks we're buddy. I went to JKL. I asked my boss for blah, blah, blah. Yeah, everything is good. Uhuru would never betray me. Uhuru had a mission for you. He made you TNA, Secretary General, TNA, I'm not going to say Jubilee, TNA, what do you call it? Senator for
Chairman.
Yeah, chairman and then Secretary General. Those are gifts. Then you look a gift horse in the mouth and move to UDA. I thought the man was moving to ANC, and ANC is part of OCA. OCA is my project. You think Uhuru is going to forgive that? NIS is not a joke. NIS knows already. Nairobi University is part of Kenyan's institution. So the government already knows these certificates. So it knows it's fake. So what does the government do? Do not authorize any certificate that this guy says he has. So he does last minute, he goes to Teams University in Uganda. Teams University in Uganda, this guy does not even have his mindset. I think he should have been sharp enough to look for Pakistani university or something like that to bribe to do these things for him that are online. You find out the last class for online for that specific course is in 2015. What are you telling me? So sometimes these people that you think are super sharp are actually accidental leaders. These people got their chances into government accidentally, Ongwae and Kisii. So these are accidental people. They get so much power that they think they rule the people that I think that are doing these things properly are people like, for example, Jack Moore. Jack Moore is our friend from Wasingishu County. That is, what's his name? The governor. At least he knows how to play his cards properly. He was there accidentally. This man used to be a PR officer in TSC. A mere PR officer. And nobody thought that being governor was fashionable, but he's grown himself. I don't trust him. I knew him as a kid. I know Mandago. I know him. Not ashamed to say that. But mtu alijileta huku juu haraka. So Sakaja, his political moves are quite, how do I put this? He shouldn't have done what if he had stuck with ANC, even if ANC had moved to Kenya Kwanza, I don't think you'd have gotten the punishment he's having right now. Because at the end of the day, he had asked for permission, and I think the way he said it in JKL was actually true. Aliuliza boss akasema ni sawa. It's the same thing that Uhuru was trying to say that this is my boy, the Secretary General of Jubilee. What's his name? The former journalist for KTN. Uhuru alikuwa anamtafutia kazi. Tuju. Uhuru alikuwa anamtafutia kazi. Uhuru has no animosity. You talk to him, he's like, yeah, you no longer want to work for me, and you talk about it. But then come into bed with my enemy. So Sakaja made the biggest political move. He thought that Ruto's plan was great. I'm going to move into Uda. So that is the biggest mistake that Sakaja had ever done. If he wanted to protect his political life, he should have stopped those lies. Because I mean, this year I turned 40, right? And that man is not 33. If I was in high school with him.
Kip, let me interrupt you for a minute. I think Bernard is almost falling asleep in the studio. Okay. I want him to at least hand over so that we can continue. So Bernard, we fanya inaitango ku hand over. Ndio at least kuachilie bana, ninajua masaa imeenda sana huko. It's almost saa 10 ama ni saa ngapi? Saa 10.
Richard, saa zingine unakwanga
a few minutes to 4 a.m.
Yeah. I think it's fair that we release Bernard to go at least and take a bit of a rest.
It's almost 4 o'clock in the morning.
How did Kip take over? Kip
just came in and anataka kutupa serikali, ku overthrow the government. Sawa Bernard.
It's because of the evidence we submitted. He's giving it more meat. all the same, I want to appreciate all of you. Please, thank you for keeping it up. Let's ensure that we do it right and secure our country. I really want to appreciate the company and the continued support. Let's do it again some other time. Makiadi and team, mwendelee na night class. Mimi nimeenda na day school.
So, asante sana Bernard, tutaonana kesho. Thanks for the good work. May God bless you.
Thank you.
All right, bye.
Thank you, bless you.
Haya, keep uwanja ni kwako.
Yeah, you got me mid-rant, but what's Alex saying here, but I just was getting a thought. See, Alex, if you could, you don't want to interrupt it. Go ahead, bro.
Akip, I think I've never disagreed with you, but today, I don't know, I will disagree with you. You're driving a very dangerous narrative that, and I think Duke drove that narrative too. And I think UDA will be so happy if that narrative gets into their head that had Sakaja stayed in ANC, had Sakaja continued to stay in Jubilee, had Sakaja defected to ODM, he wouldn't be having the problems that he's having today. Just wait, because the way you put it, it can be interpreted like that, and that's a very dangerous narrative. What I think and what I know is that when Kidero became the governor of Nairobi and the president was from Jubilee, it was realized it is impossible to govern that country with an opposition governor. And I think at some point, Uhuru and the administration agreed that come rain, come sunshine, we must get this thing. They took a crook by the name Sonko. Their plan was fluid, and I think they understood how they will palette and make sure that they govern. What they didn't know is that the person they thought was a fool was way ahead, street smart of them, who ended up being the biggest trouble in Jubilee government. And I think at some point, the president realized you rather have an opposition county boss, educated, functional like the Kidero, than to have a delinquent like Sonko who will not help you deliver. And I believe from the heart of Uhuru, he realized Nairobi cannot be governed by a populist. So even if Sakaja was to be in Jubilee, ODM, or friendly Azimio, I think the president had seen and had foreseen that the future of this country and the management of Nairobi, after testing the NMS, he realized that this thing is beyond politics. It's about management, experience, and workmanship, which I think when he looks at Sakaja, none of those is with Sakaja, because the president knows Sakaja more than anybody. So when we are prosecuting Sakaja, let it be on merit that Sakaja does not qualify, period. But on the basis that he disappointed the president, then I think we push the narrative that if he would have been in our friendly party, he was going to be the governor. I think that's a dangerous
No,
narrative.
sorry. No. Before anybody interjects on this, I have to defend what Alex has said now. Oh, no, hold on, guys. Hold on. What you're not getting
that's how it sounded. That is honestly how it sounded, and I want people to prosecute you before you speak.
I'm agreeing with you. What you're not getting me, what you're saying is true. Uhuru calculated this fellow, and it's exactly what you said. Uhuru said that this guy is not fit to lead the Jubilee Party, former TNA, towards being a candidate for the Jubilee as governor for Nairobi. But since this man was loyal for the last 2 elections with him, it's not that he's going to send this guy off with a chip on his shoulder. So what you're saying in JKL was Uhuru has given me blessing to go to another party to vie for the same seat. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that what Uhuru was saying that. What I'm trying to say is Uhuru said that you're not fit, the way you've just said it. You're not my first pick for governorship under the Jubilee ticket, but I give you blessing to go do it elsewhere, so long as it's not UDA. I don't think it was said categorically like that, but that was an understanding with Uhuru. So this man, Uhuru, had no problem with this guy vying for the... Wait, Jose. Uhuru had no problem with this guy vying through ANC because he had already had Polycarp coming up. But the stab in the back was this man coming to UDA. And that's what I'm trying to say. At the end of the day, Uhuru is not stupid because his management of the government in the last 4 years has been, wherever there are holes, he would slot in some military people because military people don't want bullshit. And anywhere that there's a military person, there's been standardization of services. There have been things that have been done properly. Look at anywhere that Uhuru has slotted in a government person. So akiona huyu Sakaja nakuja kufanya vitu on his behalf with Jubilee or TNA and the governorship of Nairobi, that was impossible. That was not going to happen. So I agree with you, but half of what I'm saying is actually true, Alex. You have to admit. Okay, the rest of you can kick my ass.
Nyumba.
Asante sana Bwana Makiadi, nimekusalimia. Mlikuta nimesalimia watu na Kip nimekusalimia. Na Kip nilikuwa nisema we ni wizard wa digital. Tulikuwa tukiongea habari ya register na ulikuwa hauko. So Bwana Makiadi, I request that Kip withdraws his way of working tonight. I'm not in agreement with you. Alex is totally right. Okay, can you read the first topic, today's topic? Read it. Inasema hivi, Sakaja'S degree saga is political witch hunt. Uda Cries. You are confirming that by your argument. Tuko pamoja. Keep. Read today's number 1 item. Your argument confirms that. Na hiyo nakataa, nimekataa hiyo, sikubaliana na hiyo hata kidogo. I rest my case.
No, Uncle.
Hold on, Kip. I'll give you a chance to respond. Let's hear from Jose so that you can respond to the two.
Kip, you should know that maybe you wanted to support your point or to agree with Alex. So you should have waited. Now, what Alex is saying is true, and what Kip is saying is true. You see, to keep this disappointing leadership away from Nairobi, they didn't need to do the certificate thing with Sakaja. It's not necessary. And to that extent, Kip is right. The idea of keeping that bad leadership out of Nairobi is already a done thing. So, Alex, if it was the case, it is like now continuing to fight somebody, and they're already down. Sakaja is already down as far as the Nairobi leadership is concerned. And if that was the reason, by now, the President Uhuru would not be on his case anymore. If his issue was about good leadership for Nairobi, which they have already actually more or less 90% gotten. So under those circumstances, would it then be necessary to continue fighting Sakaja? No. So that then means what Kip is saying is also having a lot of water. That is according to me.
Duke, 1 minute. Hold on, Alex. Hold on. Let me give Duke 1 minute.
For me, what I can say is this. You know, RX and Keep just giving their opinions. So nobody's right because nobody knows exactly what is going on. But the problem with RX is that you want to shape the opinion of others. So if Keep gives a given opinion, and even if it's his own honest opinion, because it's like it has aligned with UDA in a way, he says that's very wrong. So we are giving personal opinions. So RX give you our personal opinion, and Keep has also given his personal opinion, regardless of the where the opinion is heading to.
All right, Alex, 1 minute before Keep respond.
You know, I like Duke and his argument, so I don't have to say anything. You know what he said is just an opinion, so it has nothing. So you're so opinionated. So some of us are talking facts, and I guess you're so opinionated. That's all I can say.
Okay, I would want to speak something a little about what you're talking about here. And my argument would be the president, Uhuru Kenyatta, is by no chance or by no means involved in the saga that Sakaja is facing. Sakaja himself decided to run for elective office, and he knew very well that one of the qualifications that was required for him to be cleared by the IEBC was that he would be a graduate with a degree from a recognized university. And if he didn't know that, I don't think he would have gone to Uganda to sort or to seek for one. Now, Sakaja, in his submission to the IEBC, he says that whoever petitioned, one of the petitioners who claims that Sakaja did not graduate, has given a wrong name. Sakaja claims his name is no longer Johnson Sakaja. There's another name in between, Kosgei. He's now changed his name to Johnson Sakaja Arthur. And the degree that he has presented.
And the Sakaja is double J now.
And the degree that he has presented to IEBC is from Tim University. I looked up at the list that he has given to IEBC as evidence. It has one of the graduates there who it's said to be one of his classmates who graduated with a degree in business. The CIDs who are on Twitter and social media have dug up the information of that particular person, and they have found out that that person pursued a bachelor's degree in accounting. If I'm not wrong, I stand to be corrected. So the person that is referring to in that graduation list is completely different, is the person that was not even in that class that he's saying. And therefore, Sakaja basically has tied himself in a web that it will take a long time, if not lead to his prosecution, but it has already ruined his political career. I think this saga has caught UDA by surprise. Jubilee had a candidate. Jubilee had a candidate in the name of Ngatia. And you remember when we started speaking about the arrangement of the House of Azimio in Nairobi, most of us questioned Ngatia's qualification towards running for governor. Most of the people went back to his educational background, and they realized that he has a degree also from some country, I don't know, Croatia or something. And Keep, as you are saying here, he would have gone, Sakaja would better have gone to Punjab. I also want to disagree with that argument, because if we say that for him to qualify for that, he would have sought some better means to cheat, then we will be misleading our viewers here. I think one thing that right now we are reading Article 6 of the Constitution on leadership and integrity.
If you know, Kip did not say that. Please don't.
No, I had Kip saying that he would have gone for a degree from Punjab.
No, I said that.
He said that exactly. I was listening.
I said that.
Kip had suggested that he should have cheated better.
Let Kip be pinned down properly to know.
Kip, were you suggesting that he could have cheated better, or what were you saying?
Yeah, that is what on the face value. That is what Kip said. Angetafuta njia mzuri ya kudanganya. That is what Kip meant.
No, that's what I said, because I don't agree with the method. I don't agree with the method. But if that was the direction he was going for, angeiba vizuri. By the Kenyans, I don't agree with cheating. But if this man wanted to cheat, he alianguka mtiani. Just siku za mwizi ni 40. I'm not going to retract anything I said. I said it, and he cheated wrong, and there's no right way of cheating.
Yeah, so let me go back to what I was saying now. Hold on, Roba, I'll give you a minute. I just want to make a remark on this Sakaja issue, then I'll give you a minute to respond. So we are doing the math also on Sakaja'S age. Sakaja claims to be 33 years old right now. In 2017, which is about 5 years back, he ran as a senator. If you take off 5 years from 2022, we are looking at probably 26 years old. 26 years old, that is 2017. He says he joined the University of Nairobi in 2013. So engineering degree takes about 5 years. There's no way Sakaja finished his degree at the University of Nairobi. There's no way. So my question is this, and you guys might guide me. In 2017, was a senator supposed to present his degree before being cleared by the IEBC? Duke?
No, the answer is no. And
2017.
If you check, yesterday I heard what he had submitted. You know, earlier on, Sakaja was trying to say that I have the same papers that I presented and I was cleared for the previous election. And if you check what was there, was his performance in TNA.
Hold on. That bill was passed in this parliament.
No, that's okay. I'm saying the papers he
meaning
used.
That 2017, you still needed, as a member of parliament and a senator, you needed your degree. That was disputed by the High Court, thus throwing that away for MPs and senators. So that means in this round, senators and MPs do not need to have degrees.
You see, Kip, from the 2010 constitution, these people are supposed to have degrees, but for whatever reason, they went to parliament and they extended the time frame for that to become effective. That is why you still have, even in the previous parliament, MPs who did not have a degree. Now that time allowed, first grace period was expiring. That is why I think in 2020, the issue came up and they went to court again, you remember? And the court now again, I think, extended it. So now you can, yes.
Okay, Jose, I don't want to speak something that I'm not sure about. That's why I asked here. If any one of you is aware that to be a senator in 2017, you required a degree, please tell me before I make the following, No? Nyumba?
I agree with Kip again. I agree with the facts, not Kip per se. The latest court ruling is what Kip has said. It's a ruling. And once the court makes a decision, it's final.
When was that ruling? I think that ruling was in 2019.
Recently. I don't remember. It's recently, actually.
It was after the 2017 elections, if I'm not wrong.
No, very, very recently. I think this year, last year.
2021 here.
2021, it did.
Is that the one by Judge Lenaola? Was it?
I think so.
I can't remember, but I remember the ruling very well.
You see, the requirement for degrees was to be effective in 2013, but some grace period was given for existing members of parliament to acquire the degrees.
Jose, you are right. Jose, you are right. But me and Kip, we are talking of the latest. I'm 100% sure that the court made the ruling as Kip has said.
Yeah,
What you are
senators
saying,
don't need a degree.
yeah, they don't.
Okay, the reason why I asked that, hold on, Kasuti. I want, there's no queue ahead of you, Kasuti. Or you just want to make a remark? I can give you a minute, Kasuti.
Yeah. What Kip is saying is, it is true because I remember it is recently, 2021, when before this political bill was passed, there was a knowledge that also MCA was required to have at least a degree. So I think they petitioned that one, and they overruled that MCAs, MPs, and senators they don't need to have those kind of qualification to run for. I think he's right when he said that. This 2021.
Okay. So somebody here, Father Danny Darius is saying that Sakaja joined university in 2003. If you were born, if you are 33 years old, how old would you be in 2000? How old would you have been in 2003?
I was in high school with this guy.
Was it 2003?
Alikuwa amemaliza 2020, 2002.
2002, and he joined university 2003.
I think hata alikuwa amengoja 2 years bana.
Yeah, so some information that is coming up from Sakaja'S issue has a lot of discrepancies, and what I wanted to say is this: if Sakaja claims that the papers that he presented to the IEBC are the same papers that he used this time round, then he would be lying outright, because the certificate that he presented to the IEBC this time round, we can see the publishing date, the completion date. There's no way he could have used the degree that he presented to the IEBC from Team University, because the dates are as recent as last week, if I'm not wrong.
He did not present a degree in the earlier seasons. He presented some papers.
What are these papers?
They were to do with his role in TNA and his accomplishments, political accomplishments. I had it yesterday. I wanted to forward it, I think, to Alex. You remember Alex said that he has already seen it. It was circulated to some of us. These papers as at 2017, which he wanted to rely on. There was no degree there, but there were other qualifications, accomplishments here and there.
So, Ose, let me finish, because I know people are waiting to speak also. If you do the math, even if he finished his high school in 2002, if you do the math and you add up to when he should have finished his degree, then it means this guy even started before he started going to school even before he was born, which is not possible. The years that he has right now, he claims to have 33 years old. When you do your math backwards, there is no way Sakaja could have finished this degree, unless you tell me alianza kusoma kama bado hajazaliwa. You know, we talked about this issue of fake degrees here, and I think Jubilee realized very early that this might have been the same predicament that faced their candidate in the name of Ngatia, and that might be one of the reasons why they decided to pull him back. So when UDA comes here and tells us that the issue, I even listened to Mama Miradi, the senator candidate for UDA Nairobi, saying that this is political witch hunt. I mean, yesterday we said here, and we are going to say it again, Duke, you are a supporter of UDA. It is either you have the papers or you don't have the papers. As simple as that. Hii kesi mingi yenye Sakaja anafanya watu wanakaa chini wakiwa kwa tribunal. It is his right. But the thing is, all it needs is for Sakaja to present his academic credentials. Na wekele kwa meza ya IEBC, aseme this is my paper. Hii ndio karatasi yenye nilikuwa nasomea hiyo miaka yote. This is my degree. This is the degree that I was conferred to by certain institution, and this is what qualifies me to run for governor. Na hii kesi ingine yote itaisha. So when you see Sakaja going to the tribunal to start bringing other issues like the names that were presented by the petitioners are not my names, the time period that the petitioner presented this case was late, so you should dismiss this. It is not about the time, it is not about the names, it is about your integrity. If you do not have the papers that are required, just come, call a press conference, ambia watu ya kwamba I would have loved to go for this seat, but as of now, sina hii qualification. So I want to withdraw my candidature for running for governor of Nairobi. Na watu watakwambia, thank you very much, go, enda ukasome, kama ni kurudi shule unaenda kusoma, and you get your dignity, you live with your dignity. But right now, he has entangled himself in a web of lies. People who really trusted him, young people who had hope in him, wameanza kumdoubt. He has lost his credibility as a young senator and a young leader in the Republic of Kenya. And I believe, hata wakisema ni political witch hunt, if at all the papers that he presented to the IEBC are fake, I would even ask the DPP and the EACC to go for his neck. Ndio iwe funzo kwa watu wengine. You know, people have always, young men in Kenya have, most of them, I'm not saying all of them, most of them have learned there is a shortcut to wealth and fame. So Sakaja should serve as an example. Sakaja should serve as an example ya kwamba there is no shortcut to success. You have to work hard the way other people work hard. Watu walikuwa nasema hata kwa internet, kama Mama Miradi aliuza bedsheet na akatwaka kwa stage na mpaka akapata degree, yeye Sakaja ni nini limzuia kufanya hivyo? What prevented Sakaja? He had all the time, he had all the money, he had all the resources. He should have gone for the degree if he knew very well he wanted to run for the governor of Nairobi. And that is it. Kama hana makaratasi, a pull out competition, awachie wenye wako na makaratasi, alafu next time, there's always next time, he's still young, 33 years old, he needs only another 3 years, he will be 36 to run for office. So
Richie, you know, the clip Bernard played, you remember it? Sakaja said there he was 26 and he was chairman of TNA. You remember? That was 2013.
Oh, that's 2013 or 2017?
No.
Chairman of TNA.
When he was chairman of TNA, it was 2013. TNA, not Jubilee.
And you know,
and if you add all the years to date, he cannot be 33.
So my issue here is this: Sakaja actually exposed his ignorance, because if you go to the internet, he has given so many interviews disclosing how much he's educated, disclosing his age, showing people how he has been successful at such a young age, and people admire him. But unfortunately now it looks like his goose is cooked, and now they are starting to blame the other side of the political divide. Kama hauna makaratasi, hakuna siku Raila alikuambia ukakataa kwenda kusoma. It is not about the politics of the Republic of Kenya. It is about the integrity of a person individually. And that is why I'm saying here, if Sakaja is found to be culpable, if at all the papers that is presented right now to the IEBC are found to be fake, makaratasi gushi, they should not stop there. He should be prosecuted for fraud, presenting fake papers, and also wasting people's money. Na arudishe ile pesa yote yenye alilipwa kama senator. Kama alitumia the same credentials kuwa nominated as a senator, whatever, aweze kushtakiwa pia arudishia Kenya, because we need value for our money. We want to pay people that are qualified. Duke, hata wewe kwa ile kazi unafanya saa hii, I'm sure ulifanya interview na ukatoa karatasi yako ukaambia your employer, this is my qualification, ndio ukapatiwa ile kazi unafanya saa hii. Siku moja employer wako akikuta ya kwamba umemdanganya na makaratasi yako, the employer has the right to sue you kwa sababu ulimdanganya. So we are trying to create a society where there is transparency, and we must begin at the top.
Roberto ama Roba, we.
Sikumaliza presentation.
Unaona sasa hii majina jameni, Roberto, Roba, Azimio.
That's why I came in.
Wacha Azimio aongee kwanza dakika moja, ameinua mkono sana. Azimio dakika.
And they are both from Nyanza. Na sijamaliza presentation yangu.
Yeah, I'll come to you, from Kisii, man. I know Fred Kasuti wants to go to work. So let's do this. Let's do this. I
Now,
want to be Fred. Hold on. I want to be fair to Fred Kasuti because anaenda kazi. I know that. Tufanye namna hii. Azimio, 1 minute, keep 1 minute, alafu tupatie Fred Kasuti aongee. Alafu nitakuja kwako baadaye.
Yeah, I was earlier on this show, and I want to reiterate that
I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm here.
Safi. Kama una haraka ni sawa. Tulia hapo brother. Ni sawa. Roberto?
Yes, I want to reiterate. I was here earlier on the show, and I said the main issue here about Sakaja is about one, morality, two, professionalism that must be instilled in this country. It is not about whether Sakaja is favorite for governorship or it's witch hunting. There are standards that we must uphold in this country. We must fix this nation. There is no way, and I asked a question, why would Sakaja take his children to school? Because he wants them to achieve better, and have some better life in the future. But if he's going to buy degrees or falsify documents or forgery for that matter, then he can as well keep his kids in a play school and buy degrees when they attain a certain age. So this is about fixing this country, and we must fix this country. It is going to be expensive, even if it is going to open a can of worms. Let us fix this country because we must start from somewhere. Democracy is expensive, and these are some of the things that we must do in order for us to have a clean society. Because if we continue this way, the next thing you can imagine, when the government comes to open up and where governors will be at will to probably source funds from outside the country, invite investors directly without passing through the exchequer. These are people who are capable of mortgaging some of these counties. Because you cannot trust these kind of people. Education plays an important role in management, and we cannot overlook that. So for me, it is about credentials. I don't care whether if he can produce credentials that is a degree holder, let him compete in the political sphere. But if we allow this kind of rubbish, and it is going to take us down the drain. And let it not stop there. Once we are done with him, let's go to any other governor, even if it means an Azimio governor. We need clean people. Hatutaki hii ukora bwana. Pesa zetu zinapotea kwa sababu ya ukora ndogo ndogo hii. We cannot allow this. Thank you.
Aya, keep.
Okay, first of all, I believe in democracy. Whatever the people choose is what the people choose. It's the toughest thing you can ever. It's a hard pill to swallow. It's a double-edged sword. I think the degree thing is a bit too much. I think if people pick a leader, it's their choice. But the law is the law. The law states at the moment that you need a degree. You need a degree to be a governor. You need a degree to be a president. And that is the law. The law of Kenya is the law. So Sakaja lied about it, and he should be jailed for that, because that is falsifying documents presented to the court. That is falsifying documents is not a crime that is just taken lightly. That guy needs to go to committee. And I'm not ashamed of doing that, of saying that. Sabu, first of all, that is fraud. You lied about your age. You lied about your identity. And you're going into high court. You're going into high government position. If you were senator or MP, you should have changed the law to suit you. People voted you in to do that. Although some of us dispute that. So, mimi naona hii kesi ya Sakaja is up to the people of Kenya to decide who you want to be your leaders. And that's what disappoints me as Kenyans. It's like, these are the people you voted in. Somebody who says, Roba nakuja. Give me a moment, Okay, Roba. Okay, Roba.
Wacha usipatie Roba nafasi kwanza. Mimi nataka Kasuti aongee.
Sawa, wacha mimi nimalize basi.
Roba ako hapa, najua ako off leo.
Okay,
I
sawa.
thought I was ahead of Kasuti and
I found you here, so I don't know if you
yeah,
already
when
made
Bernard
your
left, I was the next one. When
Oh, you
Bernard
were the
left.
next one. Okay,
Yeah.
sasa pole
Mimi
kabisa.
nataka kusikia Kasuti, my brother.
Ni sawa. So wacha tufanye namna hii kwa sababu hatujasikia Kasuti. Wacha tufanye namna hiyo hatujasikia Kasuti. Unajua kipi mimi nashindwa, sijui kama umemaliza kwa sababu unakaribisha Roba.
Okay, unajua mimi nakuanga na heshima. Anyway,
okay, let's do this. Finish what you're saying. Then we go to Kasuti.
IEBC, the day we will trust IEBC in terms of how they run the election is the day we have live counting of votes like the US. We need cameras on those things. We need to see what they're doing because we can't be having these things in closed doors. I don't care if you're Uda, Jubilee, Azimio, whatever it is. Me, I need to see what is happening on live stream. On Facebook, YouTube, CNN, KTN, Citizen, I don't care. I want to see what those people are counting and how those numbers are coming in. Because unless I see those seals broken, after they've come from the returning offices, I will never trust the IEBC. You nitakwambia for free. I don't care if it's Raila, Ruto, or whoever it is. Until that is done, I do not care. The final thing is what Mother Karua was given yesterday. I know it's outside protocol. I'm going to just give me 1 minute about what Martha Karua was given yesterday. Martha Karua was given something called the Sociot in the Kalenjin community. Sociot, the Kalenjin community, women used to be, it's a very patriotic community. So women would only speak after spoken to, except for the Kisii community where I am. There's a lot of strong empresses there. Let me big up my people. Akina Duke anawajua, akina Roba na Roberto anawajua. The Kisii women are very tough women. And history says that the Kisii know about us. So when a woman left the kitchen to come into leadership, she was given the Sociot. That is what we used to clean the gourd for the mursik. You guys know about the mursik. So the first woman was Madame Mutai, was given, she's the one who presented the Sociot because the man holds the rungu and the woman holds the Sociot. So as a leader, she was given that. And that's very significant. That is the second lady in history as a leader that was given that stick to carry around. And the Kalenjin people have accepted her as a leader. So I just wanted to emphasize the importance of that lady as a leader. And those are the little things I'm going to leave. I'm going to listen to Kasuti and Jose and Roba before I go sleep because my tooth is hitting me hard. So Niki disappear, I understand, guys. It's I'm in pain.
Okay, sawa. Kasuti, karibu.
Kasuti lazima nikusikie. Na Roba usinigonge. Nimekuita Roba leo. Sijaita Roberto.
Kaka zangu hamjambo na pia wakubwa zangu, unajua kunao pale. Sisi sio kama Sakaja bwana, tunakubali mali tuko wadogo, basi tunakubali kunyenyekea mali issue ya Sakaja. To some extent mimi na agree na Havi kidogo. Nelson Havi kidogo. It is the time now we allow the professionals, people who have professions to run for the offices. Why am I saying so? Ukifanya hesabu vizuri, those governors who are professors, they have done a good job. Maybe one or two, they have let people down. But ukiangalia vizuri, uangalie Lonyanga Port, despite the fact that anatoka kaunti ambayo ni ngumu sana, amechukua hiyo profession yake, ameiweka kwa kazi, kwa ugavana, amefanya kazi nzuri pale. Ukiangalia profesa huyu wa Makueni, amefanya kazi nzuri. Ukiangalia Daktari Alfred Mutua pia, hata kama wamemsumbua lakini the same amefanya kazi mzuri. Let us give credit where it is due.
Hata Kisumu.
Ukiangalia Anyang' Nyong'o amefanya kazi inaeleweka. Ukiangalia Oparanya amefanya kazi iko acceptable. All professors wamefanya kazi ambayo it's recommended. Hata kama tuko na shida ya 1 2 3, shida haziwezi kukosa, lakini when you see people who has a
Kibwana
ndio huyo ni wa makweli.
Ose, if you speak nini ya Kasuti sengine na kuaga na echo. Wacha amalize tu kuongea kwanza. Ina
So,
cause echo.
Me, I think the professionalism also is very important. Lakini mambo ya kurandaranda na ukisema ya kwamba mtu anakuja tu anasema mimi nilikuwa hapa sijui nimetoka hapa. Wewe ukiambiwa leta makaratasi yako na uanze kutrace your roots, kuwa tu kama Wachakoya alisema from the street akapita hapa amepita hapa na everything anawekelea kwa meza. Unaona kweli huyu mtu kuanzia mali alikuwa kwa street mpaka mali amefika, it's a journey. So masomo sio kitu tu utaniambia tu unaruka unatoka hapa alafu unaruka miaka 10 baadaye, miaka 20 baadaye unakuja kutuambia ati wapi ulisikia wapi hiyo. So me I take it seriously nikiona the government now, even right now, if you want to go abroad, sijui kama nyinyi mlifanywa hiyo scrutiny, if you want to go out of the country right now, based on any profession, your papers must go back to the NEC. Lazima ukapeleke papers zako kwa NEC certify. If at all kule unaenda, are they taking somebody who is able to do what is going to what is being asked for or what is requesting? Uende kwa labor sijui wakupatie nini, upeleke kwa DCI wa certify vitu fulani, alafu sasa hiyo certificate zako lazima tena upeleke kwa NEC.
Kasuti, just very quickly, kabla nilale, nitaka ku acknowledge Samson. We have a famous blogger watching us right now, Samson Ogola. We have to acknowledge him. He's a UDA blogger, so acknowledge him, msalamie. A very famous UDA blogger, so we have to acknowledge him. Hata mimi niende kulala sahi, lakini Kasuti tutapigana kesho. So guys, naumia sana.
We keep tuonane kesho, usiku mwema. Proceed, Kasuti.
Wakati baba anachukua mamlaka watu nataka tuwarudishe shuleni. Kozi itakuwa free primary school, secondary. So watu warudi shuleni, kina Kasuti wako na opportunity wa kurudi shule. Kina Didmus Baraza wako na opportunity ya kurudi shule. So this government. Thank you, Mr. Kip. So as I was saying, sahi at least the government is good. Si sahi utatokelezea tu alafu uchomoke utoke nje ya inji kama kabla mambo yako makaratasi yako haijakuwa scrutinized vizuri. Kabla hata utoke hizo makaratasi zako zikikataliwa waseme ya kwamba hapa hii haiwezekani, my friend, you will miss that flight. Hata kama imekataa, hata kama umebakisha dakika ngapi, you will miss it and you will not be allowed to go outside of the country. So I think those measures that the government has put from since 2019, I think it is okay. So wakiambia watu walete vitu zenye zinakubalika, wewe wacha kuja hapa na propaganda unakuja kutuambia. Na why all these things, hata kama mtu ni wa Azimio, kwa sababu najua watu wa Azimio wote ni wasomi. Si hizi story hatujaona Azimio nyingi sana. Sababu wewe ngangania kile kitu mali uwezo wako inafika. Ukiona huwezi, hii hesabu unaona walipika, lakini walikuwa wanapika hesabu mbaya. Walikuwa wanapika hesabu mbaya kabisa, whereby imekauka, imekuwa karaa. A shameful thing. So wacha wakae chini waone vile uongozi inafanywa, vile watu wenye wamesoma vile wanafanya kazi. So na tunawaalika, baba akichukua, shule itakuwa bure. Kila mtu ako na haki ya kurudi shule na asome, alafu baadaye atakuja tutampea uongozi. Lakini kuongozwa na watu wenye hawajaenda shule, tumeona hatari zenye zipo. To some point, ngoja nikuzie tu hiyo story ya fidelity, loyalty, honesty kwa vyama. Pia inachangia sana. Nyinyi mmeona ile kitu, ile shida imekuweko ya deputy president na Uhuru Kenyatta. Alafu niweza nyinyi mnataka kuadvocate the same issues. Ati mtu unaweza fanya tu. Wewe umepewa responsibility fulani, umeaminiwa responsibility fulani na wakubwa fulani ama na mtu fulani. Alafu unaenda unakeuka huyo mtu ama unakeuka hao watu. Unaona walikosea sana kukupea hiyo responsibility. It means unaona ya kwamba unaweza wakeuka na unaweza fanya chochote, at the end of the day unakuta ya kwamba hao watu hawako honest. So kama ule mtu amekuaminia, amekupea kazi, unamkeuka. Na sasa sisi wananchi, je, sisi hatukujui? Sisi tukijaribu tukupe kazi yenye ambayo tunajua ya kwamba inahitaji uaminifu zaidi, utafanya kweli? Utafika tu kiwango uturuke vile umeruka huyo mwenye ule tajiri wako wa kwanza. That's why tunaambiwa let us respect the people who are in the authority, and when we do that, our ways will be successful, or will be great in the future. So wacha nimalizie tu hapo la hiyo story ya Sakaja. Wacha akuwe funzo kwa watu wengine wenye wako na tabia kama hiyo. Asante, karibu Themba, sijakuona siku mingi bwana.
Thank you so much Kasuti. Themba karibu. I think most of the people may make remarks zao, but the next person to speak would be Jose Daktari, and then you'll be moving to Roba. I'll drop off a few minutes and then I'll be back. But I don't know if you want to make remarks before I...
Yeah, let me make two remarks before you drop off. So when you drop off, Alex will not allow me to speak. Alex, good evening, good morning, Duke. Nice to see you. Kuze Oze. Watu wamekutesa, umechukua jina kali. Fred Kasudi, kwani ulienda kuomba? Unaanza kukua tu verses ambazo hata haziko. Roba pia amekuwa na Roba mara tatu. Bob Papa alafu na Edem.
Remember huyo Bob Papa unamjua?
Hapana, mimi simjui.
Okay, utamjua tu.
Ni Roberto. Yaani kila siku sisi tu ndio Makiadi, sisi ndio maintain jina. Alex alikuwa Alex Media, sasa leo amekuwa Alex. Anyway, I'm blessed. Good to see you. Lulu is good. Lulu is doing well. And pass my greetings to your lovely niece. I hope Makiadi hajachukua aja win the heart. Now, I just have two comments. One is about Sakaja'S issue. The second one is at some point I listened to Alex, so I'll give my comments I'll address myself to those two things. So the issue of Sakaja'S qualification, like we said yesterday, and maybe many of us have alluded to, it's getting to that time. It's not so much about the degree, in my view. It's not so much about whether he has the degree or not, but it is about the integrity of the people who are seeking the positions of leadership. If we can have him fighting so hard to try and manipulate the system and the process to making look like he has the qualification. That is what is worrying us. And the other thing that is really worrying is he's within that age bracket that we are saying are the young people that we look forward to be taking over leadership. Now, when you find that the future of the Kenya leadership is going to be placed in such kind of people, then it is a worrying trend. When the leaders that you'd want to, we are criticizing the older generation leadership. And the younger generation leadership, the people that we expect to set a certain kind of trend, are looking like they do not want to show that integrity is key. I think that is a worrying thing. So whichever way it ends, already it has exposed at the underbelly of the youthful leadership. We are having a youthful leadership that does not give a hoot the integrity of what they want. I mean, we cannot just be creating a constitution that provides for integrity and leadership, the chapter on constitutional integrity and leadership. And the people who are supposed to be setting that trend are giving us such kind of signs. In my view, I think that's a very worrying trend. And we need to be worried as a society, even those people who I hope no one is trying to defend Sakaja for what he has done, because he had all the time to acquire a degree, because there was nothing whatsoever that could have prevented him to acquire the degree, procedurally. But for you to wake up and start going to the extent that he's going, I think we are worried a lot. The next generation of leaders is worrying. Personally, I think that is the most outstanding thing that I'm picking. Whichever way it ends, we ought not to have a leader, fighting so badly. And Sakaja is a leader who has always been, vocal on many stuff. In fact, he was the one who presented a petition to have Mary Wamboi not ascend to a particular organization because she didn't have a degree, because of her degree qualification. So if he could do that, and he is not possessing one, or even whatever he's possessing is doubtful, I think that will leave a lot of question mark in our youthful leadership. The second thing, I think Alex has left. I will comment on that when he comes. And I wanted to highlight on the Kisii politics on Alex is back. But why is he on the curtain? I will comment when he comes back. So I will leave that for now. Alex, why are you hiding? When I want to comment on your what you say.
I'm listening. Don't worry. I'm listening 100%.
Yeah, Alex, there's something you had said a few days ago, and I think a month or two ago, you had come here blazing about how you did not like Simba Arati. And I think a week or two after that, you said you liked Simba Arati and you have decided for him. Today, you talked so well about the issue of the leadership. That is probably the leaders who are supposed to be giving way for the younger leaders. I want to ask you, and maybe at some point you'll find it yourself to argue, maybe to convince me. You argued so strongly against their age, those who are seeking leadership. Is it your submission that ought to be the only consideration when having the leaders get out of leadership? Secondly, what would you consider a fair competition? Those people presenting themselves and then them being voted out, or them leaving before being voted out? Those are 2 points that I would want to hear from you, maybe at some point when you get to talk. I think I'll stop there, Makiadi, for now.
All right, Ndemba, there's one thing I just want to make a remark about before I drop off for a few minutes. And it is with regards to, I think we had a discussion today with Alex on the side. PK has also highlighted the issue. And this is if Sakaja is disqualified, can UDA pick another pair of candidates, or they are time barred? My opinion is this. I think it all depends with the goodwill of the IEBC. According to the law, I think there's no time for UDA to replace their candidates, because if we allow UDA, if IEBC allows UDA to replace their candidates, then we would be telling Safina to also pick a presidential candidate that will replace this guy. What's his name? What's his name then? But this guy, I forget.
Wanjigi.
Yeah.
Wanjigi.
We will be telling Safina to replace Wanjigi with a qualified candidate. We'll be telling Juliet to replace herself with a qualified candidate. And I think this is going to bring a lot of confusion.
Are you saying, why don't you just say with Makiadi? Because you are vouching for that.
No, she never picked me for a running mate, so I'm not going to qualify myself for that position. But what I'm saying is this. I think we are time barred right now. There is no way, according to me, that if at all your candidate is disqualified under technicalities that you should have been aware before you presented to the IEBC, there's no way the IEBC can allow you to replace that candidate, because these things were supposed to be known even before you filed your papers with the IEBC to run for any elective office. And if they allow to do that, then they will open a can of worms. I don't think they'll be able to manage the number of candidates that will want to run for office as replacement. So this is a very sensitive issue, and I think UDA cannot, the IEBC cannot allow that to go on. Then I would want to drop for a few minutes, then I'll be back. I hope the debate moves on. It's Kose, Roba, then we have Ed as you go to your left.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's okay. I think they should be allowed to, personally, I think they should be allowed to replace. There should not be anything that will make them feel like they were not given an opportunity to field a candidate. Just like before you drop off Makiadi, just like what's his name? The Kangata. Kangata was allowed to replace his running mate because the one that he had at first had not resigned on time. So he replaced her with someone else. However, even after the IEBC tribunal decision, they still have an opportunity to go to court. So that the possibility of seeing a replacement will be determined by acceptability of, in the event that IEBC decides that Sakaja is not qualified, then he might want to seek appeal, redress in the High Court. And of course, now that will also, be allowed to proceed on. They still have that opportunity to seek redress if he will feel not well taken care of. So it's a long story. It will not end on Wednesday, because Wednesday the IEBC is giving its verdict. The candidates might decide that we don't agree with the verdict, so they might decide to appeal the decision in the High Court. When they go, the High Court might also, maybe decide otherwise. Then they might choose to seek further appeal in the Court of Appeal. I don't know how far they will be willing to move through with the process. I don't know the timelines that IEBC has in the event the person decides to seek redress in the High Court. So those are the things that we need to will they wait until he has sought redress the High Court? Will it stop the election in Nairobi. So those are the things we want to hear. If the person decides that, say, Sakaja has been disqualified because of that, if he chooses to seek redress, what is the status quo? Is he in the ballot? If he's not, is IBC going to wait? Probably we'll want to see how that pans out, but he'll still have appeal processes going on. But let's wait. Someone says that Wajakoya has genuine papers. I'm told that Wajakoya has many small diplomas, 1 week diploma, 2 weeks diplomas. Those he does not that he has. And someone says that he never practiced law in the US. He studied law, but he never practiced law in the US. And the law that he has, he also said it. He said that his doctorate is honorary. It is not the one that you earn academically. It is an honorary doctorate. And in the US, even if you, as long as you teach in a college, you'll be called a professor. But that's how far Wajakoya has said. So I think the person said his papers are genuine. Why would you want 17 degrees hata wewe? Anyway, asante Makiadi. Uzee karibu. At Themba, if you want.
Hello. Good evening once again. I think, Themba, today you're allowing yourself to be carried by emotions. You see, your emotional feelings and you are really sympathizing with the Sakaja'S cases. I think what Richie brought about before he left regarding the Jimmy Wanjigi case. Now, if we go that route that they are allowed to replace a candidate, what will you then use to deny Safina to replace their candidate with a qualified one? You see, it is opening a Pandora's box, which you may never be able to deal with. Now, secondly, for me, I think...
Jose, courts
I'm not
don't
asking
work.
you to answer. Sorry, I didn't ask.
No, just a second. That's why I have to reply you. You see, courts don't work like that. You see, for example, Kuze, if I'm arrested and then I'm given 2 years for a particular offense, you can't go and say, because I was given 2 years, you should be given 2 years. Issues are dealt with as the case per case. So I don't think they can use that to go and tell IEBC you should allow us also to replace. That is not my argument.
Well, it is for the courts to decide if it ever happens. But then I'm wondering why you didn't suggest that. Why can't they allow the running mate to step in? I'm just throwing spanners in the work.
Yeah, that's a good. Actually, there was that sense of the debate around in the event that Sakaja is not qualified.
Oh, yes.
Could they therefore agree that the guy who was to be the deputy to be the now the key person? Now you see, now that will go back to the party now. Now, in the event that they decide that this is what is happening, but if IBC disqualifies him, the status quo is he has not been qualified. So IBC will only gazette those who have qualified. And you see, the way IBC does its work is the party forwards the name. Now, the name of the person that is forwarded, the person being elected is the governor, not the deputy governor. So it is the party to forward the name of the governor and then the running mate. So in the event that the person who is not qualified is the governor, like in this case, Sakaja, is dropped, then even the deputy stands dropped. You get? So the party will have to meet in the event. Now that's where now for us we are debating. Some of you feel that they shouldn't. For me, I feel the party should be given an opportunity, but that's just my feeling. Uze, apana gonga mimi mawe sana.
I agreed, but I think I was just putting it across for food for thought in future, because it looks like those laws are going to be in future, they may need to revisit them. So maybe they should factor in such, it has never happened before. Well, I can say the law is silent about giving the opportunity to allow the running mate to step in. But you realize, if anything, the reason for the running mate, if anything happens to the principal, if that is when the running mate becomes relevant. So maybe when they revisit the laws, those issues should be looked at. But either way, personally, I think you see, we have the parliamentary system in Kenya. Now, this parliamentary system in the countries, the other countries outside where it works, everything runs so well. There is so much that was not anticipated when we went for the parliamentary system. I think our so-called legal experts copied so many things so blindly. They were all just focused in taming President Moi and his wayward ways of doing things. They overdid it so much, and this security of tenure, for example, for some of the positions, was seriously overrated. And that's why you see the same constitution is the one which is encouraging the dismembering of the same laws. They use the same laws to stop to disobey the same constitution. So where does that leave us? I think the framers of the constitution took so many other things for granted. Well, they came along very well with this idea of the education qualifications for legislators. It was based on the parliamentary system of governance, whereby the opposition and the checks on the current government is basically on the legislature. Now, if you check the sort of corruption issues that are taking place, this digital corruption that is taking place, it needs very good learned people to be able to counter a rogue government. Remember those committees in parliament, the ones which are supposed to keep the government in check. The strange thing is that, sorry for that. The strange thing is that if you don't have people who are learned, way down from the county level, the governors will go just wayward, doing everything they want. And if the people are not learned even to understand what a budget is, you can imagine the problem that will go through there. Now, the same legislators, they find their way into the courts, they have all this put aside. Now, you don't need the MCAs to have degrees. How will they even be able to keep the governors on check? There is a big loophole there, leave alone coming back all the way to parliament. If you don't have learned people in those committees, what are we doing? Maybe we didn't need to adopt a parliamentary system, because that requires that the National Assembly becomes the main checks and balance for a rogue government, for governments which are corrupt, where there are scandals in, scandals out. I told you the other day, I couldn't count. I tried to list down some of the known scandals in Kenya. There are over 20. There are over 20. Some of them requires very, very learned people to be able to interpret exactly what goes on in the accounting firms and even through in this digital world. Now, basically what I'm trying to say is that if you don't have these educated people in parliament, it simply waters down the oversight role of parliament. Now, let me come to this issue about Baba and over 60. Now, you have realized the sort of confidence that is now going, confidence talk that is going around, which I think is very, very welcome. And I think this is more informed by the gains which the Martha Karuas and Baba have actually managed in central Kenya. Now, you remember a while ago, when we did some presentation of some figures here, the best, I think, percentage Baba had was something like 5 point something percent. But in the latest opinion polls, imagine there is no single county in Central where Baba has been rated less than 29%. The best opinion poll, I would say, is in Nyeri, where FIFA rated the deputy president at 38%, and Baba was also rated at 38%. Now, when you go to Meru, Baba is almost rated almost near 38% against Ruto's 62%. In Tarakaniti, Baba was rated 37% against Ruto's 63%. Kirinyaga turned out to be the best where Baba has been rated in the latest time at 45% against 55%. Now, all I'm trying to say is that if you look at the sort of gains which Baba has managed to accomplish right now in the mountain, the 60% which is quoted here is more or less like it could even be better than the 60%. So MUCHERU is, I think, is even giving you a guarded number. It should be the figure should be around 65%. Especially down, the predictions are that by the election time, it will be almost Baba 55, Ruto will be down to 45% in the mountain. If things go the same way, the pace which the Martha Karuas have set already, I think you are headed for very, very good things. Now, regarding the issue in Kisii, the other day we brought up this issue around why is Azimio having more than one candidate in some of the places? I think it is a very dangerous trend unless the parties, the 26 parties should come together. Among themselves, they should be able to settle on which candidate is better than the other and simply dictate through. Whoever doesn't want should not be in Azimio. They should just dictate. If, for example, you find that Simba is better than Ongwa in Kisii, simply you have to impress we must impress on Ongeri to step down for him. Why have an Azimio DAP and Azimio ODM? You are headed for a repeat of the 2017. Don't be surprised if you find that UDA actually wins that seat. Why should we, watching like this, allow these two candidates to contest? I personally disagree. 1 month is coming soon. I remember sometime earlier on, Robert, you are coming in. Sometime Bernard said that give it 1 month, you will see that they are going to settle on the single best candidate. I hope that works out. The challenging thing is that once these people are gazetted, which I think is going to happen before end of the month, so who will agree to be convinced to step down? It's going to be very difficult. That's my put today.
Yes, Robert.
My friend, I disagree with you. What you are just saying about regarding Kisii's the governorship. So not only there are not 3, there are almost 5. There's Mr. What's his name? The guy from Mobasi. So there are like 5 Azimios who want to get the governorship.
Surely that should not be accepted.
Yeah, that's okay. Do you know why? That's democracy. But at the end of the day, let the people choose. And at the end of the day, Simba is going to win it. I can tell you that. But it's democracy. If UDA wins it, they are also Kisiis or they're Kenyans. They are human beings. Let them govern. That's what the people have chosen. Let's be sincere on this matter. That's what I want to say.
Yes, Kuze, what's your response?
Well, you see, sometimes, let's say if you are it is like you are traveling in a bus, and you can see yourself, you people are in an accident, the driver has lost control. So in other words, You are headed either to get injured or to die, and you are watching. You are helpless about it. I do not think that we are in that situation, Robert. For the reason, something can be done. As somebody once said, the government is big. The government is big. Only one person can be elected at one time.
Say, I want to remind you, my friend, these people, when you see all of them, is good for Papa. Do you know why? They are going to bring people to vote. And you know, all of them, they're behind the rider. So 5 of them, they'll bring people out. And the Papa is going to do very well when it comes to presidential. I'm telling you that. And the governorship, it is going to be Simba. Nobody is going to take it.
This is for Baba in parliament. If you
see,
allow...
Jose, we are facing, in my view, we are facing a wounded opposition. You see, the UDA is not even better. They're having their drama. But I want to agree with Robert. I want to differ with you and agree with Robert. In my own personal view, democracy is expensive. There are some counties that we are going to have it really. It's going to be really tough. Kisii County, Machakos is gonna be very tough. Siaya is gonna be, there's Gumbo and this other gentleman. I mean, Orengo and Orengo. Yeah. So there are some counties that we are going to just agree that because in agreeing with Robert, that alone might make people turn out, you know, because you want to prove. And in Homa Bay, there'll be high turnout because there are Kidero people who want to prove that Kidero is a guy. And there are Wanga people who want to prove Wanga is the person. So that will kind of revamp the voter turnout. Because what you're suggesting might be counterproductive. If you implore on someone to step down, there might be voter apathy. And that's where now they punish you by voting for someone who is not in your party. So they decide, okay, fine, you have implored so-and-so to step down, fine. And he's the person we wanted. Now we are going to take our vote to this other guy so that now we punish you guys. But now if they go all of them like that, in my view, especially those places where we have very stiff competition and generally they are Azimionated areas, allow them to go all the way to the ballot. Only that I wish that they have a level of discipline when it is a Baba rally. When they're having their own local rallies, they can experience their own drama. But when Baba comes and visits, like what happened in Machakos, that was a little, you know, uncalled for, but it was also necessitated by Kalonzo's sentiments. You know, Kalonzo ought to have been a little, you know, he needed to have been, he's now in the Azimio, is not so much of the wiper. You have seen Baba being very tampered. He is talking Azimio when he goes to a place. You have seen also Martha Karua, when she goes to a place where she knows there are so many interests, she knows her position. Now Kalonzo ought also to have that kind of leverage so that when he's speaking and he's working with Baba, he should not go into the now specific party issues, like saying what he said. He said at that place that now you, Waita, you need to step down for so and so. Those are not things you say in such a forum. Those are things you can go and call them aside if you want, if that is your way of dealing with them. But you see, he kind of seemed like he brought that up. And I saw him also bringing that up in Kisii. You know, he started saying Wiper is Azimio, and thank you, Baba, for taking Wiper's colors, you know, things like that, which is not, it should not be, you know, the definition of color of Baba's rallies. I'm hoping that as they move forward, when Baba is going to attend a rally, they will kind of, the leaders, especially Kalonzo, Martha Karua is not done that. Martha Karua is very wise. Baba is very wise. He talks Azimio. These other guys, Junet also is saying that everybody needs to be given time to talk. They are not talking about ODM, this and that. So we can have that. Even Peter Kenneth, they are also being the Azimio thing. So we need to have some level of temperance when Baba is there. But you guys can have as much as local competition as it can get, so that you bring as
Let
many.
me point out this to Robert then. Would you want your suggestion to apply to gubernatorial level? At that level? Because otherwise, remember, as somebody once said, Baba will need representatives in parliament. And if it is not handled carefully, you might lose where you shouldn't have lost. You get it?
So can I start my representative from there, Temper, then?
Yes, Robert, start from there, and then you move on.
Let me start from there. Jose.
Can I answer? If you are going to give a submission, let me give Jose a quick answer for that. The case of Kisii is again complicated because getting Ongeri out of the race will give the UDA a lot of votes because Ongeri and the UDA guy come from the same area. You get Ongeri out of the race, the UDA guy gets all the votes for Ongeri. But again, Ongeri, Simbarati comes from the same place as who? As Obure. So Obure is also eating a lot of votes for who? So it's a complicated thing. As Roba said, I mean, we want Baba to become the president. That is our priority. So if all these five will make us come and make Baba the president first, that is what we have to do. That's why we are making noise and saying the only thing we can do is vouch for Simbarati with noise, but we don't have to get Ongeri out of the race, because you get Ongeri out of the race, I swear to you, Machogu wins early in the morning.
Alex, what if you talk him to come out himself, not that you get him out?
All Nyaribari people will vote for Machogu because they have a beef with the ODM administration on the county level. They were never appointed anything. So clanism comes in. Brother, this thing is complicated.
Thank you, Alex. Because balancing a coalition is not what you think. That just tell this person to. Right now, by the way, any party coming out and telling someone you cannot send anyone away, you are at that 11th hour, where when you are going to a battle and you're just about to finish. Normally, even wounded soldiers, you just tie a bandage. We will deal with you later when the battle is over, because we are in the crunch time. So you don't start saying you get out of here. We can't tell anyone to get out right now, because it will hurt you badly. You just need voters to be annoyed. And there's nothing as bad as protest votes. You have done that to a person, they will give it to the next person just because of that. So you have to really balance. Let's allow Robert to give his submissions, and then we can.
Let me continue from there. Jose and the rest of the panel, Alex, you can be my witness. Bob, Papa, Simio, Roberto is just real Robert. That's me. Let me just say this. Jose, we have ODM outgoing governor. What has he done? Because we voted for ODM. What has he done? Nothing in Kisii. You can't compare Kisii and the Kisumu right now. You can't. We had an ODM members of parliament when Papa came in 2007 from Omingo Magara and the rest of the people. What did they do? Nothing. So at this point, I mean, we care less who's going to win the governorship and who's going to win members of parliament and members of county assembly. Simply because some of these people, when we were loyal to ODM. Most of us, we supported them, and we still, since we're getting down the ODM, you can take it in the bank. But at the same time, we want people to progress. So at this point, if Simba Arati comes in, that's fine. But at the same time, I don't care about Ongeri losing because he's the current senator. What has he done? He can't do it when being a governor. And the one thing I want everybody to realize, let's be sincere. Why are these people fighting to be a governor, not a senate or members of parliament? Because they want to steal. They have not even stolen enough. Chris Obure, he has a scandal. He was once a minister for finance. Yeah, we know that. He has money, even I don't know why he wants to take it, but still he wants to be a governor. Let's be sincere. I will ask Chris Obure to want, that's Cosmo. You know Cosmo, that's his uncle, by the way. Cosmo. So these people, they are connected. So Ongeri and the rest of the people. So at this point, they have done nothing to our people. And that's a fact. And that's why I'm telling you, my prediction is come election night, Kisii is going to have a governor ODM. It's going to have a governor, a Senate ODM. It's member of parliament, my friend. It's going to be something you have never had before. Even anybody can go independent. It can, I know our people, and we have said it before. But the thing is this, anybody who comes here and tells you that UDA is going to win in Kisii, maybe in Nyamira, yes, I don't know. In Kisii, it's going to lie to you. Kisii is Azimio's son. Is Azimio. It can't even better than anywhere you can get it. But at the same time, people, when it comes down, even Mada Karua, she's telling us very well. She even told people, vote for people you think they can do progress. And that's what we expect. And at this point, I'm telling you, I'm looking Papa to do very, very well in Kisii, in Nyamira, and in Kuria. And remember, these are the things I said before. This time, Papa's forces are going up. Because like I said before, remember during Kibaki time, Kibaki, the 2 terms, it was 50-50 in Kisii and Nyamira. When it came Uhuru, the same thing, 50-50. But when it comes Papa and Ruto, I want to tell you or say, come election night, in Kisii, I don't think even Ruto is going to get even 10%. I don't see it happening. Nyamira, maybe. And the one thing I can tell you, because of that, I can tell you this. UDA guy, the Osoro guy, the one, if you remember, Simba mocked him by hitting him when they were fighting, the so-called famous fighting, if you remember Simba, Arati, and Osoro. The Osoro UDA guy. In Kisii and South Mogrango, if you see, that's my own constituents where they were today. And that's where Osoro is our MP. He has a chance. I can tell you that. He has a chance because that's Kisii. But at the same time, people are wanting to evaluate him what he has done the last 5 years. And if that's the case, maybe not, because there are some things which I can tell you have been in progress, things which were stranded before. So let me finish with that one with the Kisii politics, and let me go to the national level. Guys, there's something here I've been doing also my retro research, because I'm also, when it comes to this Sakaja thing, like someone like me, when I did my, in fact, this, I saw some university students who came up and saying a lot of things, Sakaja, what. I get it. I get it even my own, when I was traveling, when you go to school, when you have kids, you have a wife, and other things, and you are on a military school. When I did my master's, I know what I went through sometimes, the homeworks and other things. But the thing is this, let's be cautious on this issue of Sakaja. The reason why I've gone through the team school where he went to, and I'm looking at it on my other side of my computer here, they are offering online courses. So the only thing I'm hoping is, did he register online? He did it. He graduated. Now, what I want to see is the transcripts. I want to see the emails. I want to see where he made the payments. And I want to see when he was awarded the degree. Then that thing is settled. That's because, yes, because they are offering online courses. And it looks like I'm seeing them here. They are saying if you are from Kenya, if you have a C+ from KCSE, Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education, you can be admitted. So if Sakaja had a C+, then he was admitted at that university. Then from there, when he did the application, he got email. That's what we want to see. And that's why I said, let's be cautious. Let's see what what he has before we make a conclusion. And that's what I think at this point, before I finish, this proves how stupid a country we are. Even IEBC at this point, by now, they should have a section where verification of this documentation is done in advance. Even as a country, we should have where if you want to be a member of parliament, not member of parliament, but the governor and the presidency, where they go, their documents are verified. We should not be talking about all these things right now. And that's what makes me mad. It looks like when it comes to other things, we can steal money and do other things. But things which make us to be who we are, because I'm telling you guys, and most of you, like you are overseas now, I know that for real. You know how Kenyan education is respected when it comes education, even compared to African countries. I'm telling you that. And that's very serious. And now we are just like putting this story. It's all over the internet. Now it's just like some place where you go, people will be suspicious of Kenya. Oh, did he give me the real thing, or they are faking or they are forging? I mean, when it comes to education, there's no compromise to anybody. Produce your documents. If you don't have one, get out of the way. If Sakaja didn't have one, by now, if I was him, I'll get out and apologize and move on. But if he keeps on fighting it, and come Wednesday, he doesn't have no transcripts, he doesn't have graduation where he graduated, he doesn't have admission, he's done. And that one is not good for him. So at this point, I'll just leave it that way. But let's be cautious. Let's also give him time to prove that he never did, because they are offering online courses, and that one I can see it on here. So thank you guys. Thank you everybody. And questions, I will just answer.
Robert,
yes.
You can't tell us to be cautious. He seemed to be cautious. He's the one who produced the documents to IEBC. And number two, the course that he took, they stopped offering it online in 2016.
And that's why I said.
Actually in 2015, not even in 2016. He graduated in 2016, but they stopped offering that course online in 2015. And he graduated with the same university, an online course in 2016. So there's already a disconnect there. Secondly, Sakaja himself appeared in public media and said that he has never gone out for any education. So we are not prosecuting what is private. We are prosecuting what he has given to us. And that is the subject of the debate. Thirdly, IEBC is not wrong, right? You produce documents to IEBC. There is a process that they use. You know, for example, you are bringing a document that has been stamped according to them. It has been stamped by the university and all, right? Now, Electoral Election Acts 74, it says that pursuant to Article 88 4E, Part 1 of the Constitution, the Commission shall be responsible for the settlement of electoral disputes, including relating to or arising from nominations, but excluding election petitions and disputes subsequent to the declaration of election results. So it's a process, and it says that an electoral dispute under subsection 1 shall be determined within 10 days of the lodging of the dispute with the Commission. Okay? 3, notwithstanding subsection 2, where a dispute under subsection 1 relates to a prospective nomination or election, the dispute shall be determined before the date of the nomination or election, whichever is applicable. So IEBC is within its mandate. And right now they had around 264 disputes. I was listening to Letangule. He said that the last election they had over, I don't know, 2,000 disputes. And so there were fewer this time around, according to what he said. Now back to Sakaja'S, I mean, it's up to you to seek verification and authentication of your documents before you submit them. Now, once you have submitted them, IEBC will admit them. Now the next process comes, right? Now where we are, Sakaja'S issue was highlighted because of the discrepancies. You say one time you did, you are an actuary, you graduated from the University of Nairobi. University of Nairobi cannot ascertain that. It says that you are still their student because you never graduated. Then when he was asked which documents did you give to IEBC, he said, I gave IEBC the documents that I gave them. He didn't imagine that there will come a time that people will actually go and dig. I mean, we are not in 2013, we are in 2022. So people can go dig and bring that up. Okay, then he has appeared, even himself, he has already, like sold himself out. He has gone to numerous interviews and he cannot give a consistent story of his education. So, for example, he has not said, he said actually in an interview that I've never acquired any degree from out. All my schooling has been in Kenya. Okay. So you see already that sells you out. And that is the reason it has been questioned. So I think we are right to prosecute. It's IEBC to make a decision and a finding out of what they have. But for us, you need to, your academic story should speak for itself. You don't have to be called to explain. Yeah.
Yeah, just 1 minute. So what I was waiting for our media to do some investigation story. Normally they do it. I was expecting that, but I've not seen one. But at the same time, I heard some people saying here from Azimio, those people were Azimio, that, Sakaja made a mistake. If it was on our side, that one could have never happened. I disagree with those people. None, whether from Azimio or the other side, should just come and lie to us or shit, or nobody should be protected because it's on the other side of what, I don't care, government or what. We want a genuine society. Whether it's in Azimio, whether in Kenya MUCHERU or Kenya MUCHERU, whatever you can call them, it doesn't matter. As long as they have represented genuine things, genuine documentation, no matter what. That's the way I see it.
You're right. I mean, what you are discovering is, you remember ODM in 2013 or 2013, I think, when Kidero and Bishop Wanjiru wanted to be a governor, and Bishop Wanjiru was not given the certificate because there was no academic journey. She was calling herself Dr. Bishop Wanjiru, but there was no bachelor's. So how did you become a doctor without a clear academic journey? And she was not given the certificate on that basis. And I think what you're saying is true. We need to have kind of, strictness within the parties. If it was dealt with in UDA, I think it wouldn't have reached here. But you see, because Sakaja was probably by that time the who is who in UDA, his papers were just, like a conveyor belt, take them to IEBC. And they hoped that IEBC will not be keen, or people will not be as very looking out for things. Guys are checking. So if you went to school, you want to see which school. So I think it's a good thing. Thank you. So let's move on to Bob Papa. Is it Bob Papa Makiadi?
No, it should be Ed.
Okay, Ed, welcome.
Yeah, it's the second time I'm coming, and I really appreciate the conversation you guys are having.
And Bob, when you finish your submission, don't run away like last time. I wanted to prosecute you, but
It
you
is
ran
not
away.
Bob. It is Ed.
Oh, Ed, I'm saying Ed. Ed ran away. Daktari ran away.
And
Camera shy.
now that Daktari is here, Daktari, people are raising questions about Wajakoya. There's one DA who says that Wajakoya has was giving very interesting responses to his questions on his academic journey a few years ago in some interviews. So right now, you raise the same question. You are here. Anyway, we hope that maybe in your submission, you will capture part of that. Karibu.
Okay, thanks. So, asante sana, nashukuru, and I appreciate the opportunity to share a little. I mean, the story of Sakaja, I really don't know a lot about what's going on in Kenya, so I may not be as well versed in terms of the politics in Kisii, because I'm from Kisii. If I tell you, oh, Simba and Kushinda, I'm lying to you because I don't know the details. Because I spoke to my sister, she told me Simba Atashinda, but that's what she told me. But history of Sakaja, it's very sad. It's sad kwa sababu if the way Sakaja presents himself, he presents himself in such a way that it was like a light to a lot of youth. And there's a lot of people that looked up to him. And I'm pretty sure when he began his journey to become a politician, there's somebody somewhere that knew that Sakaja hakwenda shule. A lot of people, and Kenya is a very small country, so we know our neighbors. And that's why people usually ask you, who did you go to school with? Who are your classmates? Alisema Linda Nairobi University. Who are your classmates? I spent 1 year at Jomo Kenyatta. I finished my high school to the 1997, spent 1 year at Jomo Kenyatta before I came to the US. I can actually name the guys I went to school with 1997, even though it was just for that 1 year that I spent at Jomo Kenyatta. So there is a lot of people walikuwa najua. I'm pretty sure that is it because he moved to the other side? Because Sakaja is not the only person mwenye hana degree and is holding a very high position in the government. There's a lot of people out there, and it's something that is very well known and it's condoned. Tumekuwa waongo, tunadanganya, and it's so sad that we lie on academics. It shouldn't be like that. And that's why I was saying last time that education should not be used as a yardstick to determine somebody's leadership abilities. If somebody's gonna be elected, it's not a requirement in the US. A president, you can run for president without having a college degree. It doesn't matter. So leadership should be separated from education. But since it's the law in Kenya that you have to have a degree, a lot of people out there are gonna fake degrees, and so many of them. There's a counselor, MCA in Kisii, who can't even construct a word in a single sentence in English. Alienda Kisii University, akamaliza, akona degree. Sonko, in a matter of, 2 years, akamaliza degree. Huyo Margaret Wambui mnasema. Wakati waligundua akona fake degree, ama alikuwa na some questionable PhD, alienda University Kenya, akamaliza pia. Do we ever go back to those schools and to investigate if they ever paid to get these degrees? Because I'm pretty sure those guys cannot sit through the classes and get the grades that can qualify them to finish a degree. That's true. So it's so sad. I really admired Sakaja, and I felt sad. They usually say sometimes don't bite the hand that feeds you. The government not so much. There's a reason why this came out at the time it did. Hopefully, if it's true, he's never going to be allowed to run for office again. And Vile Richi Makiadi alikuwa anasema, in 2017, when he was running for office, there was a requirement that you needed a degree. He probably presented fake papers to be allowed to run for senator's position. If that's true, then he broke the law and should actually be prosecuted for that. Kwa story ya Wajakoya, I brought it up last time because I know him. He actually requested me for friendship way back, sometime 2002, and on 2005 or 6 there on Facebook. And I did ask him, because he was he was presenting himself as a professor at some school, a law school that is not accredited, and he called himself professor. As Themba said, in the US, if you teach college, everybody will call you professor, but it's true, you are a professor. You're either an assistant professor, associate professor, or a full professor. For you to become a full professor, for him to actually use the word professor in front of his name, he has to go through those stages: assistant, associate, and then full professor. Same thing in Kenya. You can't just call yourself professor. I was a professor, an assistant professor for 5 years. I don't hold the title professor. I don't even use it anymore. But he still goes around referring to himself as professor, and it has been taken as gospel truth in Kenya, kwamba he's a professor. The question arose when it came to his 16 degrees. You call them certificates. When he was presenting his papers to the IEBC, he presented the Riara University Law School and the Kenya School of Law papers. The other papers, you are not there. Those are the only true degrees that guy holds. He says he practiced law in the UK. No evidence to that. You can always Google that. Those names are published for life. If you stop practicing, they will say they are stopped practicing or expired. License expired. He says he practiced law in the US. He never practiced law in the US. He has a master's degree of laws, like 6 or 7 of them. And then after attaining all those degrees, you fly back home and apply for admission to Riara University as a law student. What usually happens is you go outside the country and study law, come back with your papers, present them to the Kenya School of Law, you enter Kenya School of Law and sit for the exams and become, why would you go back to law school and then apply to Kenya School of Law if you really had genuine papers from outside? Alisema alilima, he dug graves. Honestly speaking, I've never seen somebody dig graves in the US. They usually use machines to do that. But the way he presents it is like he physically did it. He is a fraud. I believe, honestly, he is a fraud. Niliona mtu anaweka picha yake Facebook, na picha ya Wajakoya, na picha ya Sakaja, anasema Sakaja amevaa suti, Wajakoya amevaa durag. Alafu mtu anauliza, would you know the guy on the left with the durag has 17 degrees? I almost wanted to comment, because I don't really comment. I wanted to say, but this guy, both of them are fraud. None of them is what you think they are. So we should be very careful, especially, and it's so sad kwamba Wajakoya has been allowed to run for president in Kenya. Because Sakaja is mtu mdogo. This guy is running for president. He has been allowed to run for president. The way he presents himself, he meets the bare minimum of the degree, yes, but don't make him look to be what he is not. For IEBC, the only way to prove the papers presents them as being honest, I think what they do in the US, if Nikienda niwaambie nimesoma, they will request my transcripts. Not me carrying them to them. The university sends them to them directly. Sometimes, actually, nowadays, it's actually electronic. You can tell that this is coming from a gen, and then the university also has to be accredited. So this guy goes to Uganda to some bush somewhere, and they will send the degree, yes. The same stagi kusema ya Mombasa, but these guys have money, they can do anything. And don't be surprised if Sakaja shows up with papers next week. And it's because he has money and he can do that. So that's all I have to say. Sorry kama nilipotea kutoka kwa screen siku ile. Sipendangi kuja kwa screen. That's the only thing. Sipendangi kuja kwa screen na mnisamee. Hata siku ile sikuwa nataka kuwasha kamera yangu because spend the screen. So.
Okay, thank you, Ed, for that at least clarification. Alex, what was your question before Ed goes?
No, unajua, that day, Daktari came blazing, and Daktari doesn't know that I know him. He's a very calm guy. and that thing really hurt him, and he came blazing. And I was wondering, did you do some what do you call daktari? Did you do some? How can I put it in a medical term? I'm not a medical person. Did you diagnose him with some sickness of being mendacious ndio ukakuja that way, or did you see some trend of him being a pathological liar? What disturbed you as a psychologist that you came blazing? Because I think you that day your submission was so psychological, but you left again.
So I think he is a pathological liar. I'm not a psychiatrist. I did a PhD in psych. I also did a medical degree. I'm a doctor by profession. I also have a PhD in psychology. So I did not diagnose him with anything, but I believe he is a pathological liar. And the reason why he is a pathological liar is because Kenya tumefunzwa kukua hivyo. Pengine hata mimi ningekuwa Kenya kasi ningeenda shule, the only way ya kurun for office. This law of making people have degrees to run for office is making the leaders become liars. They use every means possible to start getting fake papers. So hata mimi nikipatikana na fake papers, mbona wengine wamenyamaza, hawaongei? Kina Joho hawezi wasikia comments hizi. I mean, Joho ni mtu wa ODM nampenda, but amenyamaza. Hawezi kuongea vibaya because he knows what? This is a very sensitive topic.
But
okay, hold on, Alex. Just a second. Wajakoya's degrees. Now that Dr. has mentioned, let me go through them. Studied postgraduate diploma in laws at the Kenya School of Law. Studied laws of Kenya at Riara University. Ed has said that. Studied Masters of Laws of USA at University of Baltimore. Studied Masters of Laws element at SOAS University of London. Studied criminal civil litigation at American Heritage University of Southern California. Studied economics and refugee law at World University Service, United Kingdom. Studied legal practice course LPC at University of Westminster, UK. Studied Masters of Laws in Law in Development at University of Warwick, UK. Studied Certificate in Comparative Laws at University of London School of Oriental and African Studies. Studied Bachelor of Laws at University of Wolverhampton, UK. Studied Advanced Diploma in French at University of Burundi. Hey, this guy was a globetrotter in studying. Studied Diploma in French at Kenya Institute of Administration, and then studied Intelligence Studies at CID training 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All of them are not degrees though. Degrees are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 degrees. There's no PhD anywhere. PhD said he was given honorary. So Alex, now you can finish your question to Ed.
Wow, man, watu wengine hawatujasoma bwana. Anyway, Ed, did you watch the interview of Sifuna when he came blazing this morning, and how many people were castigating him and saying that Sifuna is too proud? This morning, Sifuna had an interview last morning in regard to the issue of that degree. And I was surprised just for a simple statement that Sifuna said that he should have run for the office that he ran last time because he has the qualification to still run for the Senate office. And there were almost 10,000 people castigating Sifuna that he's too proud. So where is the threshold whereby you can't comment, as Sifuna should not comment?
I think it's the way society in Kenya imekuwa built. I mean, a lot of people don't have this. Sitaki kusema watu wengi hawajaenda shule, but a lot of people identify with Sakaja. There's a lot of people without degrees out there, and you don't be surprised if this makes him more popular than than he was before, because a lot of people will come around try to protect him because he's at a very vulnerable position. But it's the way. I mean, Sifuna ni lawyer. There's a lot of smart people in Kenya. Wakina Anyang' Nyong'o walisoma kitambo. Those ones kitambo watu wako wanadanganya, lakini siku hizi watu ni waongo. Alafu watu online, like watu wenye wako online wanapenda sana kutetea kina Sonko wanakuanga na defenders, kina Sakaja wanakuanga na defenders and all that. One thing also, another thing, when Sonko was being impeached for corruption and all other stuff, why do you think Sakaja abstained? Is it because in their father, or they're birds of the same feather? He knew something. So there's a lot of people out there to defend, and some of it don't be surprised that Sakaja kuna watu wameweka on the internet na anawalipa, because people do that for publicity. That all they do is just keyboard warriors, and all they do is just post stuff out there to support them.
Lakini hii chuma imeingia moto. You either have the paper or you don't. That's now where it is. It is that bad, and IEBC is cleaning the system. And for those people who thought you could go, you could go through that before, but right now, with the people are thinking we are still in 2010, 2013, where people were not internet savvy. You can access any information anyway. If someone went, you see, the thing that even people have said, someone at like you alluded to, at Sakaja'S level, he should have known he'll want to be a governor. And he's not a stranger in Kenya. He's seen Joho's case. He has seen Sudi's case. He has seen all these things playing out. So he was just, to say the least, silly to wait until this time for him to be embarrassed, because either way, it's going to leave him with an egg in his face. And I'm wondering what story he will have for his children, because now when you're trying to go to this lens to not give a consistent communication to the younger generation, that was for me my dilemma. This, like you said, even younger people were looking up to him. We're saying Sakaja was a level-headed politician. There was this time things happened and he came, he spoke so well and people were looking up to him. So when someone was, look at the leaders that we have been looking forward to. There was a case with Malala's certificate. There was a case with this, now the one that we are thinking, the city guy, he looks like he's going to be a very nice leader. Then here you are. He's forged his way through the system. I can tell you for sure, Ed, people are going to school in Kenya. With the introduction, universities have been brought close to people. Guys are actually crunching and going to school. Guys are going to school. But there's something that comes when you start getting money before you have your papers.
Temba, are you bothered that he's the one who prosecuted Mary Wanjiru's case?
I mean, it raises a question, because that's where we are saying he's silly, because he raised that, he raised the question about Mary Wamboi, but now himself, he knew what he hasn't done yet. So we expected that he ought to have done that. Now, let's not. In the Senate, you didn't require a degree to be a senator. So that was not a requirement, by then. So it wasn't a requirement. He didn't give it as a requirement. So he might have gone out away with it then. But being a governor and it being a requirement, now it raises other thresholds, which we now brings us to question. And I think Sakaja has really let down a whole generation of young people looking up to him. Now, Bob. You are Bob Papa Man. Why do you keep changing your name, man? Okay, your question.
Don't worry. No, I just wanted to echo sentiments of Ed. When you've done a law degree out there, the only step that remains before you practice is a school of law. And I want to give a very good example of somebody who did his law, and it took him 25 years before he was admitted to the bar in Kenya. And that was the one famous Sakaja'S Chesoni. Chesoni did his law in Dar es Salaam School of Law. But for some reason, I don't know whether he got bored or something. He stayed out of the law practice and the law fraternity. And 25 years later, he applied to join to sit for the Kenya School of Law exams. And he sat them with very young fellows. He passed his exam and started practice. And that is how he got, slowly he was admitted to the judiciary, and he rose through the ranks. So Sakaja can do the same thing. It's never too late. Education, you don't get late. And there's nothing to be ashamed of. It is high time, like what Makiadi said, he calls a press conference. You own up to your mistakes. You'll become more of a hero when you come back after 5 years and be a role model. But he is insisting on fighting the system. He is not going to make it. Absolutely. Because they have decided that he is not going to be in the ballot, and they have a reason to. So I think he's just misleading Kenyans and wasting a lot of time. Thank you.
But why are you falling into that narrative? There's nobody who has decided he's not going to be on the ballot. It is himself who has decided he doesn't want to be in the ballot because he's not producing the simple document that is required. So nobody has decided. You see, no matter if the requirement is that
I know, but
that is what he's trying to say right now at the dispute tribunal. His lawyer was saying that he's being fought politically, so he's being kept busy at the what do you call it, at the fighting the case instead of him campaigning. You see, now that's the politicization of a process that is genuine. You know, nobody has taken you there. It is your documents and the questions around your documents that have taken you to the dispute tribunal. So nobody is telling him, nobody doesn't want him in the ballot.
By the system. No, by the system I mean the IEBC, because the IEBC is the one that has the mandate to clear. So
And
I
IBC,
didn't mean the system being government per se. No.
And the IBC wants everyone who qualifies to be in the ballot. So if he doesn't want to be in the ballot, it is himself. He should have thought about having the necessary documentation. Your documentation should not have questions. Bob, you have classmates, you have your professors, you have the university, whatever graduation list. People can click and see where you graduated. You can see, your name there. I mean, those are simple things. You don't have to, it doesn't have to be complicated, but he's making it complicated. Now, Adams, before I bring you, let's allow Julia also to talk. Julia Karibu, you give your submission.
No, I only have a question before. I was not lectured. I just had a simple question.
Okay, ask your question to who?
To Dr. Ed, I have a question for you. In regards to, he actually articulated the issue very well, but the question is, to be sincere, the way let me call him Mr. Wajakoya presents himself with those so many academic credentials, it raises the question. But Mr. Ed, are you like saying that, because I heard you saying towards the end of your submission that the guy is like totally fraud, it's like fraudulent. Are you like saying like you're dismissing everything academics on him, like he has nothing, like he's just like Sakaja, he has no degree? Or is and Themba also read like he only has 6, the rest are diplomas. So are we like he has only 1 or 2 degrees, or is just totally like you don't have anything? It's a fraud? Because Sakaja is not really fraud. Sakaja went to school, but he refused deliberately to finish school. Now he's coming with the fraudulent papers. So, but I don't want to go into Sakaja. It's a bit, I don't know. is like he's clean. You can see what Sakaja is doing, anybody can see. But the case of Wajakoya, are you like dismissing him totally, like he's fraudulent, or he's got 1 degree?
The reason why I'm not dismissing everything that he has. As I said, I believe the degrees he has in Kenya from Riara University and the Kenya School of Law, those ones can be verified, and those are the papers he presented, because that meets the bare minimum for you to run for president. The rest of them, those are questionable, and the reason why I think they're questionable is the reason why you had to get those. Okay, let me ask you a question. You get a bachelor's degree. Then from a bachelor's degree, you get a master's degree. From a master's degree, you get a PhD. And at some point, would you go back and try to get a bachelor's degree that is really unnecessary, that is not gonna develop you or make you either get a higher position than is necessary? You're just collecting degrees just for the sake, because the number of degrees that he read, especially those masters of laws, from almost 2 of them from Britain, I think, and 2 of them from the US. And the school, that school that is heritage, is not accredited. It's not an accredited university. And that is where he also says he used to teach as an adjunct professor. So I'm not saying that I'm questioning everything. Of course, and I shouldn't be questioning. I mean, the thing is, he should present all his papers, and it should not just be left to us, because watu Kenya tunaogopa watu for no good reason. Wajakoya akona bachelor's degree yake ya law na akona papers zake za Kenya School of Law, and that is what he should present himself as. He should not present himself as this very great person when alienda shule. Kushinda hata kina nani, the people like Anyang' Nyong'o should be pissed off, should be mad at this guy, the way he presents himself, because that's people now in Kenya, they're running with the fact that, oh, this is south of Limpopo, you remember that? Yeah, so
I agree with you. I agree with you now. Today we are in agreement. I agree with you. Because there is also another guy, he died, the former member of parliament from Dhiwa, Orao Jode. Orao Jode used to live in the US. He lived in New Jersey for a long time. And then there was a vacancy in Dhiwa constituency. Somebody died. So he ran back home and became an MP through by-election. So when he arrived in Kenya, over here in the US, he was just Orao Jode. But when he arrived in Kenya, upon landing at Jomo Kenyatta, he was Dr. Orao Jode. He went to parliament. First time he was being called Dr. Orao Jode. He was never a doctor. He had no PhD, not even masters. Later on, he stopped. So it's fraud. It's a fraudulent society. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for that. Julia, karibu.
So, mimi naomba kuondoka leo, tutaonana siku nyingine.
Okay, Ed. Thanks.
All right.
Okay.
Hi Demba, hi Makiadi, Bob Papa amebadilisha jina, Adams, Roba, Ken, Stone PK, Simon. Good to see you all. You're having a wonderful discussion about Sakaja. It's really interesting, but I want to start with what I think about, I think it is, someone else talked about Paul's here, talked about Baba Sports raising in Mount Kenya region. I just want to mention that. I think I've been saying this, that I'll not be, the least I'll give Baba in Mount Kenya region is 40% on 9th. That's the least I'm going to give him because of the Mother Karoa influence. And I will not be surprised, and I will say this again and again, if Baba gets over 50% in Mount Kenya region. And woe unto Ruto if the mountain flips and decides to kumira for Baba. Woe unto Ruto. He will be, I think, seriously, that's the time I think Kip needs to go to Sugoi and cut down the trees, because I watched Ruto in the interview. He's kind of bullish, and he was telling Joe that kweni we ujui my strongholds. Joe was asking him, are you trying to say that Mount Kenya is your stronghold and Sudan is your stronghold? And he said, that's not my stronghold. He was so rude and so disrespectful. And I hope he gets this shock. I just really pray that that something happens and he gets really. He was so bullish and he was saying, Mimi. He was trying to say what Makiadi really likes to annoy me with, that I'm the kingpin. He was trying to imply that. That's what he was trying to imply. I just thought, this is what Makiadi keeps saying. This is so annoying. And I said, oh Lord, just do something that this guy wakes up on 10th, not wakes up on 9th, saa 3 ya usiku ya Kenya, atakuwa akisikia wanapelekana hapa kwa hapa na baba Mount Kenya region, anasomewa Nyeri County, anasikia anaenda na kunywa Panadol ama Brufen, anaongezea ingine and maybe some wine, some pombe kidogo, because things will be so bad for that guy. Now, I'm seeing lots of, I heard something from Bernard. I hope this is true, Demba. That's what I heard, I think, even from Bob Papa yesterday night, that we're going to use a digital register, and that if you are fingerprints, now I think Bernard gave a better explanation earlier, if your fingerprints are not able to identify you, then your ID can be used to identify you using the digital register, which means now, Bob Papa, we get rid of absent voters and dead voters voting. That is another challenge we have been having, because I think your ID cannot be used twice. I mean, even if I want to go back and rig, then my ID cannot be used twice, okay? Then now we can move to the next stage. We make sure that to prevent rigging, that will not, I mean, I think we'll have the people who will appear to voting. So the only fear now we may have is vifaranga via computer. So I think we cross the bridge, we cross that other bridge. So I think we are doing good. IBC is trying to do a good job, and I hope they actually do a good job, and that we don't have vifaranga via computer. Now, the other thing about it's over 60% for Baba. I think Baba will actually get over 60% vote this time. I think he'll win with a landslide. Now, about Kisii, I want to talk about, I think, Roba and Themba. I really agree with you about the democratic space, that people need democracy to decide whom they want to vote for. But I think Themba and Roba, you don't want a situation where Ruto has 180 MPs and Baba has 100 MPs. You do not want that situation. I think you do not want that situation. So however much you want democracy, I had Mother Karua in Nakuru supporting Lee, saying, vote for Lee Kenyajui. She's walking around promoting Azimio's and Azimio nominees. She's doing that. In some places, she's calling out their names. She's saying, we are voting for this person. I really think Baba should do something in Kisii. You people, I think you people from Kisii, you have learned a lesson, that you had Jubilee members of parliament in Kisii and Jubilee members of parliament in the Western region. And therefore, however much Baba said that Aribiwa Kura, it even never makes sense when you people say Aribiwa Kura, because Jubilee had more MPs. Mutawapeleka wapi? They had more MPs. How did they do that? They played their games plus whatever you people say, vifaranga via computer or whatever they did, but somehow they got away with it with more members of parliament. So I think, however much I'm thinking that you people want to agree that let the people decide in Kisii, I think some direction should be given here, because all of us don't want a situation where Ruto has more members of parliament and more senators and more governors. I believe you do not want that situation. So I think Baba and Uhuru and the people at the top should come out and give directions. Even Kalonzo doesn't want a situation where we have a governor in UDA. I think something needs to be done. You know, sometimes democracy doesn't always work. I don't think the people of Kisii have a problem with voting Baba. I think they are in agreement that they are behind Baba. So some negotiations here and there, just like it was done in Nairobi, are important. And I think people need to go to the round table and agree that this thing, as much as we want Baba to win, we don't want a lame duck president in power, because that will be too risky. You people, you have seen Ruto working as deputy president. I think you can guess what it's going to be if he has the majority members of parliament and senators. So I think food for thought. Think about that. In fact, Robert, you said you can have UDA. UDA should not get anywhere near. UDA should have less than 50 members of parliament. That's my proposal. Just the ones in the North Rift. We should walk around and say, and do that campaign, that we get rid of these Udaku people. That's what we should do. So that we make sure, after making sure they have no MPs and senators, then we can now decide what to do with their boss. Either take him to committee, or I think Mother will tell us what to do about it. She's gonna advise us our next move. But if you're thinking you're going to deal with the Rutos and the others, when Ruto has 150 members of parliament, we can't do that. Something needs to be done. So, Alex, this Kisii story is so annoying. You're going to do something. I think you're one of the leaders there. You're going to do something and do some negotiations. Round table talking, and agree. If Baba and Uhuru are able to decide on Nairobi County, what is so big mountain in Kisii region? What is so big mountain in such regions? I do not understand. I am struggling to understand that. So I'm done with Kisii. Now I want to go to the papers of Sakaja. Makedi, that was very fun when you sent me a message. Then I watched something that he had forgotten. I think he had forgotten his name. He said that that's not his name. Bob Papa, why don't you allow me to finish so that I don't lose my thoughts? Now, so he said he was contradicting himself with the names and all that. And then I said here yesterday, you either have a degree or you don't have. It's becoming very difficult to cheat or to lie. I think Eddie said, or people who are here said, when you come to America and you're trying to apply for a job or to go to school, sometimes they ask you to present your transcript and you don't present your transcripts. They contact your college back in Kenya, and they ask you to do your course by course evaluation. So it means that it is going to be very hard to lie, I went to Moi University, if I didn't go to Moi University. Now, Eddie is surprised that this is happening in Kenya. Me, I'm really not surprised, because I'm looking at a culture that came in the days of Moi. And I think when Kibaki came in, Kibaki tried to do the right thing. But after the era of Kibaki, we had the era of, I'm sorry to say, of gangsters. I'm not trying to call Uhuru a gangster, but I think Uhuru worked with many gangsters. Yani, Uhuru worked with Tim Majambanzi, who say the end that justifies the means. I mean, you don't have to have gone to college to get a degree. That is how they worked. You don't have to do this to have papers to be called doctor. The glory is here. You see, you remember that the glory is here. You don't have to have gone to school, but somehow you managed to get some PhD somewhere, and they got away with it. And it's like our children who are born in 1997. I hope maybe someone was born in 1997. I don't know whether it's Adams or somebody may have been born in 1997. On a light note,
Stop.
On a light note, our children who are born in 1997, early 2000. Okay, they were born and they found people who are not qualified. First, I even had an issue with the parallel degrees. No wonder Matiang got rid of them. Did you know, you people, children that went to college from the year 2000, even up to the late 2015, most of them were not even qualified. They had fake A's, fake B's, and some of them went to do medicine and dropped out of college because they could not do medicine and engineering. Because a number of them cheated in the exam. Then we had people who went to college and never stayed in college to learn. They bought their degrees and they found themselves graduate. Now, leave alone Sakaja, who did not graduate. There are people who have degree certificates in Kenya and never went to class. They were managed to buy them. So we have a period of 20 years of fake professionals, fake graduates, fake anything you can call in Kenya. So Sakaja'S issue doesn't come as a surprise. So what I think is that Sakaja'S issue is opening a can of worms. So I think in both sides, both Azimio and Kenya Kwanza sides, we have candidates who are literally not qualified and whose papers are questionable. So I think my dear Baba and mother have an uphill task, because they not only have to deal with corruption cases, but they have to deal with fake people calling themselves professionals, even doctors, quack doctors. I have seen teachers coming to teach when I was in Kenya who are not qualified. I have seen teachers helping students cheat in the exams in the classroom. Somebody graduating the parallel degree, and then she said that even my professor helped me cheat. Can you believe it? That's the society we have for the last 20 years. That's the kind of people we are having. So the rot is bigger than you can imagine. It's just Sakaja. Is just as, I mean, I think having Sakaja, he's just opened a can of worms, and I think people are in trouble and shaken, both in Azimio side, and I'll not be surprised if we have more culprits, both Azimio and Kenya Kwanza. That is why there are some Azimio politicians who cannot criticize this issue, because they are also suspects and culprits. So I think we are going to have so many problems. But Papa, please allow me to finish so that you can ask your questions. I beg you. So
no, it's not a question.
Please,
I'm just
please
adding
allow
to
me
what
to
you have
finish.
said.
Please allow me to finish, please. Thank you. So, so I'm saying this, Sakaja is one of the people that is just one among many, and we have a big problem to deal with. I am looking forward to see how IEBC is going to handle that. As for the issue, what Bemba said, that can UDA bring another person, I think they need that opportunity to do so. If it's allowed by the law, they can replace him. Somebody said, why Wajingi could not replace himself? How could he say that I was vying for presidency and I was disqualified? Now I call them but represent me. I think Juliet should have called you Makiadi. Once she was disqualified, she should have said, I have a friend in Mtembei. Now that I've been disqualified, I'm calling my friend Makiadi to come and represent me. You see, they should have asked you, UDA, I mean IEBC, to allow them to replace. They didn't do that. So I think Sakaja, UDA may be given an opportunity to find another person. I don't know how they're going to be handled, but I hope that Sakaja is not going to be allowed to vie. And I hope that future cases, I mean, people will be caught and investigated and even taken to jail and made to pay. I mean, people, this should serve a lesson to other Kenyans, because this is a culture that we must stop in our dear motherland. And those who are watching, I think we have just started. We will not gonna go back, especially if we have Baba and mother winning. I think all those front rent people with fake degrees, people with, you know, someone was saying, I think he did say that in America they don't have need degrees to become presidents. We understand Americans have a lot of structures that check balance here and there. So I think America is a bit a developed democracy, and maybe the issue of education may not matter much. But me, I seriously believe that even members of parliament and MCA should have a degree. This is my argument. Now, even if you're not a lawyer, you need to understand procurement laws. Even if you're not an accountant, you need to understand how the budget is made. You need to understand things about budgetary allocation. You need to understand about the law of corruption. You need to understand so much. You cannot be so dumb and call yourself our leader. So this mediocre illiterates that we are having in the name of MCAs and members of parliament, we do not need them. Kenyans have gone to school. If you go to your village, there are so many Kenyans who have degrees. I mean, it's not that you having a degree makes you efficient. No, I'm not saying a degree to efficiency, but I'm saying you get informed. There's a way you get informed, and there's a way your life changes. Your culture changes. You stop calling people names. I said that the other day. You would call out names. You would curse out people in public, because you get educated. You don't just become learned. You become educated. That is what I look for. That's in my dream for my dear Kenya, Santi Demba.
Okay, before we ask questions, I want us to start closing in the next 45 minutes. There are guys who haven't spoken, so allow me to give them time to speak, and then we will have an open session. You guys can note down what you need to ask, and then we can start finishing. So there's Kim. Kim came here early, Adams. Ken. And then Adams, then Saimo. give your submissions, 3 minutes, and then now we can have an open session, then we start finishing. So Ken, dakika 3. Then Adams, alafu Simon. Ken.
Hello. Hi, mine is very short.
Yeah, go on.
I've followed this discussion for a number of hours. There are some issues ziko disturbing. Sakaja, for example, out of the 10 of us kwa hii screen, hakuna mtu alisoma peke yake. If I ask you like, who are your classmates in primary school? Unawajua. Who are your classmates in high school? Unawajua. Sakaja, history ya Nairobi University, I don't know, Uganda. Surely, should we even be entertaining that today? Sio jamani, time yetu wanatuwestia. Number 2, ukisikiliza MPs wakiongea, hawajengi barabara, but they'll talk of nilipeana basari. Yeye hasomi, what has he been doing for 9 years? That's unfair to all of us. Hakuna degree exclusive, ulisoma na watu, it's either actuarial science ama accounting, whatever he studied. Surely, amewestia Kenyans time. You're even being too fair. Munasema apewe a second chance. UDA should have, I don't know, vetted him, known he has no degree from the beginning. Wamtoe, kama Igathe amepata kiti, apate mapema. Ndio ikue funzo. Next time, as you are bringing a candidate, let that candidate be qualified. Hiyo tumfikishe hapo. Story ya Kisii, I will not comment. Reason, sielewi siasa ya uko sana. However, I happen to know Simba. To have the courage to move from Dagureti, Kawangware to Kisii, well, a daring move. Kama ameweza, apate. For the president again, kama hatujachaguana, I don't think anybody should be hopeful. Kila mtu aende atafute kura. Why am I saying this? Nyumbani ni Kiambu. I can tell you for a fact, hujui watu watachaguana aje. They can be incited, walichukia baba for so long, you don't know if they will accept him. Ruto amekwama huko, we also don't know if the numbers will be good for him. So, ile wazungu husema cautiously optimistic, watu watafute. Relying on saying, say, Madhakarua, yes, as a person is a good DP. He's even presidential in a way. However, party yake, support system yake haiko. So much as, well, I may change equation kidogo, where is the support system? Like, uko mbele, if things get worse, you know, sabu, watu home, and I'm not speaking for anybody, maswali tutakuwa. On the other hand, si ati Rigathi is a better candidate. Either way, I think Ruto pia alikuwa amekwama. Ruto anataka euphoria. Like nani anaweza ongea na watu huko Gishagi. That was the best choice for him. But influence yake, again, is not known. 1992, much as nilikuwa mtu mdogo sana, history ilikuwa Paul Muite ndiye alichaguliwa. Kwetu nyumbani ni Kikuyu. Paul Muite alikuwa Ford Kenya na Jaramogi, Watu walimchagua I think mara mbili, yes, but voted for Matiba for president. Neighboring constituency Rimuru 97, George Nyanja na NDP walimchagua na wakachagua Kibaki. Vote ya Central, I hope now that things are looking good for Raila, na hiyo ndio ilikuwa inamkataza aifanyie strategy. The way mnasema Kisii aende aongee na watu wake, hiyo friendly fire, watu wa military ndio usema friendly fire, inaweza mcost. So take advantage ya kwenye kulikuwa kugumu urudi, but asikuwe optimistic sababu ya Madhakarua, sababu even the support system ya Raila apart from Uhuru, Jubilee haiko strong sana. There is an assumption nimesikia hapa, ground iko mzuri. It is not. Assume iko zero. Rudi sababu iko friendly. Jubilee ina strong candidates. Actually, they filled them the last minute. If you looked at how Jubilee did their nominations, in a very funny way, it was done the last minute. They don't have good people. That's for sure. Take Kiambu, for example. 1 million plus votes. Out of all of you, nani anasimama Senate Kiambu? Ni mtu hata hatujui. Why golf club wakafanya nomination? We don't know the outcome. That might cost them. But if they invest vizuri, take advantage ya Uhuru na influence yake, it might work for Baba. IEBC na registers. Tuliwatch BBI just a few months ago. IEBC wanatuambia, okay, signatures, they admitted hatuna signatures. Despite the fact that tulienda tukafanya biometric, tukasign, ukaenda nyumbani. They admitted we don't have the signatures. Now, when they tell us of a digital register, fallback itakuwa gani? Because the concern I have, I will vote for the candidate I want, yes. But my bigger interest is not even for that candidate to win, but kusitokee kitu inaweza leta vurugu. That can be one reason, and a very quick one. Imagine watu waende polling station, tuseme ni a hotspot, can be anywhere, Uasin Gishu, Bondo, popote. Issue ya register itoke. Bad news. So fallback, wafanya hata hiyo kitu walikuwa wafanya transmission ikafail. There is no, sijui tuko comfortable, yes, ati mambo iko poa, but if anything goes wrong, we're in trouble. Tena haraka sana. Story ya Wajakoya, haya. Sijaivuta sigara kubwa, sijaivuta sigara. He makes a good fella to listen to. Sijui reality ya ground ikoje. Juu sahi trouble ni country iko pabaya, huwezi sema story ya bangi ati ndio agenda. For me, it doesn't make sense, but it makes good sense when umeboeka uweke YouTube usikilize jamaa kirant bangi na nini. That's okay. But jioni nikienda home, mimi nahitaji do. Nahitaji kufeel safe, nahitaji kujua biashara yenye nafanya italeta do. Haiwezi fanyikia nyumbani, lazima nitoke nje. So I need a better country. Si uniambie story ya bangi. But if I want jokes, yes, mimi umsikiliza, by the way. Tafikisha hapo, taendelea kufuata. Asanteni.
Thank you, Ken, for your submissions. Adams.
Thank you so much, Simba. And most of all, Ken, hi. I like your submission in regards to Kiambu. I think you've hit the nail on the head. I think you've really said what it is. We are here, we are all Azimio, but I think we've been going with this mentality that things are good. It's not good over there, but I think you really put it clearly. That is what it is. Let's not stop blackmailing one another. I like what Ken has said about Kiambu. That is the truth. Anyway, now let me embark very fast on the issue of Sakaja. In as much, I think yesterday we said here that I said here that this thing will be politicized. When Makiadi read something from the Daily Nation saying that they've given the guy up to 12 noon to submit, after which he'll be dismissed. But I said it may be politicized. But you guys say, oh, the law is the law. The law is the law. The law is not cast on a stone. It's being manipulated by the people, and it's made by the people for the people. So you see, they're trying to politicize it. So the problem in our society actually is not even the people like Sakaja. The problem is us. These people who are reading Witch Hunt. The people reading Witch Hunt, who are they? They're the politicians. They're the leaders who are coming up with it. It's a witch hunt, it's political, blah, blah, blah. These are the problem. These are the people are the problem. So it is the problem is with us, the society where we live. That is where the problem lies. You know, that's where the problem lies. So I heard somebody saying that Sakaja at some point abstained in Senate when Sonko was being ousted. I remember there were two votes that were two people who abstained. It was Sakaja and Mutula Jr. If you look at Mutula Jr. and Sakaja, they behave the same way. They have some similarity in terms of character, even though Mutula's case, he has no questionable academic credentials, but they have this kind of the same character. So we cannot say that Sakaja is academic dwarf. He is not academic dwarf. You can follow him. I had somebody was mentioning here, questioning about his classmates, blah, blah. Hey, his classmates are there. He went to the University of Nairobi. He did not finish school. That's the thing. He didn't finish. Today, I saw comrades of the University of Nairobi. They went on rampage, like they were kind of protesting, saying, so they were appealing that they need Sakaja to come back to school and finish. That's what they were saying. Meaning, he was there, but he didn't finish because he was like trying to be street smart guy. He was looking for money. At some point, he was a makanga, a driver, blah, blah, getting this money. So he could not mix education and money. Money became so sweet. And money is never enough. So somewhere along the line, he slid and dropped. So his academic journey is good. He's been a brilliant guy, but he needs to go back to school and finish. But I think, in my own opinion, there is something which is supposed to be done about this case of fraudulent academic papers in our country. We just need to enact a very simple law that if you're caught up with a fraudulent academic papers, be it class 8, form 4, or a degree, you just go to jail. Simple. And they don't need even to jail so many people. They just need to jail 10 people, 5 to 10 people jailed. If you do that, nobody will ever come out again that is they're going to present fake papers. Nobody. Just need to jail some 2, 3, 4 famous people. Just pick Sudi, Sonko, Sakaja, and some other 2. Throw them in jail. Let them just be in jail and let it be in public. Nobody will ever do that thing again. I'm telling you. But if people are coming up with fake papers, they procure some in Uganda. I will go there tomorrow again. I also go to Somalia and get one from Mogadishu, come with it, and I get Themba to I defend it. And when Makiadi is making noise, Themba will come to the media and defend me. Things like that. It is a total scam. So what you need to do, jail them. Simple. Just take them to jail for 5 people, not even, you don't need to, there are so many fake degrees. You don't need to deal with all of them. Just sample 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, put in the media, jail them and put in the papers, on the TV. Let it be a big news. It is done. Done. Nobody will do it again. Let me say something about the Kisii politics. I'm not from the Gusii land, but let me tell you people, what you guys need to do. Understand. Ever since time immemorial, follow the Gusii politics. Alex, you will bear me a witness on this. The Kisiis, or the Gusii, the Bagusi, they've never voted one suit. No. The people, we have 2 counties in Kisii. We have Kisii and Nyamira. The Kisii county are kind of trying to line in suit, but the Nyamira part of it, no, they divide it. They are very generous. Kisiis have always been generous. They distribute this thing. Not last election, not even back in the 90s. We used to have there was a time when Nyachai, the legendary Mheshimiwa Nyachai, may his soul rest in peace, tried to woo Kisii, and I think almost everybody, almost every Mbunge came with 4 people. And maybe one wasn't, but like they voted 4 people to the man because Nyachai was vying for presidency. Only that one time. Otherwise, they've been spreading this thing all over. They've been doing it like that, you know? So the presidential vote in the recent past, the past 2 elections, and I believe plus this one, the presidential vote they will give Raila. But these other seats here, they normally distribute it, even though Azimio will take the lion's share. But they will still, you will still at least 2 members of parliament will come from the other side of aisle, political divide. That is how Kisiis have been voting. That's how Nyanza is. Go to Kuria. Kurias behave the same. They normally vote, they are the opposite. It has been like that. So you have to understand, it is not something that is happening today with the Simba Aratis and the what. Simba Arati is in and is trying his best, but those people always vote like that. They always distribute their leaders. But no, but let me finish.
I gave you 3 minutes. So it was not until you finish. It was 3 minutes. Now,
Aye, man, well, this is unfair. I've not even submitted anything, and then you're cutting me short.
3 minutes and you haven't submitted.
People spoke here for over 10 minutes, Simba. What's wrong with you?
Adams, did you hear my statement before you started, you and Ken?
So is it like
this is the fraud that we were talking about.
Mr. Sam, maybe you don't like what I'm saying. That's why you're just interrupting me.
Adams, calm down.
No, it's not fair.
I gave 3 minutes to the final people. We want to close in the next like 24 minutes, and I think that's.
So you can't give me 1 minute to finish what I'm saying.
You will. In a few minutes. Now, I want us to take 2 minutes, and with the 2 minutes, we are about 8 of us. So, with the 2 minutes, you will give your response to any comment that has been said by any other panelist, and you think you need to give that response. And the other minute, you give your final closing remark. I see Roba wants to start, and then from Roba, we will go to Makiadi, then Bob Papa Azimio, then I know Julia had raised issues. You'll allow Alex, and then, of course, Ken, then we finish with Julia. So, Roba, I give you 2 minutes. Kindly 2 minutes. Usiendelee nikukate, then mwanze asira tena.
Okay. First of all, let me agree with Churi. Hii serikali ilikuwa ya machambazi tangu hivi, kama Uhuru angekuwepo, but most of them ilikuwa machambazi, and I agree with you 100%. I don't like it. The good news was we had Uhuru there ambaye akona ile tunaita heart or human heart. Otherwise, things could be very, very worse. Also, to go to Kisii, to answer you about Kisii, let me just assure you, Kisii is going to elect a governor who is going to be ODM, Senator ODM. But when it comes to members of parliament, that one, I don't know. I'll tell you that because anything can happen there. But the majority might come from ODM. But at the same time, out as me, if you want to put it that way, but I don't see it happening. It comes in terms of MPs. But Raila is going to get a landslide. And that's why I keep on saying, Kisii, Nyamira, and Kuriarand. Normally, they don't, this 50-50. But this time, Raila is going to get more force. And that's why I think this Kuria presidential is over. That's it, Temba. I don't want to go beyond my time. If I have extra time, maybe you can give it me later.
We are finishing. Pakiadi, tafadhali.
Thank you, Themba. Mine, two issues. Number one, it's either Sakaja has the papers or he has no papers. That's a simple case. And I think IEBC waweke jembe chini kabisa. Let people who are not qualified to run for office be stopped to contest, because they are wasting people's time and they are wasting taxpayers' money by trying to access offices that they are not supposed to be in. Number two, my issue with the IEBC register. I don't know how the IEBC is going to prove to us as voters that it has cleaned up its register if we do not have a hard copy. I would want to see that, because if they are going to stick with the digital electronic register, I would have wished to see the IEBC say, this is the register with the names that has dead voters. These are the names of the dead voters that we are going to expunge. These are the names of the people that registered with illegal documents that we're going to expunge. These are the discrepancies that we had that we intend to expunge. And then they bring another copy of the register that is clean and say, this is the copy that we use for the upcoming election. And now they can go ahead now and say, now because we have this register, then we can also use it as a backup so that we do this thing electronically. But because they are going to stick, they are willing to stick with the electronic register, even without assuring people that the voter register has been cleaned, I still have my doubts, with the sanctity of the voter register. And I hope the political parties will raise this issue up with the IEBC so that they can rectify this before the election. Thank you.
Thank you, Makiadi. Bob, Papa.
Jambo mingi, habari zenu tena. Now, I'll be very brief because I want to mention that Sakaja has become a blessing in disguise for me. Because in today's papers, we have 5 governor fellows contesting for governorship that papers might raise a storm. One is Sakaja, 2 Malala, then Granton Samboja, there is Simba Arati, and Litika Minturi. You see now, for me, in as much as I support Azimio, I want things to be done the right way. Let us have value for education. If it comes out that some of Azimio governors do not have papers, then so be it. We are not lacking in people who have papers. Let us fix this country. That is what I want to emphasize. We fix this country. That is the only way we can encourage our kids to work hard and get value for money. Yeah. Regarding the IEBC, I want to believe that IEBC is doing the right thing, and I'm totally against people who still think that IEBC is there to fail. No, there is every indication that they are trying to fix some of these things, and their past mistakes are haunting them. So I am totally in support of whatever Chebukati is doing at the moment, and I want to have faith in him, because the minute I don't have faith in him and another, then it will definitely cause voter apathy. So I am with Chebukati at the moment. I'll leave it at that and then wait for the freestyle before we close up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Alex.
Yeah, I will not have enough time to respond to the issues that we raised. Hopefully tomorrow we'll carry on. First of all, I'll respond to what you asked me earlier. What made me change my mind? When Ongeri succumbed to the pressure and unceremoniously defected to DAP, he showed that he was a weak leader. He feared competition. We wanted a contestation that we will choose the best. Though he was the best, he gave up too early. And some of us, we've been in ODM long too much to defect to another party at the last minute. I've been in ODM since 2007. At the time Baba is becoming a president, that's not the time for me to go to DAP. Whether it's an affiliate party for Azimio, I must get my fruits of ODM. So I saw it wise because I struggled within myself. Even if you watch the debate, the gubernatorial, obviously you will say that Mzee is much better, 100 times better than Simba. There's no comparison. I mean, that's the question. But in the end, I concur with my friend, the late senator of Homa Bay, fidelity, loyalty. It pays off. And I think Simba has been very faithful to the party. When it was not fashionable in Kisii to support Baba, he stood firm. When Baba did not have any spokesperson, he stood firm. So I think I felt indebted to stand with Simba because I think Baba needed some soldiers in Kisii, because at the end of the day, if Simba again, the situation of Simba if it is not there, I'm telling you still Jubilee will have taken easily 50% again of members of parliament. But now we are looking at a situation whereby Kibagendi will win. I know 4 seats that Kisii will win from ODM. The rest are a tussle. So I think that will be a big win for us. So I stood for Simba because of that. His ability to do what? To deliver to Baba. Sakaja.
Umemaliza dakika moja ba. Dakika zako zimeisha.
Okay, Sakaja. The issue of Sakaja started a long time ago. During the revenue allocation, Ruto had a plan. And in that plan, he made sure he had Malala, he had Mutula Kilonzo, he had Sakaja. And these 3 boys have always been together until now. There is a clip that runs around whereby Ruto went to his place. He said, Nairobi has a GDP of 50%. And yet we don't have any representative in Nairobi. He said, I have put a corner for Nick, which is Korean. Every Kalenjin that is Nairobi must register in Langata. That is our corner. And that is said, again, anybody who is going to Nairobi must register in Nairobi before they come back. This time around, we want to show them that we are also voters of Kenya. And I think when he started shopping for somebody who will stand up for gubernatorial, the easy target was Kosgei Sakaja. But what he didn't know was Kosgei Sakaja was not qualified. So that's what happened. So I think Sakaja was set up and he thought he could overcome the system. Thank you.
Thank you. Ken, your final 2 minutes.
Very quickly, for me, I desire we get a country that can have systems. Systems in the sense that it will give all of us a fair chance. That issue of Sakaja and education, painful as it is, should not be a political issue. People have gone to school. People are capable of leading. People could have fronted themselves, but we are now playing politics with education. It's very wrong. That guy should be put away from us. He should not even be given a chance. I'm not passing a judgment, but that would be my position. If he knew he's not qualified, he's not qualified. That's the position I stand for. I am uncomfortable with the IEBC position. Digital, yes, that is very good. It will stop some funny business from happening. Dead people voting twice. That can be stopped. But what we do not know now is the kind of control they have. Should anything go wrong, on the 9th, we will ban this country. Assume, and I'm not taking sides at all. Suppose Kibra, when the polling station uambiwe upatikani, and there is no paperwork to revert to, or what is the fallback? I'm not saying they should print all those things, but assure Kenyans, we are prepared this way, and this is the fallback in case there's a system hitch. These are the same people who are carrying a register with 500,000 duplicates. The same people carrying a register with, I think, 200,000 people who have registered more than once, and you are telling me about a digital register. I need the assurance that when I go to the polling station, and I have not bothered to check, because where I voted in 2013 and 2017, I have not moved, I have not changed anything. So my expectation is that my record is intact. If I'm hearing stories about the register, and don't forget, Supreme Court nullified the election because of the register. Stucky friction anywhere. 2007, it affected me. So anything that can cause trouble should be stopped, and stopped early. The last thing, in discussion ni mzuri sana. We can take sides to tetee the politicians we think are good. At the end of the day, we don't fight. Can that happen to the whole country? What I'm saying is this: tutachaguana, tutarudi kazi following day. We need a peaceful country, irrespective of whoever wins. But we have a duty to go and vote. Asanteni.
Adams.
Okay, thank you. Having lived in Nairobi for the longest time possible, I can authoritatively tell you that there is it's a mega plan to lock Ruto and UDA out of Nairobi. So they normally say that in politics, nothing happens out of a mere coincidence. So sometimes even if they talk about witch hunting, it is yes and no. It's 50-50. It may be true, it may not be true, it may be half true, halfway. But I know for sure that governor, senate, women rep, and all members of parliament in Nairobi of the National Assembly, there's a really Raila himself and Uhuru, they want to lock Ruto out of it. But I know for sure that Ruto will get some members of county assembly in Nairobi. That is true. He will get some few, but the bigger position will go. Finally, this thing of people saying that Raila need members of parliament, enough member of parliament in the National Assembly to help him propel his agenda. I think these people need to foster ahead when things happen. They're supposed to start at the grassroots during party nomination. You cannot have a shambolic party nominations. You just screw people up And then when all are settled, now you want the member of parliament. From where? You screw them up. Let them start from down. This thing of fidelity to the party, fidelity and faithfulness, I think it's passed by. I love the Chino Kajuang, but I don't agree with what he was saying. This thing of fidelity of the party, people are what wanaumia kwa ground. We need delivery. We need service delivery. We are not just going to vote cows. We are not going to vote eaters. People who are just, sycophants, who are just singing Hosanna, Hallelujah, and people are suffering at the ground in the name of party. No, we are diehards of ODM. I'm not going to tell you when I joined ODM. I joined ODM at the conception. I didn't even join it. We just came in like that. But it has done us more harm than good at the ground. Any sane person who is clear mind will tell you that. So the best thing is to start from the in-house during party nomination, be straight and respect people's will. If you do that, you will get all the waves of the member of parliament in your party inclined with that. But finally, as a head of state, let me tell you, it doesn't matter. A head of state, it doesn't matter whether Raila will have less member of parliament or more. Once somebody becomes the president of a country, my friend, he will rule. He will rule, he can influence any past part of political divide, and he will have the member of parliament that he wants, he will get the numbers that he wants to pass his agenda. It has happened, it can still happen. Raila Odinga being who he is, it will happen. Thank you so much. And Mr. Themba, today you pissed me off with what you did. Don't do that to me again, because when you come here to submit, when somebody may submit for the first time, you have to let them pass their point and make their point heard, loud and clear. Thank you so much.
I've heard you, but I will stop you again and I will throw you out if you want me again. So you don't want the moderator. You need to learn to respect the moderator. You don't come here and start issuing ultimatums to the moderator.
No,
nobody does it. Listen, Adams. Listen, Adams. Nobody comes here to stop you. And if you are careful, when I started giving you and Ken opportunity, I told you that you guys, we need to close in a certain time. And I gave you 3 minutes. I think it was up to you to use the 3 minutes, not up to me.
After sitting here for 1 hour, Simba, you are supposed to
No,
be fair.
you see, you can go and come back. You see, you're not doing anyone a favor sitting here 1 hour. You can go come back.
Simba, I know, I respect you, but you need to respect the panel.
Julia, karibu.
Adams, wherever you are, I hope you'll come back tomorrow. We'll bury the hatchet. We always go on with these debates after disagreeing. We disagree to agree, we agree to disagree. Now hata Alex anatupa mawe huko.
Alex anataka 24 hours.
Alex needs to be the moderator for 24 hours. So
Alex unataka 24 hours. Don't worry, siku ya election tutakuwa tukikaa hapa tukihesabu. We'll be crunching the numbers.
Yes, hope that time
Julia, go.
We tutakuwa na popcorn. So my take is that I think this issue of integrity, that I think the Sakaja thing is a good thing, is a way forward, so that now going on, Kenyans will think about integrity. I even think, Mr. Themba, the employers in Kenya and wherever should start analyzing the credentials of their employees and finding out. You said you studied in this university. What are your credentials? I think that's where we are going on. And Alex, Simba Arati, ako mashakani, nimesikia somebody mentioned him here. Me, I will not sympathize with anyone, whether Azimio ama wherever. Mimi naomba wakikamatwa waondolewe kabisa, so that we start afresh. That's my take. So fellow Kenyans, all the same, kura ni ya baba na mama. Asante Themba.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, I wish to say, you see, you can come here and wait for 1 hour, 2 hours. That is not giving you a free ride that when time comes, you speak for 30 minutes. Your time, especially in opening, is just 3 minutes. I mean, that's how it is. Whether you came 10 hours ago or you came 2 minutes ago, that's how it is. So let's agree on that. So because Alex has spoken for 5 minutes or someone else, it doesn't mean that now you demand that you speak like Alex or like anybody else. That's how it is. We just need to maintain that. And when we are given direction, just follow the direction. Don't give yourself further direction. And we will appreciate. Tusiwe watu wa asira sana. Asira nation tuliacha kwa wengine. Sisi hapa tu ni kupiga siasa polepole. When it's time to leave, tuna leave polepole. Yeah? Remember, there are people you are very quick to throw out, but others... I throw people out. Even Alex I've thrown out. I think Alex tupa nje akarudi. I mean, this siasa, that's how it is. If you're in these streets, the only time you can be ready to be loved by anyone is when you're selling ice cream. But ukiwa kwa siasa, hata Martha Karua alisema, you can't be in politics and don't expect to be shouted at. kama uko kwa siasa and you don't expect to be shouted at, wacha siasa, enda fanya kazi nyingine. So I don't expect all of you to agree with my position at any time, all the time. So it's normal. Yeah. So it shall be well. Makiadi, tafadhali tusome katiba.
Okay, so today we are reading Article 77, which deals with the restrictions on activities of state officers. It's still under Chapter 6 of Integrity and Leadership. 1, it says, a full-time state officer shall not participate in any other gainful employment. Any appointed state officer shall not hold office in a political party. A retired state officer who is receiving a pension from public funds shall not hold more than 2 concurrent remuneration positions as chairperson, director, or employee of A, a company owned or controlled by the state, or B, a state organ. A retired state officer shall not receive remuneration from public funds other than as contemplated in Clause 3.
Okay, thank you. I want to read to us. Adams, come back to the studio and you uongee hiyo mambo yako. Acha kwenda kwa comment section, naenda kunipiga mawe huko. Nimezoea, utapiga mawe alafu itapita tu. So let me read for us. Adams Kuja, you are the one who was supposed to give us the last chance of the nini. Hii kukasirika haita kupeleka mahali. Kuja come back to the studio, Adams. Apona kasirika unaenda unarudi. That's life. Adams, if your emotions will allow you to come back, Kuja. If they don't, you come tomorrow. Okay, yesterday we looked at Azimio la Jitihada. One of the things we have decided to do in this platform is also to do civic education. We believe that an informed population and an informed voter can be able to make a better choice. And Julia, you had suggested yesterday that we break off mapema kidogo, but you realize that at that point ndio sasa watu wameshika na nini yao na their issues. So ukiwakata unaona vile wanapandwa na mori. So we'll try again tomorrow. But yesterday we looked at the first agenda 1, that is Azimio la Ugatuzi. Today we are looking at Azimio la Jitihada. And Azimio la Jitihada looks at manufacturing. And it says this: manufacturing as the driver of economic revolution is envisaged to spark growth of all sectors of the economy, resulting in employment and wealth creation. MSMEs, that is micro, small, and medium enterprises, including the Jua Kali sector, are also leading generators of employment. We will adopt a policy of recognition of prior learning, that is, I think, RPL certification program, to award certificates to artisans, craftsmen, and technicians who have obtained skills and knowledge through apprenticeship and work experience to enhance their employment opportunities by empowering their efforts. Shahada la Jitihada, that is the recognition. We will also encourage the signing of MOUs between Jua Kali Association and TVETs to develop partnerships and incubation hubs. The Azimio commitment is to support the growth of MSMEs, including the Jua Kali sector, through improved productivity and efficiency to spearhead the Made in Kenya products. Kazi kwa Wote will secure the welfare of the people through decent and dignified jobs that uplift their standards of living. That's Azimio la Jitihada. Yesterday we looked at Azimio la Ugatuzi. So this is where they talk about kazi, kazi ya maana ndio kazi. That's where Azimio la Jitihada, your bidii yako, whatever it is that you've done, will be acknowledged. Tomorrow we look at Azimio la Kina Mama. Azimio la Kina Mama. So we do have Papa Azimio. Adams amekataa kurudi kwa sababu amekasirika. Tuta acknowledge that, but we will allow you to take us through the Papa Azimio. Bob Papa Azimio, utatupatia stanza 1. Acha nipeane stanza 1, utatupatia stanza 2, alafu Julia tupatie stanza 3. No. Makiadi stanza 1, Papa Bob stanza 2, then Julia stanza 3, then I'll give you the East African anthem.
Okay, stanza 1, national anthem kwa Kiswahili. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Amkeni ndugu zangu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya inastahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Okay, the East African says, Hey Mungu tuomba uilinde Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Haya, sasa hiyo mimi napenda the way the wimbo inanifurahisha. Sijaishika, that's why I'm trying to sing it many times. Ndio siku moja nisijipate nimekwama. Kuna watu wanatupa mawe, tupeni mawe tu zote. Nimezoea. I've been through that street and I have the t-shirt. Say, Alum, kuwa mpole. Ati unasikia Makiadi Josea anasema nini? Ati makaratasi yangu yanakaa ni ya Ukraine, ile university ilikuwa bombed. Makiadi, leo wimbo ni upi?
Hakika leo siku nimepangia, lakini kuna wimbo ambao unajulikana kama Matata ya Mwasi na Mubali, ambao umeimbwa na mwanamuziki anajulikana kama Franco na bendi yake. Kila siku nitawaletea wimbo wa Franco mpaka muzoe. Bendi yake ya TPOK Jazz, wimbo wenyewe unajulikana kama Matata ya Mwasi na Mubali, ambao ni wimbo ambao uliachiliwa, ulipigwa mwaka wa 1976 as a single LP on the edition popular series. Synopsis ukichukua ya wimbo huu ni there's a couple ambao wanajaribu kutatua shida zao, and after discerning the problem they actually come to a compromise and each one accepts their share of responsibility. But now the man wishes to lament the injustices created by God, that man is the only provider and has to endure problems created by women. He further insists on the right granted to him by the dowry over his wife. So nitasoma stanza ya kwanza peke yake ambayo inaenda namna hii: Onasali nini senzela mwana muninga, ozuingai na mpasi batilangai ntango ya likambo mbamona, bondelangai soki na siliki mwasi alingaka presence ya Mubali. Yani osala nini, yani oh, what have I done, nimekufanyia nini? Senzela mwana moninga, take care of your friend's child. Ozuingai na mpasi, you caught me in pain. Alafu pale chini, sikumaliza pale chini, sasa ndio nataka niimbe pale chorus kwanza. Unajua ile chorus ndio kitu ya maana, najua watu wengi sana wanafahamu hiyo chorus ambayo inaenda namna hii: Matata ya Mwasi na Mubali esilite na mokili mama mama, oh mama mama. Sasa Matata ya Mwasi na Mubali esilite na mokili inamaanisha the conflict between a woman and a man is endless. Alafu isikia inasema mama oh dear, yani it's dear oh dear. So Matata ya Mwasi na Mubali esilite na mokili mama, oh mama 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 mama. The conflicts of a woman and a man are always endless. Oh dear. Nimemaliza.
Papa Bob.
Unajua hii conflict ya Julia na mimi, Julia hata siku hizi hata salamu hataki kutoa. Sijui yako na nia gani bana. Na leo naona
Mise mlimfunga.
I donated them to Lynette. I donated.
Nimeona Lynette wa bomba hata leo amekuja ameanza kunigonga. We mkinigonga mawe tupeni tu, mimi naenda kujenga nyumba. Kuna nyumba nimeanzisha pale nimemaliza ile asio kimao. Sasa hiyo mawe wengine mnaleta, naenda kujenga nyumba hapo mbele. Lakini wameweka ile bypass ile nini, so sijui itakuaje. So wacha naona Lynette wa bomba nani Arina the Bereans Mato naona ametokelezea leo. Yeah, Adam kuja kesho enda tulia.
For us a song. Then that Kunguru Kangara.
Ya ile kungulu kwangara alisahau kuja kutuimbia. Hii mtu mtachoka saa election night. Yeah, actually tuko hapa mpaka siku ya election night. Itaenda mpaka asubuhi 24. Alex amesema anataka iwe 24 hours. Hiyo time tutakuwa 24 hours. Alum tupa mawe tu. Tukutane kwa ile tent ile ya watu wa nyumbani, ile ya watu wa Shako. Hakuna shida. Pamela Roma anasema Adams anasema Adams rudi. Adams usijali, kukasirika na kufurahi ni kwa binadamu. It is human beings who feel sad and it is human beings who feel happy. So if you are happy and you are sad, know that you are living. That's a show that you are alive.
Umeshindwa kusoma hiyo ya Pamela?
Nafikiri anamwambia Adams arudi.
Anasema Adams duogi moderation maruoi ni opogore kid moko gwendo onyer but okber ahinya. Wah! Mimi nimeshika tu mbili hapa duogi nirudi, eh?
Anasema mimi si mzuri sana. Hakuna shida.
Julia.
Yes.
That's okay. You can't be nice to everybody. That's normal. That's okay. That's life. That's life.
There's this gentleman from Kikuyu who just left. I don't know. I've forgotten his name. What was his name?
Ken. Yeah.
Ken.
Yeah.
I was not very happy. It's unfortunate that I could not rebut. I was not very happy with the information he was trying to give me or give us.
Don't worry. You don't rebut everything.
I think he's saying that more effort needs to be done and Uhuru's influence needs to be actualized. That's what he's trying to say. I think he had a point. He wasn't extremely negative.
Yeah, I agreed with him. I agreed with him. You know, he said he said now that the environment is good, it's a good thing to go there more times.
And actualize the influence.
He's actually saying, if you listen to him pretty well, he's saying what Martha Karua has been saying. Nimeshaongea nitarudi tena. So that is what he's simply saying. Just go back many times.
I think he was very real. I think I like the way he put it. So,
yeah, he was alikuwa sawa. Aluma anasema nimekuwa dictator before you. No, I'm not a dictator. I am yeah. You can say that it's a perception thing. I cannot disagree with you. Go to sawa.
I have news for you, lady and gentlemen.
Yeah, what's up?
The news here is 2 Machakos voters have lodged a complaint at the IEBC, challenging its decision to allow former Transport Chief Administrative Secretary Wavinya Ndeti to contest for governor seat. Wanasema Wavinya Ndeti ako na degree fake. Wanasema alifanya computer science UK na hajawahi onekana huko. So mfunge mshipi inaonekana ile tulisema jana itazaliwa.
Niliwaambia that's a can of worms and we are yet to see the more drama because Kenyans are so fake. Bob Papa, kuna mtu amesema kitu hapo chini lakini usisome, so don't read what the people are commenting on the side. And you said yesterday uliambia mise kwamba uko na experience, that you have experience, so you know what to do with experience.
Josiah Opia amekwambia Roba alienda rebranding, Julia itabidi uingie box. Sasa unaanza rebrand Papa Bob.
Hebu sikia hii Ndemba, wacha nisome hii. Huyo petition anasema namna hii. Miss Ndeti is not a holder of a degree recognized in Kenya. On November 6, 1992, she was purportedly awarded a master's degree in business system analysis and design by the City University, London, without having undertaken a first degree.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sasa hii ni ile tulikuwa tunasema inazaliwa, si tuko tayari kunyonyesha.
Waacha zote zikuje, wacha zote zile ziko nini Ndeto amerudi leo na ametupa mawe. Ndeto tupa mawe yote. Kuna
Ndeto come and sing for us.
Kuja uimbe kungulu kwa angalau, wachane na maneno mingi. Unajua ukikuwa na maneno mingi, kuja uimbe kungulu kwa angalau. Temba, you're a wonderful person. Keep up and make Mutembee TV. Unajua katika kila watu ambao wanaongea mabaya, kuna wengine wanasema mazuri pia, ni sawa tu. But you have a right. I respect your opinion, guys. That's okay. Keep the feedback coming. Whatever feelings. Hii channel pia ni therapeutic. So fungua moyo pia. Alex vipi buda?
Alex catch my feelings.
Alex umenigonga mawe hapo chini. Wewe naenda hapo.
Bwana, nilionea Adam Suruma, Cheraini ni rafiki yangu, alitoroka hajawahi rudi, niwapembeleza yeye arudi, amekataa. Unakumbuka jamaa wa UDA?
Cheraisi.
Oh, ni chapa yeye nje and ceremonious, ile siku alikuwa na argue sijui nini.
Tell Cheraisi, wherever you are, please come back. I know your friend.
Jamaa wa UDA alikuwa anavanga t-shirt ya yellow, umkumbuki?
Oh, yeah, namkumbuka.
kick out. He was arguing about something that actually was stupid. Tukamkatasha akakataa. Ukamwambia that argument, but ulimtoa amekataa kurudi be. Hopefully Adams atarudi. Adams asikatae kurudi. Tunapenda yeye ndio wetu.
Adams is my friend. Adams will come back here. Hiyo na shida. Watu wale hawezi kosa kurudi hapa. Hata wakitupa nje najua bado atakuja. Alex atarudi hata ukimtupa nje mara ngapi. Ndeto atarudi hata ukimtupa nje atakigonga mawe huko mara ngapi bado atakuja. Adams atarudi. Kuna wale wakuja tu kuleta fujo. You know, there are those people who are not necessarily interested in the debate. They're just coming kuleta fujo. Huyo ukimtupa nje hatarudi. So
you can tell Adams wherever you are, Themba loves you. It was a slip of the tongue.
Wait. What?
Make sure you come back.
Adams is my friend. Adams is my friend. Adams will be back. Yeah, ina shida. He'll be here tomorrow.
Naomba Father Dani Darius mahali huko utuombee. Hii studio yetu inahitaji maombi sana. Ndio tusikosane.
No kukosana. Adams, listen. I mean, Makiadi, listen. In any normal relationship, for those who have been married or have had relationships, there has to come a time where you have those pilkas up and up. It shows that the relationship is growing and you are becoming genuine. And also, hapa pia,
yeah, that's the point. You're becoming.
Yeah, it is also normal.
Papa, we become genuine, right?
Yeah, it is also normal. It's also normal that si kila mtu atapenda the way na moderate, na si kila mtu atachukia. I mean, that's normal. And it is not all the time that I'll be doing what everybody likes. They say that if you want to please everybody all the time, then probably you need to do another job like selling ice cream. But when you're moderating, it is normal. There are people who will not like it. There are people who like it. If you just expect people to clap all the time, then maybe you need to do something else, not in politics. That's how life is. And for me, I'm okay. You can throw the delete tuko sawa.
Ata Maggie, Themba alikukosea. Maggie, we love you. Please come back.
Maggie yako na fujo tu. Aya, mkisha kasirika, tafadhali muende kwa Mutembei TV, musubscribe, na pia muende kwa Themba and Lulu Show, musubscribe. Bado nataka subscription zenyu hata kama mnatupa mawe hivyo, Alex na wengine. I mean, it's still okay to be nice. Just sisi bado ni wa Kenya. And tafadhali enda kama uja subscribe tu hapo hata kama at least you can ignore sura yangu, angalia sura ya at least to support my daughter. Don't worry about me ukifika pale. So just go there and subscribe.
Angalia sura ya Themba.
But kuna watu wazuri kama Father Dani Darius. I love for the prayers. Hey, Father. Nilikuuliza kama wewe ni father ama father wa ile nini.
Hapana Themba. Nilikwambia uache kuharibu father. Father Dani Darius, don't buy that.
Awino Rapema merudi gospel song sasa. Alex atatupatia gospel song. Alex, kuna gospel song utaimba kabla tutoke. Naona Awino Rapema anasema ufanye.
Alex is trying to say that.
Alex, wacha kushika feeling. Kuja uongee hapa.
Actually, kuna wimbo mzuri napenda. Huyu jamaa anaitwa nani? Huyu Mtanzania anasema tenda miujiza. Mwaka usipite, usiniache mimi mwaka upite bila kutenda miujiza. Napenda huo wimbo sana. So tuimbe huo wimbo.
The way you are singing. The song is good, but the way you are singing it.
So mwaka usipite kabla Mungu hajatenda miujiza Kenya. Unaona? Tunataka Baba the 5th, mwaka usipite bila kutenda miujiza. Huo ndio wimbo napenda sana. Kila wakati nikienda gym maybe napenda kuimba huo wimbo.
That's a good song. A good song.
Alex,
Give us a good song.
unaendaga gym?
Kuangalia watu.
Oh, okay. Tunajua. Nilikuwa nataka uclarify ndio nijue ni gym gani hiyo.
Kuna uchokozi.
Unajua the easiest thing kuwa nayo ni one pack. Sasa you don't have to struggle, unakuwa tu na one pack, eh?
Hiyo inasikianga watu akiita alternative opinion, eh? Hiyo unaita one pack is an opinion.
An opinion,
yes. Unaona huyu jamaa anaitwa, kuna jamaa wangu hapa anakujanga anaitwa Chakua, Wycliffe Atlanta. Tumeenda na yeye Nairobi, Sheria House. You know Wycliffe is big na hakuwa ameniona. So kuna executive elevator na kuna normal elevator. The guy had a good suit na kuna kitambi na amenyoa, kuna ndevu vizuri amenyoa. Man, the guy was put in the executive elevator. Mimi nikaambiwa nikae kando. I'm thin. So hiyo one pack kusaidianga Buda.
Oh God.
Darius anasema inaitwa full package. Bob Papa, wewe uko na full package?
Very expensive to maintain, eh?
Okay, Bob Papa, we have not seen you clearly. We need to be sure what Demba is asking.
Wewe Julia, wewe.
Yako ni Papa, yako ni ya Guinness. Yako ni ya Guinness.
Unajua hii ni V8.
Neto anasema it is called unpacked six pack.
Unajua V8 Julia? V8, hiyo si mchezo. Hey, 24 pistons.
I can see now. Naona umeanza kuongea vizuri.
Alex, hiyo wimbo unaambiwa na Josiah Opi, hiyo wimbo haiko kwenye gospel syllabus.
The song is good. It's just the way Alex sang it.
Alex is trying to sing it. He can hear it. What is conceptualized in his head?
Naona at D ananiuliza niko na pack ngapi. Hiyo ni achane nayo Julia.
Hiyo achana nayo. Hiyo itaharibu wazee jioni. And then kalale.
Asante sana.
Papa kuna mtu amesema is in them and days night yawa. My admit Bob Papa changes his name day and night. Bob Papa unachanganya watu, lakini wamesema ulikuwa unataka kuplease Julia.
Hiyo inaitwa rebranding. Lazima ufanye packaging vizuri.
This is election season. Alex amesikia wimbo, alikuwa naisikia, lakini ile inatoka kwa mdomo ni kitu tofauti.
No, I didn't know whether he was singing or speaking.
Temba, this time we are not wasting time. Wewe kama kujangi hapa jioni, umeamka saizi. Sasa ona watu wa makasiriko wameanza kuamka sasa asubuhi.
Na Ndemba huku tupatia nini kutukumbusha tufanye prediction ya kesho, lakini
no, you can do it very quickly in the next 3 minutes.
Mimi prediction ya kesho hii makaratasi ya Sakaja naona inaenda kufungua vitu vingine mingi sana yenye tulikuwa hatujafikiria.
Oh yes.
We are going to see a lot of things that we've never had.
That kesho ni Tuesday. See that in the uamuzi inafanywa Wednesday.
Yeah, but you see, things have started emerging, things we never thought about.
And you know,
they have already made the submission. The tribunal is going to give its verdict on Wednesday, and then from there now hizo vitu zingine zinafuata. So I don't think they're taking any more submission as far as that is concerned. Whatever it is that was to be given towards it and the tribunal has been given. So Wednesday wanatoa uamuzi.
Okay, unasema uamuzi on Sakaja or even other people?
I mean on most of them. On most of them zile zimeshasikizwa kwa sababu they have 10 days and they started on Sunday Sunday. So the days are going on. So zile wameshasikiza wanatoa uamuzi, they have 10 days. So Wednesday watatoa zile washasikiza up to saizi, up to kesho. Yeah.
So so people cannot bring questions about other people later?
Like other no, they can. I mean the sittings are still going on.
Okay, so that's what Makedi is trying to say. These are kind of worms that has opened up.
Oh, you mean like other people? Yeah, like yes. What he's saying, like kama kuna any case against anybody, kama hii ameleta ya Wavinya, a different person, zitakuja tu. But they had already walikuwa isolate 267 cases. So I don't know if those are new ones that are being lodged or what is happening. So let's wait and see. But that's a great way.
You know, Kenyans, we know each other. Hata huko kwenyu, si you know who steals chicken? Kwenyu nyumbani huko ushago. Mnajua mwizi wa kuku ni nani? Mnajua mama mwenye anapenda kusengenya ni nani? We know each other. We know if you ask the villagers in my home, they have some kind of history about me. They know when sometime I went to college. They know when they heard that I graduated. Wanajua tu akona tu hizo hadithi. So if you come up with something, somebody can really pin you down. I'm telling you that's a can of worms in Kenya.
Acha tungoje kesho. Your prediction, Julia?
My prediction is that I have no prediction that I'll see Bob Papa with a new name tomorrow.
Bob Papa, your prediction?
Hii sasa itakaa muda mrefu kidogo. My prediction politically, I see a very successful rally in Makueni ya Baba. Mama Ngilu will be hosting. I would love to see Kalonzo joining them so that it can have more punch, so that we can lock out these Udakustan fellows.
Okay. Prediction, I see UDA having some responses tomorrow. They'll probably have a rally and they'll be trying to say how they are being blocked and their guys are being taken to court, and Azimio is keeping them busy with the IEBC. They will blame IEBC, first of all, for having passed these guys and now questioning them. So I think tomorrow will be a more fun-filled whatever day politically. Now we have been here for 10 hours.
But just a comment before you close. Kuna jamaa hapa nilikuwa nasoma story hapa kwa hii wa Vinyandeti. So jamaa akasema the conversation is going on kwa comments pale, anasema so the next petition with complaints iwe ni ya huyu mtu mwenye ako welding certificate. Mtu akamjibu akamwambia hiyo ukijaribu kwenda utanyongwa kabla ufike.
That's anasema ana predict kutuona hapa kesho. Yeah, we'll be here. And of course I predict to see all of you here tomorrow. I predict to see Adams here tomorrow. And I mean, we come here to just keep peace. Usiwe na hasira. Be easy on yourself. Don't worry about Themba. Themba amezoea. I've been in these streets and I have a t-shirt to show. So tupa mawe, tunaenda kujenga nyumba pale. Somewhere Makiadi wapi pale?
Ni hapo tu hapo karibu kwa mbuzi hapo Mariakani pale kwa nyama pale Kitengela Mariakani karibu kwa nyama pale.
Yeah. So leta mawe zote. Thank you so much everyone. All the same, we really appreciate. We just come here to share, to learn, and hope that you have been helped and you have been able to gain something out of our discussion since we started up to right now. The show starts every day at 9:30, 9:30 Kenyan time, East African time. And then, of course, as it moves over, some of us come in later. Makiadi and I and all these other panelists come in a little bit later. So you can always join at any time. You can come at 9:30, drop off, come back, drop off, come back. You don't have to stay there for 10 hours or 1 hour. Just come, do your submission, then go follow from the background. You don't owe the show to stay there for all the time. If you see 10 people on the show, come in, give your submission, drop off. Ukiona show iko kidogo watu wako wachache, you come back in again. So you don't have to sit and wait all that time. I mean, there's no requirement for that. Just come in, give your present. Na wale pia wanakuja mapema, ukishatoa drop off, other people waingie. That's how it works. And that's why some of us come in late. It is for everyone. It is for all Kenyans. It's for everybody to come in and share and share and share. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you for being there in the comment section and also taking time to come in and even share and talk to all the people. We have over 162 people watching. Not only the 4 people you are seeing here or the 5 or the 10. There are so many people who are watching at any time. So kindly let's be civil, even those who are commenting. Let's try and be civil. And also let's just try and follow the direction given by the moderators. You know, the moderators have to balance so many things. So just come in when you're given any signs by the moderator, appreciate that. It is what they have to do at that particular time. And of course, who knows, next time you'll be the moderator, yeah? And you'll be able to need that sense of respect and balance. So that's how it works. Mutembei TV is an equal opportunity, not employer.
Equal opportunity show.
Platform. Oh, yeah, equal opportunity show. Everybody, of course, is open to give their views, and we love everyone, and we love you a lot. Thank you so much, panelists. Richie Makiadi, my co-pilot, Papa Azimio Bob, rebranding every day. I don't know what else you'll come up with tomorrow. All this is because of Julia. Julia, please don't do this to Papa. We really need one name that we can use all through. Thank you so much. God bless you. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.